Two people up, going for the save.
Barely getting out.
Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Sup, nerd?
Oh, I forgot to plug on my mic because I'm a fucking idiot.
Frickin' silly Billy. Oh, who is this? Oh my god, it's a little kitty! She came down! She came to hi! Hey! How you doing? I love her so much. Oh, how are ya? Oh, how are ya? She's purring. She's purring.
Who's down with you?
Oh, it's Leia.
Oh, cute.
She's purring in my hands. Sorry, we gotta get you out of here. Sorry, I say slurs. I can't be saying names around. No, why are you staying in here? Little cutie. She like ran back in when I put her out to shut the door. I don't want her fucking with the cords. It's like the only room I can't have her in.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting the cam turned on.
You Gucci.
Also, I was given this really nice fucking let me just send you a picture of it on Snapchat. This thing is so fucking nice.
What is it?
It is my like stand for holding like my camera,
Oh, nice.
and I currently have it set to use a phone. Ignore the ground. There's a blanket down there for when Harry gets put in here when he's being bad. Slade. Okay. Start. Okay. Video. But it's not too bad.
No, not all.
Oh, but it's like super nice how much you can adjust this stand. It has so much adjustability to it.
So many.
Alright, cool. Face cam. And now I'm getting called the moment I adjust it. What the actual... It's a toll-free call. I'm good. I don't need that.
Sounds like a telemarketer.
It sounds so miserable.
It does.
Oh. Desktop audio off. Okay. Karis in the chat. Oh, I've gotten a couple chats. I didn't even realize. Fuck, I was not looking at my streams. People were just messaging into it.
Hey.
Okay. Do I 7 days to die right now, or do I game? Or do I do some other content?
Do a little 7. Whatever
Yeah,
you want to do.
it's probably a little 7 days. Also, when people follow, it's kind of cool. It does the whole animation at the top right of my
Oh, you got
overlay.
animation set up?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. Alright. How many viewers are we? Fuck, how many viewers am I at? We have one.
That's all you need.
True. Bubbly, get banned.
Someone got banned. That's because they're bad.
It was a skill issue, I will admit.
I mean, that's rough.
Yeah, I'd be embarrassed if that were me, but who am I? Just a guy.
Just a man.
Fuck. I can't full screen it? Oh wait, let's go into a heathenistic, because then I can full screen our Discord call. Makes it, I don't want the whole
Okay.
sidebar and everything,
Yep.
yeah. Sweet. Cool. I'm so hungry.
Go make some food.
Not IRL in 7 days.
Oh.
Why would I actually be hungry? I'm on prescription meth.
True. You forget about that.
True. I just changed the 7 days to die server settings so that way chunks didn't regenerate after a day of in-game day of not being in them, because huge sections that me and Derek had mined regenerated. Mountains.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I made it every 200 days just until we're done.
Yeah.
Which we made some pretty steady progress.
That's funny.
AIDS
That's
monkey.
rough though.
It is rough, yeah. Then what I plan on doing is a series of land claim blocks to completely cover this entire area so it can't be disturbed.
Do they have to be active?
I think that if I put a block down, like I don't think anything will regenerate if I cover the whole ground in like cobblestone blocks and then build up from there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll stay. Alright, you gotta watch this fucking nuke with me.
Oh yeah.
I'm starting it. You let me know when.
I will get her thrown up on side. YouTube. I will be honest with you, the 32GB increase in RAM has definitely helped.
It has.
Oh yeah.
Easy
like,
streaming
overall
with
performance, yeah.
our modern widgets for creative and personal.
Oh, wait, quick thing before we start it. Question. How do you feel about the whole allegations, like the Willie Mack crap?
What happened with what?
Do you know Willie Mac dropped a vid on Destiny about him being an alleged, or about him like having CP or something? Destiny have.
Oh, I did not know that.
Willie Mac dropped a video that Destiny had CP on his. That he had CP and that he reported it to the police.
Why do I just don't get that.
I just, number one, I don't care because it's screenshots. And number two, the alleged CP is of the, you know, the girl whose boyfriend shared all of the, initially leaked everything to Kiwi Farms?
Yes.
Allegedly, that girl was 17 at the time. Allegedly, but we have no way of knowing that 100%. Number one.
I don't know how we would.
And number two, Destiny, she had told Destiny she was of age.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, what do you?
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Do at that point?
Yeah. And that was like 2 to 3 years ago. So I'm over it. I don't care. I'm at the point. The whole thing. I don't care. Yeah.
Just all of it is so fucking strange.
Just seeing all the court docs and like listening to them read out just the Pixie stuff, to me shows just like at this point, until something comes out to really genuinely disprove or like show Destiny as having horrible bad moral character, or he's genuinely done something terrible, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm good.
But I won't be in like denial of it. Like if something comes out and it's like a court of law or something. Yeah, sure. I guess. Just a second here, call.
Sure.
Immediately hung up. Probably.
Hi, this is Mary.
Mary, I don't care. Hang up. Mary, I don't care. I don't care.
We don't care, Mary.
Actual cunt. It was spam.
What?
Now I just have to return on my. Can I not turn on the fucking? I'm gonna literally kill myself. But yes, I will not hate Destiny until something comes out to, or not be a fan until something comes out to that genuinely is like not good, that I couldn't like defend or stand behind.
Yes. Yes.
Like I feel like a cuck for even like when the initial Pixie stuff came out, for even having the feelings I did then.
Yeah, I kind of did too.
Like looking back on it all now. Okay, I'm about to start the nuke. Let me know when you're ready.
Alright.
We're watching Destiny's reaction or the initial nuke.
H3 nukes Destiny. Destiny responds.
Okay, yep, that's what I'm on.
Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab Schmied.
Yep.
Alright. Countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
I have been relentlessly attacked, okay, by the Kleins, all right? Ethan recycles a whole bunch of stuff from Orion Beard video, plus other things. There's a whole bunch of, like, random statements that people make about me and about things that I've done, 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago, and I figure I could probably just address some of these while going through the Ethan video, because why the fuck not? People wanted me to watch the Orion Beard video anyway, so it kind of works, I guess, as a opportunity to do that as well. This is basically for my fans, and believe it or not, somehow, I guess, I'm sorry for Ethan and Elo, but apparently I do have a decent number of crossover fans from H3H3 and from my universe, so this is for them as well, I guess, because it's kind of nice, I guess. A lot of H3 fans have reached out to me and like apologized, which I think is kind of cute, but I'm sure there are just as many also calling me a pedophile, which is also cute, so yeah. I'm not really, I don't think at this point, just because of how hard Ethan has kind of gone in on this, I don't really expect to change his mind. I don't really expect to change the audience's mind. Ethan kind of has a history of deciding to like go nuclear on certain content creators because he's convinced of some weird sexual thing. He brought on that one girl for Noah Samson's stream to reveal was it ultimately that like he cheated on her while they were dating, so it was kind of like assault because she could have gotten an STD. It was some stupid thing. He did it with Abba and Preach, where he's like, these guys are secret red pill content creators. He brought on the one girl relating to the Fresh and Fit guys, trying to accuse Myron of like sexual assault when even the girl didn't want to go that far. And Ethan was like, would you say you assaulted you? She's like, no. So I don't really expect him to ever change his position on this, or for the H3H3 audience in general. But like I said, I figure I can address my audience and I can address any crossover fans, because why not? There are a million things that are happening right now in the world, obviously relating to the Trump stuff, relating to insane Hassan stuff, just in politics in general. I've said this a lot to my community. I'll say it again. I kind of wanted to not be in the whole drama fest slinging field of whatever this kind of drama is, but I guess I'm destined to be pulled back in. Okay, I guess like when John Wick's dog is killed, you're always coming back to this world. So here I am. I will say as a reminder, the only reason why this back and forth is happening right now is because Hassan and all of the other crazy obsessive communities around him like desperately want to make anything that they can about any random personal smears, as opposed to actually talking substantively about literally any issue ever. But hey, you know what? If that's what we want to do, then why not? Not to say that people should be able to freely rape people or murder people or whatever else. I mean, obviously it's not good, but I don't know if me and Ethan are now going to be locked in a 2-month snark fest where both of us just play each other's greatest hits on repeat over and over again. If that's what Ethan wants to do, though, I mean, I've had people do this to me for years, so we can do it for more, I guess, if we want. I will say that the inciting incident, because nobody actually seems to give a which is fine, I understand, I'm a guy, so revenge porn and all that is epic and hilarious. But the only reason a lot of this stuff is even in the public conscious is because of a guy who in 2024 decided to dump like 25 plus explicit videos of me on the internet. A few of these contained other people. The majority of these, I think like 20 of them, were literally just pictures of me stroking it. So thank you for that. I'm glad that the entire internet can enjoy that. I love to share myself with all of my wonderful fans and anti-fans. Thank you so much. I would say that in general, the reason why I'm usually reluctant to address stuff like this when the Ryan Beard video came out is I don't like the concept of relitigating every single bad thing that's ever happened in my life, which is basically what happens is anytime somebody runs out of content or they want to fight with me or I say something politically that pisses them off or I, basically just point out like, oh, I think this opinion is dumb or whatever, people break the in case Destiny destroys you in a debate, break glass here, and then pulls out, what about 14 years ago? What about in 2012? What about in 2013? It's like, okay, I don't know what the you want me to say about this, or how many times I need to say something about this. I do think it's a little bit funny because I think Ethan actually like intuitively understands this. I actually think he explained it really well when he was talking about how Keemstar operated in this video.
Just to give you an idea of how Keemstar torments and harasses people on his enemy list, let me show you some of the DMs he sent me over the years. Now these are cold DMs. I've already unfollowed him, and he is sending me these DMs unsolicited out of the cold blue for the express purpose of harassing me, so I really don't feel bad sharing these tweets at all.
Hey Rails developer, ever ask your AI agent to modify a user model and it has no idea about your device setup or pundit policies? One of them actually gets it. Okay, we have this issue here on Hosted GPT, allow users to
Currently working on an H3H3 lying salty man-child video. Have a few questions. Have you ever flagged down another YouTuber creator's video? I don't answer. And he persists. Can I get an answer here? I'm trying to meet your request of giving non-stop defense because your baby ass can't defend yourself. Keemstar will make insane accusations, groundless accusations, and then he expects you to defend yourself. In fact, he likes it if you'll come on his show and defend himself. That's how his operation works. And so he goes, oh, well, he didn't say anything in his defense, so he must be guilty. Have you ever lied to anyone on YouTube?
I'm just saying, I think he has a pretty good understanding of it there. I feel like this would be different if I was like, if there were like criminal charges, if some like victim had come forward to allege some stuff, but every single thing related to this thing just has to do with Kiwi farms and snark forums that just like to leak and dive into stuff and, allege stuff or whatever, but, it's all good. At least he understands it. He understands the game well enough, so I guess he can play it. As a quick aside, I just wanted to address this before we get into things too. Again, I don't know how many people give a about stuff like this, but I get a little bit triggered, especially when all of the, I'm putting massive air quotes about this, rape victims or whatever come forward in Ethan Klein's subreddit. I think the one I read, the second part was the girl was like, I was 16 talking to some guy online and he said he was 16 and I felt abused. And afterwards, I don't even believe he was 16. I don't even know why though, but yeah. And it's like, what the am I even reading right now? You sound retarded. Like all of the random posts about it, like what? I think that post was deleted by Reddit, so I don't have a copy of it right now, but I'm like, okay. This is something I spoke about before. It's kind of cringe, but when people talk about predatory behavior, I think that people talk about stuff that I would consider like yellow flags, but people would pretend that predatory behavior isn't just yellow flags or even red flags, or rather they'll point to like a thing that's like a yellow flag and they'll say that that's like abuse. So somebody will say something like, oh, there's a difference in status because this person is like a fan or a content creator. This person is, older than that person, or this person has more money or stronger, whatever. There's always power imbalances in relationships to some extent, unless you're literally dating your twin, who has had the same amount of training and job success, everything else you for your entire life. I think that it's fine to point out like yellow flags or red flags when it comes to certain behavior. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but to automatically just assume that somebody is like manipulative or evil or predatory, especially when there's absolutely zero evidence of that ever being presented ever in any public place ever, despite everybody saying it over and over again, I feel like it's really cringe. I've heard Ethan and other people argue that like streamers shouldn't, engage with fans in any sexual manner or whatever. If you want to have that opinion, I guess you can. I think it's kind of a funny one because I would argue that there's way more like power dynamics at play between creators versus just creator fans. Because for a creator fan, basically the worst thing that can happen is the person stops watching you, I guess, and maybe you lose a subscriber. But creator stuff can be a lot more strange because now both of your jobs are potentially on the line. One person has a lot more to gain than the other person. There's like, people have seen creators split before. Those situations can lend themselves to like insanely problematic dynamics. Not to say that those shouldn't happen either. I'm just saying that it's always good to like keep in mind that there are red flags, yellow flags, but it doesn't necessarily mean something is like predatory or abusive or manipulative or evil or whatever else. Okay. All right. I've segmented this off into segments. I'm playing most of this video straight down.
Welcome back, guys, to another video VOD on demand. Today I'm going to be addressing, once again, the allegations leveled against Destiny. Since we put out our last video, there's been a lot of chatter about things that we may have got wrong. So I'd like to clarify what I got wrong and also to clarify what I got right. So I do want to start, though, by setting the expectations and just kind of giving some context to who this guy Destiny is. I think
just as a quick thing, I like that before he gets into the meat of, all of his criminal accusations, we're going to spend like 15 minutes poisoning the well. But okay, sure.
A lot of people haven't seen this. And I feel this context is important when understanding this story. So
also, major props to Ethan. I can tell that he inhaled the up before doing this video, so I wouldn't make fun of his cough. I'm glad I can encourage you to adopt healthier habits.
If you'll indulge me here, I'm going to pull up some clips from this Ryan Beard video on him that was recently made, and I think these clips are more relevant now than ever before. So let's take a look at them. Section here of harming women. I'm going to show you guys a few.
Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that in my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like sexually assaulted a girl on stream before for like in 5 minutes or whatever. I got super drunk and was like grabbing her breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here by tweeting, "I was drunk off my ass, literally for the first time in my life." And he said that at the time, he didn't understand how bad it was, but now, looking back years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
It's like that one guy, Mango, who got like totally canceled for but way worse. Mango wasn't actually groping people. And also, I like this.
It's like, first of all, how old was Mango again? Wasn't this like a known problem? But okay.
There's this pretense that like, as long as you're radically honest about what you did, it's okay. It's like,
it's called based.
Did you just say you were groping a woman on stream for 5 minutes? But anyway, that's not honestly.
Okay, for the first one, okay, because I know that Ryan likes this clip and a bunch of people like bring this up. One, this incident occurred in 2011, okay? This was 14 years ago when I was 22 years old, all right? I don't understand
I don't
how
hold
you
him
can say that I'm
accountable for
downplaying my
something
actions
for
when
2011.
in the video
I don't care.
I literally
14 years
explicitly
ago, bro?
say
Literally
I feel like this
don't
was sexual
care.
assault.
And
I
he's
said
holding
that
himself
my
accountable.
feelings on it
Yeah.
and how acceptable
100%.
behavior is has changed since then. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Besides that, is this just a thing that like you want to bring up over and over again for reasons? He can say that like I'm downplaying my actions because I brought up that we were drunk or whatever. I mean, like Mia has said the exact same thing. This was years ago. I chalked it up to being young. Everyone had too much to drink, but I wanted to be around these people to get my name out. I know Destiny's toxic, but I have no issues with him. I do have issues with him spreading the wrong info, like on Swifty. I think I said something about Swifty at this time, 2020. I don't know what's going on. My subreddit literally brought up like the whole excessive drinking thing. Destiny's surrounded by drunks, egging him on. It would be nice if Mia Rose would be a bro since she's mostly sober and tells me to sleep, blah, 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 blah. Just to be clear, this is no fault of hers. It just sucks she doesn't have any blah, blah, blah. Okay, right. Crazy drinking stream. I think this is my first time getting intoxicated ever. Not good though, but I mean, I said as much. So I don't understand when people want to bring up like this thing over and over again. Like I've already said, it's not good. I don't stand by it. Like I think it's a bad thing. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say about that. Like I've said that as much. I communicated with Mia Rose privately. Oh Jesus, she just tweeted 11 hours ago. I didn't know how this archived. I just want to put it out there that the OmniLiberal did apologize to me wholeheartedly. He did wholeheartedly. He was the only person to actually answer my phone call at twitch.com. Not all these other idiots that were clout chasers. People make mistakes. They grow up and learn. And I guess you just tweeted 11 hours ago. Jesus, this again. It was like 15 years ago. I'm over it. Y'all should be too. Yeah, I don't know what else I'm supposed to say about this. Also, I also speak hyperbolically a lot, and I know that it's epic and hilarious when you want to be good faith, but then when you're not, you're going to take everything literally. It was not 5 minutes of groping. I'm pretty sure it was like 5 seconds. Not that that makes it good, not that it makes it acceptable, but I wasn't literally sitting there hanging on her boobs for 5 minutes, okay, on the stream. But so I literally have no idea what else I'm supposed to do about this, or what I'm supposed to say about this, other than a good job, I guess. So pattern 1, okay, 14 years ago, 2011. Okay, first part of the pattern. All right.
That's far from the worst thing I'm about to show you.
Far from the worst. It gets way worse from here, guys.
Here's the next one where he admits to sharing photos of a 15-year-old who sent him bikini shots with his homies, and how he couldn't barely resist the urge of wanting to have sex
when
with her.
Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15.
Oh my god, he bringing up this?
Imagine
the
being
thing
able
that
to
like
build
that
an
real
app with your name
cringe
on
like
it, just by
guy that
thinking
rubbed
about
the
it.
personal attacks about his kid brought up. He's bringing this
But
up.
she sent me pictures that made it so hard to
Dude,
say
this is
no.
so
Then
cringe.
Destiny
God,
linked a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, "Girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday.
Imagine receiving a bikini pic from a 15-year-old in your DMs, a fan of yours, and being like, she's so hot, I need to share this with the boys.
Chat log. I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as that will like try to send you pictures to like you at events, and it's like you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting working off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or something. But
in swimwear.
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics from 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry, guys. Anyone who's defending this man needs to know that, okay? But again,
I'm aware of this. I've seen it.
Okay, so again for timeline, this is 2012.
Do you think that's
okay,
gonna
13 years
change the
ago when I was
perspective?
23. I feel like if the goal is to say that I'm a pedophile, it feels kind of weird that I wouldn't f the 15-year-old. I'm just saying, if the argument is going to be that I'm a pedophile, wouldn't I be posting saying like, look at this hot 15-year-old jailbait that I hooked up with? Wouldn't that be the statement or whatever? But regardless, Back in the day, for anybody that was alive or back there in the in the crazy gaming times, MLG events were literally cesspools of crazy fans and creators hooking up, fans hooking up, creators and creators hooking up, people getting raped, people getting drugged, people doing drugs, people raping people. There was just crazy shit. And one of the issues back then as well, because everybody involved in pro gaming was so young, and I think even actually that might even be true today. I don't know how young people are today. Like everybody is literally like 14 to 22 at these events. It's just like all sorts of people that are going here. And one of the things is people would message you, people would DM you. Obviously, if you were a big streamer, if you were a big player, and they would send you pictures. They're like, hey, we should hook up, blah, blah, blah. And at the time, I think there were people who were getting in trouble for hooking up with underage people. Yeah, I messaged my little team or whatever. Obviously, those DMs were pretty crass. But I mean, the whole point is like, hey, like there are going to be people that DM you. They'll send you pictures. They look older than they actually are. Don't minor. Your life is going to be over. Don't do it. If you want to like sit here and virtue signal about how, oh no, like every single person above or below this age, like it's the second they turn 18 or 22, they instantly look attractive or like this, I'm not here for that. If that's what you want to do, then go for it. But I mean, yeah, again, I don't know why I would not the person if I'm a pedophile, or maybe Ethan's argument is going to be that I become a pedophile later on in life, and I wasn't back then, but yeah. Also, these are people who, by the time I learned my age, typically they would message you, send you a pic or whatever. By the time I learned their age, I stopped talking to this person, right? It's not like, oh my God, I continue to talk to this person after I found out they're 15. It's like they chat you up for a little bit, like, wait a second, how old are you? And they're like, oh, I'm 15, 16, 17. It's like, oh, nope, okay, well, they're talking to this person. Yeah, I've never received also like nudes or lewds or any crazy thing like this. Like, I think the thing I said was like a beach picture, somebody on the beach. There's like an Instagram, I don't know if it was Instagram back then, if that existed, but yeah, but okay.
That's not it. That's not all, folks. Here's another one. When he was 26.
A couple years later in 2015, when Destiny was 26, he shared in his chat, I would the shit out of that 15-year-old. What the There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen two separate occasions.
Guys, this is not normal. You just don't type that kind of stuff. Unless you're like Jared Fogle in a chat with his homies, you know? Like, he's speaking openly with the dogs who are like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You would never say, this is not normal. And like, he keeps getting older and older.
Yes,
he's not. Yes, he is getting older, but is he continuing to do it?
He loves that joke. He said this joke in like 50 different shows.
What? I'm literally gonna kill myself. When did he said it?
I'll leave it up for you to decide if you think I genuinely am typing in my chat about how hot this girl is and me wanting to, or if this is just a crazy thing that I'm saying in chat about some crazy clip posted in chat. But I went back and I found what it was in chat, and this was it.
My name is Victoria, and I'm 16 years old, and I don't care what my mama says, I'm gonna have a baby. I will do whatever it takes to take care of my baby. If it has 10,000 toxins in my body, then so be it. I'm gonna dress my baby in all brand names, and if I can't support it, then I guess I'm gonna steal it. My mama thinks that I'm not ready to have a baby, but I have everything my baby will need. If my baby gets cold and it needs a blanket, it's alright, because I have it. And if my baby needs clothes, it's cool. I have tons of them. And if my baby loses the pacifiers, I have 3 more. I'm not just having sex with 1, not 2, but 3 different guys. That's right, I'm a player, but that's cool because I got it like that. My life aims at to drop out of school, to be on Girls Gone Wild, and to have my baby. And there's nothing my sicko mother can say to change my mind.
Damn.
Okay, so it could have been a genuine confession for my pedophilic urges, or it could be an edgy joke in chat. I don't know. You decide.
Again, that's not all, folks.
File. But the colloquial definition of pedophile is some.
Oh, and then also I guess although I guess he's building a pattern of behavior. Again, this was a joke in my chat in 2015. Okay, but that's okay. We're building our pattern. All right.
That's not all, folks.
File. But the colloquial definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature older.
Destiny
Okay, so again, you can have issues with what I'm saying, but definitionally, I'm literally talking about people that look older than 15, 16. Not teenagers are hot. I love teenagers, but some 15, 16-year-olds can look older. That's the opposite of pedophilia, but listen, if that's what you want to say, that's fine. Okay, we'll keep going through it.
And another streamer who got exposed for having sex with a 14-year-old by saying, even if he did bang a 14-year-old, no, that's not what pedophile means. Go look it up. Seriously, if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted to someone because they are young, you have absolutely no business whatsoever commenting on the issue, period. It makes you look uneducated.
Did Destiny say that?
It is so outrageous, sir, that you would call someone sleeping with a
Oh,
14-year-old
why are we bringing that up then?
How dare you, sir? Even if you want to play this game where it's like, actually, I want to 16 and 17-year-olds. There's 14 is pushing it. 14.
Wait,
what are we talking about?
16,
this man was like, yeah, you could 14-year-old.
No.
That's not the same thing.
No.
Guys,
we fuck no one under the age of
majority. I don't think I've ever said that ever. But
are we all hearing the same thing? It's 14. This dude has made it like his personal
When you were
crusade
above
to
that.
normalize children. Like how many?
That's a wild statement to say based off what we've seen so far.
Wait,
I
Destiny's
did go
made
back and
it
found the
his
post for this because I was curious.
a mission to normalize fucking children. When?
That basically has to do. It basically has to do with like
That's his mission
streaming is a
stated
little bit different and
purpose.
crazy.
It's on
because you have so much access
DGG's
to people's
website.
lives
You don't
don't
even know
traditionally
this?
get. At the bottom of this post, I literally say one of the incidents that I brought up was this guy Stefano got in trouble because he was 19 and he DM'd some player saying that he abused a 14-year-old, and everybody took that as him because this guy's French, not because their abuse is sex, but because of a ESL thing. I literally say at the bottom here, I'm not taking a side on any of these issues or commenting on this happened. I'm just giving food for thought about like the level of access that you have to people's lives here. I was never defending this in this post. I'm not defending this anywhere. I think I was an edgy like internet atheist, and we did if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted to someone because they're young, the difference between pedophile or whatever else. I will say that if that's like a creepy thing that people are doing to advocate for, I guess like
So
kids.
you've been seeing this girl for a month?
Around a month, yeah.
Do you love her? And is Brandon good at sex?
Honestly, yeah.
She's 17.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Brandon.
Wait, why is this being brought up?
What? Anyway,
She couldn't get into Jason's party because she wasn't 18. Like, I knew about this. That's when I distanced myself. And Jason would always be pissed at me that I wouldn't film with Brandon. I'm like, he's an actual, like, pedophile.
Oh, is
and
this
we're
a
actually,
sidetrack?
Like, he's 24.
Having sex with a 17-year-old isn't pedophilia.
It's pedophilia, for sure.
It's
with a minor, for sure, was.
Oh, putting it in
That's
his...
an actual pedophile. Like, it's a child. 17-year-old is a child.
Okay, whatever. I don't need to debate that, but it's illegal.
It's not.
Pedophile is someone that has sex with kids.
She's a child. That's a child.
But you don't magically become not a child when you go.
Oh,
when the
Ethan has
clock
some
ticks,
pretty
maybe.
interesting
Actually,
takes
like, how it
too.
works,
Interesting.
Yeah. Like, you also have no business being with like an 18-year-old, but like 17 is an actual child. It's actually legal. Like, you actually should go to jail.
Technical hoodies are awesome.
Dang.
But, bro, they make you.
I've
look
never
like a
heard
Mountain
Trisha
Dew.
Paytas actually spit. It's crazy.
4.0 to get comfortable in the wild.
No, then she did
It's the
pair it with
ultimate
something
10
cringe
pocket
with like you
utility
shouldn't even be
hoodie
dating an
for
18-year-old.
fishing,
Like then
golf,
you're
hunting,
just
camping,
cringe.
boating, or conquering foreign lands. Thousands of men trust the
There's something to be
bearskin
said
hoodie to
about
block
like
wind
power
and
dynamics
repel
with certain
rain for
age
incredible
ranges,
comfort
but
and breathability. Wherever.
that's just your
Okay,
personal
I'm not here to
opinion. You
debate
don't
that,
get
but some states it's
you don't get to
16.
But it's not
like
that in
say that's
California.
how it should
No,
be.
it's illegal. It's fun.
So I mean, like, if that counts as like ardently defending kids, then maybe me and Ethan are just
one and the
born to
same.
justify it. I don't know.
Look at you.
How many times are you going to go on the record protecting it? He goes, 17 is cool. 15 is cool.
You said
Never
17 is
said
cool,
either
Ethan.
of those things.
14 is
Haven't said that.
not pedophilia, guys. Is 13 pedophilia?
Haven't said any like
12?
With
not
Ethan's
sure if this
comments
is
on
his
the
own
internet, I
fantasy
think
he's
that I don't know what
projecting
he's
on me,
doing.
Or
Where does it stop? I'd like to know his opinion on that. You know, a lot of kids start hitting puberty at 12. Some girls start
The
hitting
angle
puberty
that
earlier than
Destiny's like a pedophile is
10?
a weird
Some
angle.
girls hit puberty by 10. Is that not pedophilia? Stephen Bennell the second. By the way, the second is just junior. Okay, you don't get to play the.
the second is not junior. They are different. On your birth certificate, the reason why I'm not junior is because my dad just didn't want to be called senior, so he wrote mine in as the second, so he could be the first. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but
Royal Guard game with just being the second. In fact, that's just junior, which ironically is what you call all the girls you date.
Really?
Come on over here, junior. Come sit in daddy's lap.
another pedophile joke, but okay.
Yeah, but guess what, guys? There's more.
Incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get arrested.
Or child
By the way,
protective services.
by the way, how many times has he said that? Once is enough. Has he said this like 3 times? He's like, I shouldn't tell you guys this because I'm gonna get arrested for child porn. 3? How many times are we gonna tell that joke?
I haven't
Ethan's
gotten
like
into Ethan's jokes yet, but I
honestly,
do think
Ethan is bordering on libel. It's kind of crazy.
it's kind of funny that I feel like I've heard him say
He's
similar
bordering
things.
on libel. The shit he's
called
saying,
Children's Joy TV for a reason. The guy knows how
like
to get pleasure
defamation.
children.
Shit that he's saying is
Children's Joy
crazy.
TV, baby gets anal raped by a syringe and gets injected with AIDS virus.
When we see something like this, are we supposed to call the police?
Am I on a? I feel like I'm definitely on the FBI watch list now.
Yeah.
I don't know how many FBI watch list jokes he's made. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But if like that's the standard, then sure.
We used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad. Okay. And me, if you remember that cheek.
I hate listening to myself talk a long time ago. Oh my
We're
god.
part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around channel to channel, like around, like it was this horrible. We went to this channel with this, like this kid was like 8 years old, and he was growing out with everybody in this chat. And for whatever reason, this kid decides to take his pants off and wiggle his 8-year-old on screen. I can't even believe it. Oh my god, it was like I didn't even know. Like we were on Skype, we were like, holy sh. Like we had to do like a double take because we didn't even know. Like we got like we were looking at like an 8-year-old on the screen. Brother and his brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room, and this guy was like 14 years old. He had his shirt off. He was like this, like watching the stream the entire time. Oh my god.
What's interesting is he makes it seem like this kid just happened to take out, but they clearly spent a lot of time there because they like had a nickname for the brother who was there watching the whole time. Like this was an intimate setting in which there was a lot of time
Intimate
spent.
setting. The framing
So
here is
again,
just fucking
I don't know
wild.
why Ethan projects his own fantasies onto this. So this was a thing that happened back in 2010, which is 15 years ago. But if I want to go back, that's fine. I will say in the early days of live streaming websites were literally the wild west of crazy, unhinged. Me and a few other people, plenty of people would bounce between Ustream, Livestream, Justin TV, and you could find old dudes doing conspiracy theories. You could find people doing self-harm. You could find copyright material being played. You could find just like a bunch of crazy. We popped into this dude's stream. We were trolling in chat for a little bit. Nobody's saying like, "Oh my God, yes!" Like take your, whatever the Ethan is fantasizing here. There were no long-term relations with any of these people. It was a crazy thing that happened. We left the stream immediately after. I don't know why he likes to project whatever other fantasy of spending a lot of time there or getting to know the person. Maybe he's done trolling like this in the past and I was not aware of, but...
Here's another one, guys, in case you haven't seen enough. This one comes to you courtesy of the Pope, Nicholas Diorio, or whatever it is they do.
God bless.
God bless. Nicholas bless.
Years old, that's an adult. That's an adult dog. No. No. Okay, I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me.
Okay, that's the worst. That's the worst. Yeah, that's the worst clip. That's the worst clip.
Okay, I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the same, dude. Don't give me this.
That's such an interesting
This is exactly what we're saying.
Because it's all the same, bro. 15, 13, 14, 15. It's all the same, bro. I'm 29. Huh? And also, on the other hand, it also is a self-report because it suggests he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. I don't even know what that means when he says it knows exactly what I'm doing. So this is a clip that gets thrown around a lot because people like to say that apparently everybody below 20 I view the exact same. That is one voice cut from that debate. If you listen to the actual debate here, I'm arguing with a dude who is literally trying to abduct a mentally retarded 19-year-old and take her to another state and impregnate her. Basically, every other time I'm speaking about this person and their age, I do refer to the fact they're 19, but it's not just the fact they're 19, there's a whole bunch of other things too.
AF's own words, a 19-year-old girl communicated with him online. He fell in love with her. He convinced her to leave her family and join him, and then after 3 weeks of being with her, a girl that had never lived on her own, worked a job, lived apart from her parents, been in a relationship, he convinced her to try to have a child with him.
First, I will say, I don't care about your moral offense, you piece of...
Sure, you don't have to care about my moral offense because the court already agreed with me about the moral offense. She had never lived on her own before, and despite all of this, you convinced her to leave her family without a word to join you and make a baby.
That's called love, you idiot.
That's called love? A 19-year-old girl? Sorry.
Yeah, a 19-year-old girl can love, you idiot. You want people in the future to be scared of going out with mentally disabled people. Eventually, destiny will find out, and it will ruin their life. Now, it is a 19-year-old woman who was free to make her choices. Steven can come here and express moral offense. Who cares? Everyone in the chat says 19 is legal. Steven.
So why didn't she fight the court about being appointed a guardian, JF? If she wanted to.
She was intimidated, physically abused by her father, and intimidated into abandoning her rights.
You're saying that a girl was so easily intimidated that she quickly gave up her right to exist as an autonomous person, but you claim the same person was mature enough to make the decision to move in with you and bear your child?
The reality is that
Like, there's a lot in this debate. It was not just that the fact that this girl was 19. This girl was declared mentally incompetent by a court. And her parents prevented her from being abducted by this guy.
Sure, yeah, because when you live with somebody,
all of these are from that same debate, by the way.
4 months.
Sure, yeah, because when you live with somebody, it's a totally different thing.
Oh,
Somebody
wow.
tells me that they're in love with somebody. That
Okay,
they've
so
been
the
talking to online,
context
and
of
they
that
just
whole
leave
clip
their family
that
with no word, and they just drive
at
cross country, and in a
H3
few
sent
weeks are
makes
trying
a
to
lot
create
more
child
sense
with this
now,
person
okay.
without a financial future, without any type of financial security. Yeah, there's a ton of red flags there.
apparently she was intelligent enough to find a guy who wanted to care for her for the rest of his life and who had the amount of money required to survive for that long. And so go get moral.
I think
is extensive enough that 3,000 people watching live should hear his point of view about her life.
And here we have JF, the 32-year-old man, thrice married, who has found true love by talking to a 19-year-old mentally disabled girl who saw him on a podcast and messaged him on Skype. And after a few months, he's determined that she is his soulmate, and he wants to ship her off to North Carolina to put a baby in her.
So that's biology. I'm sorry you have a problem with it.
Yeah, biology.
Do you think, Destiny?
If this was just love, I honestly wouldn't care as much. It was that JF was trying to do like unstoppable damage, like permanent damage to her life by having a child with her. That's more than just love. If they were just living together or whatever, and then the father showed up, like that's an entirely different situation. It's the fact that after living with her for a few weeks, JF is trying to get her pregnant. This is a girl that's never even lived on her own before. He thinks she could take care of a kid? That's comical.
I'm assuming.
Like, people that have ever watched this debate like to pretend that I was just screaming like 19, 19, 19, but there was way, way, way more going on here. You could rip one clip from it if you want, but
From a guy heading to a bar and buying a chick drinks and then paying for dinner and then like buying her a bunch of presents and treating her very well. It's the same thing, man.
It's not
called,
though. It's not because
courting. It's called courting.
No. There's a huge difference. It's the difference between consent versus informed consent. That the woman at the bar is a mature adult that has the mental faculty to make decisions about her future. A mentally retarded 19-year-old, that this particular one, apparently, according to 2 psychiatrists, ruled that she did not have the faculty to make this decision. I'm curious.
30.
How would you feel about a 17-year-old girl doing this?
Depends on what.
Okay, how would you feel about a 15-year-old girl doing this?
No, I have a problem because
Why?
it's now illegal.
So the only thing that matters to you is the law? Let's say we get rid of the law and we're just talking morality. How would you feel about JF doing this with a 15-year-old girl?
I would be very opposed to that. It's disgusting in my opinion. But
Why?
however, I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. Because what if this girl was 30, but her mental state stayed as let's say a 14-year-old? So don't let her do it.
That's what we do, yeah. Andy, there are people that get old who are appointed guardians for their entire lives because they're not mentally capable of living on their own. And if they do live on their own, no, it's not inhumane. We do this to prevent other people from taking advantage of them.
But okay, I guess you can pretend that debate was about me arguing that you should be able to 19 and 15-year-olds. Okay.
Because of some legal age of consent, whatever.
Just because of some legal age of consent, huh? That's the age of consent. I think we all agree that's a good thing.
This is such a
Everyone but
lazily
Destiny
put
consent.
together hit
We should have
piece
a
on
minimum
Destiny.
age
And to be
so that
fair, I
adults
didn't even
can't
watch the
access the
Hassan
children.
hit piece, so
That is bull.
it
That is
might have
just
been
an
lazy
imagined
too.
line in the sand that I will not conform to. Okay, he's constantly.
Okay, so this idea of me saying that the age of
I
consent.
thought it
is
was based that he
that's
dropped
not
a
at
hit
all
piece
what
on
I'm
his own.
saying
I just
there
didn't
at
watch
all.
it. Maybe
Like,
it's
was
just
the
as
exact opposite
cringe.
argument that just because this girl was 19 years old, the age of consent doesn't matter here. She was literally meant.
It might not have been cringe because Hassan wasn't willing to respond to it or live react. Yeah.
Retarded. That was the point. I believe that quote comes from this segment.
Right? But nope, no communication with the parents. Gets the girl to pack up and leave. And now that you have this, the perfect specimen, okay? I have the girl with no family, no friends, okay, who is a retard, okay? Now you have this girl. What am I going to do? I'm going to put the baby in her. I'm going to put the baby in her. And now she's your slave forever. She has no friends, which she didn't. She has no family because he's cutting her off from them. She has nobody else that she can talk to, no support network. Now she has his baby, okay? She has no job, right? She has no real education, right? She's totally locked there, and she's his. That is disgusting, okay? And that's kind of why, like, the fact that he still defends this behavior is really irritating to me because what he did was horrible. That kind of is literally disgusting. That he would try to trap a little girl, and I don't want to be presumptuous. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if this upsets you because you're 19, or I'm sorry if this upsets you because you're 22 or something, right? Or if you're some legal guy or whatever, you know? When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the same, dude. Don't give me this. Just because of some legal age of consent, whatever, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old freshman in school as I would sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really
Wow,
weird,
the whole.
okay? Now I know if you're 20 years.
Oh my God, the full context of. I'm sorry, I paused. The full context of that clip of what Destiny said, when you don't just take the soundbite, is literally him making the exact argument that like it's weird to go after them whether they're 19. He's even like making the argument that like it's weird to go after a 19-year-old. Cause they're pretty much the exact same mentally as a fucking 15-year-old when you're like 29. Like how fucking this has to be like bordering on like, it has to be malicious. It can't not be. I'm sorry, that's fucking malicious. Ugh, so gross.
No, I'm 19. I'm a real adult. Okay, I'm a real adult. Okay. If you live with your mom and dad still pay all of your bills. You're still a virgin. You've never been in a relationship. You don't go to school. You've never even had a job before. You've never lived on your own. You're a child. You're very much a child. You don't know what it's like to wake up and go into work, to work a job you hate because you have to pay a bill, okay? You don't know what it's like to have to make a decision between getting kind of a cool car and a piece of car because you can't afford it. You don't know what it's like to get called in to have to work an extra shift because you don't have any life experience. You don't know anything about anything. You're a child. So all the people in chat are like, no, 19 years old, that's an adult. That's an adult dog.
Wow, I can't believe he twisted that clip and took. You want to talk? I don't want to be like a cringe Hassan person, but he unironically like took like H3 100% took that clip out of context.
No, yeah.
So out of context. You know, I didn't even know the full context behind the clip.
So I guess we can
It even made me a little like, ugh.
Jesus Christ, bro.
I don't ever care about a clip of Destiny anymore ever again. Nope. Can't convince me. Until I see the full context where it's just him defending fucking kids, I don't care.
19-year-old or whatever, but like obviously there are some 19-year-olds that are more mature. There are some 23-year-olds that are less mature. Like I've chatted with like 22, 23-year-olds who are still like going to school and living with their parents and working on their masters who like are fighting with their parents, and those people are a lot different than even somebody a couple years younger, a 20-year-old who has lived on their own for a while. Obviously, ages are proxies for life stages, life developments, and everything else. But yeah, I mean, if you want to fantasize that I'm arguing against the age of consent, then go for it.
I think we all agree that's a good thing. Everyone but Destiny thinks that's good. We should have a minimum age so that adults can't have sex with children. That is bull. That is just an imagined line in the sand that I will not conform to. Okay, he's constantly blurring the line and trying to normalize the act of adults.
Like, is me saying that like the 19 and the 50-year-old will have as much in common if they're in school having anything? That's blurring the line to. What do you think I'm blurring the line for? For making an argument why you should date or 15-year-olds, or for saying why like even a 19-year-old is probably somebody who's in a significantly different life stage? It's more comparable to a 15-year-old. Or 30. Like, which direction do you think the line is being blurred here?
Sleeping with minors, right? Continually. This is the theme that we keep seeing. It's like, this is okay. This isn't that bad. This 15-year-old's hot. I want to this 15-year-old, but I won't, et cetera, et cetera. This is a pattern. Long pattern.
I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old freshman in school as I would have sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards.
He's like freshman in college, sophomore in high school. It's all good, baby.
That's yeah, okay. Maybe if he wasn't watching Nicholas Fat Oreo stream, maybe he would actually have some actual context of what this conversation is about. But you know what? Listen, I love the clip champion. Do it more. I love it. Okay.
I mean, those bikini pics in the DMs.
Those people is really fucking weird. Okay. Now I know if you're 20 years old, it might bother you to hear that. Like, no, I'm 19. I'm a real adult. Okay.
And then there's one more clip I want to show you guys.
Okay, can't play the rest of that. Gotta move to the next thing. Okay.
Of when
good one.
We were talking about Vosh and the lolly horse controversy. He accidentally opened a folder and he had lolly and horse porn on his computer, and everybody was clowning on him, except one person. There was one person that came to his defense. Who was it? Destiny. What? Why? Well, this take was so bizarre. I remember at the time being absolutely struck by it, and I pulled this straight from my memory because it was just so shocking to me. But here's his take on a lolicon, which is the pornographic hentai drawings involving children.
Did you see the lolly discussion on Reddit? You know, if Vosh was a better person and not such a piece of shit, I'd be in the trenches. Because you know what? Who the cares about lolly? Who cares about drawn? Imagine your life is so boring that you give a about animated cartoon girls.
Imagine your life so boring that you care about sexualizing children. Imagine being so bored in your life that you actually care if grown-ups want to.
Oh my god, I was talking while muted. I just paused. I paused right before he's getting into the Vosh lolly porn stuff. Okay. I'm not really aware of what lolly porn is. I'm not really aware of the Vosh controversy. I do know about the horse porn. Okay. So it is like cartoon kitty porn, essentially?
Kind of. It's where it's like, they're like, it's the, oh, this girl looks like she's 12, but she's actually 3,000 years old.
Oh, I guess, okay, my take on that, I don't think it matters. It's art. If it's depicting a real child, there's probably something like art, not cool. But if it is like a fictional child-looking thing, I don't care. I don't think that should be something that is like, I guess, I don't know, people can frown upon it, but it's not something that like, it's not hurting actual real children. That's kind of like most of my that's where most of my like the anti-sentiments towards like CP and like child porn and all that, it's like hurting children. That's where I don't like it. I don't think fictional stuff like art stuff is actually harming kids, unless we saw like an uptick in child sexual assaults because of it, that we could directly like link it. Then maybe I'd care. But just on its face, like, what's actually wrong about it? I would love to hear like an actual explanation other than just like virtue signal kid. Yeah. Well, based off what I kind of know it to be, I've never like, not obviously, but I guess I'll say I've never consumed anything like that. I don't know. I just genuinely don't care, which is why when I kind of heard a little bit about it with Vosh, it didn't like take me. It didn't like, ew, Vosh. Yeah. Anyways, I'm on pause.
Like, that's not what we're talking about right now. What? Again, I know that he loves to make everything about pedophilia because Ethan has a rich history with obsessively making pedophilia jokes and everything else, but nobody on my stream, we do not normalize minors. I've never normalized minors. I've never in my entire life argued for a lower age of consent. That just never ever happened on my stream. He is projecting so much weird shit onto me, and by projecting I mean just reading it straight from threads or from Nicholas Fury or anything else. But
bro, what? I don't know. I don't know if it's that minor of a detail.
Like, how old is the girl? I don't know. How old is the drawing? It's a goddamn picture. Who the cares? Grow the up, okay? People in Edith are calling the FBI on Vouch. He's looking at cartoons that I don't like. I think that, like, bro.
That's not the criticism. It's not that they don't like it. It might have a fine plot. And the plot might be a banger. I don't know. The problem, of course, is that it's depicting children being by adults. That's just, you know, that's a detail that's important to emphasize.
Okay.
Now, I'm not here to judge anybody on what kind of animated pornography they decide to collect or show to other people.
Album right now.
This is Rick and Morty.
Okay.
No way.
talking
That's
live?
that's Rick and Morty? No.
Yeah, this is from an episode of Rick and Morty where Mr. Mises runs train on
No.
Mr. Mises and all of his buddies run train on April.
He's not Jewish, I can see.
Good observation.
April's in high school, minor.
He meant summer, not April.
Describe what you're seeing.
Oh my
Oh yeah,
God.
summer. Yeah.
Describe this for the people who can't see it.
It looks like a
Here, into the mic.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, describe that. Go ahead.
Not to be cringe, not that I even care that
I
this
will
happened,
say I did
but
do the
it is
research,
it is funny.
And Summer is only 17 years old. Okay.
Ethan being hypocritical when it comes to even the. It's kind of funny, like all the stuff that like he's attacking Destiny for, he unironically is like more, if you want to say guilty of it. I don't really care. I don't think anyone actually cares, but he's like more guilty of the things.
No, literally, yeah.
It's like I would literally kill myself with how embarrassed I'd be to do a hit piece like this. Like, imagine I made a hit piece. Slade, imagine I made a hit piece on somebody. For being a fuck.
Pause.
Yeah. Imagine I made a hit piece on somebody, because they're like because they're in the military. They're actively in the military. When I have a whole history of like having served in the military, gone on order. That's like it's a very like dumbed down. Like, but it's like Ethan has a history of doing all this stuff. You don't see Destiny like shitting on him for it. You don't see like really a lot of people shitting on him for it. I guess because like they understand like, hey, there's a little bit more context to it still. But his stuff is like kind of worse. Anyway, sorry, moving on.
A little bit, yeah.
Sorry, didn't want to interrupt.
Definitely.
It's kind of worse.
So he is.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Now, okay, do I actually think he's getting off to lolicon, or that he enjoys this, despite that creepy smile he has while sharing his pornographic hentai with his parents? Probably not. But like, is this if this is the standard we're gonna use? I mean, Jesus Christ, you know, I only said I didn't give a about it. You're over here literally showing it to your mom and dad on stream. What the?
True.
They were talking about like Elsa and other Disney hentai earlier, but I'm too lazy to look up the ages of all those girls.
Okay, call me when this guy fucks his way through some preschoolers, okay? Until then, get out of here. Who cares?
And then he sets this bar. He goes, I only care until you're preschoolers, which is 3-year-olds, bro. 3-year-olds. Kindergarten, good to go, baby. First, second, third, fifth grade, basically an adult.
Where do we draw? So, okay, so 3-year-old is not okay, or that's when it's. When do we actually draw the line? What is the?
Turn on, and everyone's like, well, she was legal, she was an adult, but she's clearly saying she was uncomfortable, didn't want it. He's 44, she's 18.
No, that's disgusting.
That to me should be a pedophile, because that's a child. You're a grown ass man. Yes, it's not legally a pedophile, but it's so.
I'm just saying
disgusting.
people misuse the word pedophile.
He's still
pedophile is someone that it's like an 8-year-old.
Oh, 8 years old, not 3 years old. My bad. It's not preschool. It's what is that? Second grade? Me, I guess. My bad, Ethan. You know, you got me there, I guess.
Fuck.
And honestly, this is just a few of many, many, many clips of him sexualizing children and just being a total deviant, right? So
a few of many, many, many clips. So first of all, I'm pretty sure half of these didn't even involve like Mia Rose is not a minor, okay? The other clip is here is me saying I'm not a 15-year-old, and to be careful, you don't minors. You've got like a crazy troll story from JTV. None of this is about soliciting pictures of anybody or receiving pictures of anybody. Like the fact that he's like built this extensive case. One is me talking about a 19-year-old, a 14-year-old maybe isn't considered pedophilia. Like all of these exact same types of jokes, and I would argue probably a bit worse have been told by Ethan.
They are worse by Ethan. They are worse.
Come at me for jokes like this.
Yes.
And I am going to the full snark thread. So that's what we're doing.
I'm so happy we're getting back to drama slop. I do want politics, but Trump's president, like, how can we have serious conversations about politics? We can't.
Do you want to start streaming? With All Pro, you get access to hundreds of overlays and alerts.
I'm here for it.
With just one.
You know what that isn't?
That was a joke though, right? Him talking about when she's not there, him watching the 11-year-old. That was just a joke, I'm assuming, right?
Metaphor for it, Ela? Do you know what I'm gonna say?
I don't want to know.
Guys, I don't know if I need to say it, but look what he's doing. Okay? Just look what he's doing, okay? Just use your imagination and think about it. She's a young girl. She's never, and he's, there. I mean, I'm not going to spell it out. I'm not going to say it explicitly. It's not okay to say. But just watch his finger rolling around in the red, sticky, fluid there. Just imagine what it means, okay? Use your imagination.
We know the thing is
one finger.
Oh my god. The Ethan stuff is honestly kind of weird. Fuck. I know it's a joke, but fuck, his stuff's actually kind of weird. Jesus Christ.
Keep in mind, Ethan is older than me, and my clips of my
the Ethan stuff is like unironically like worse.
So he is both older than me,
and
these are more recent than every single clip he played of me.
But you know what? I'm still not gonna judge him for it, cause it's just it's jokes.
It's weird. It's fucking also like a decade ago.
It was a different time. Like people, it was just people have we've like grown. Yeah. I'm not. Yes. Yes, everyone probably understands and probably agrees. Kind of weird behavior. Don't do that. Not good. Don't.
It was a lot more normalized back then, which is fucking weird.
It is weird.
It was the time. I don't go to the 60s and be like, oh my god, how are you guys racist?
Yeah, that's why when people bring up that shit about Joe Biden, like, oh yeah, Joe Biden probably said some like non-PC stuff by today's standards. Okay, and
eight-year-old white girl with
I don't. No one cares. You don't actually. They don't care.
And how come women can get all these elaborate toys and it's considered cute and quirky? It's fine. If a guy gets a Mega Man with $1,000, it's a problem.
As soon as I get VR with a fleshlight, doll of a child, obviously pedophile guy.
I think they're calling you a pedophile.
I've been trying to attract a teenage girl my whole life so far. It hasn't worked. A teenage girl runs away with pedophile type of vibe. What do you think, Eli? Could we kidnap a teenage girl together?
Oh my
I mean,
god.
again, maybe they're all just jokes, I guess.
Does he have like baby edition?
Yo, the
Newborn baby
Ethan
edition?
Ela stuff is kind of crazy,
Probably-
or the
probably
Ethan
a
stuff
few of the
specifically is
dark
kind of
ones for
crazy.
that one,
I don't care.
2
I know
months baby
it is
edition?
jokes. It is the time.
That's
Not
that's
actually,
you gotta
but like
go
wow,
dark
some of
web
his
for
stuff
that
is
one,
kind of.
I don't know if they host those.
Yeah,
on YouTube.
literally.
You know, he's done it all.
Yikes.
So chances are likely.
I'm a
that
little
yes,
bit ahead
that
of you. I'm
does
gonna
exist.
pop real quick.
You're good. You're good.
Well, let's not dig too deep in that.
But it's my birthday.
It is your birthday. You want to see? You want to see Chris, baby? If you should have told me. If you just want to see Chris, 2-year-old baby, I could have made that happen for you.
Ooh.
Next year's gonna be great. We're gonna slam. Anyway, happy birthday, Ela.
Thank you.
Let's jump in to Kissing Prank Daughter Edition. Let me get my count here really fast. Okay. Go. All right, I'm ready.
Hi. Okay. What you doing at the park? I'm waiting to do basketball. Oh, basketball. Yeah. So you work out? Yeah, I work out. Yeah, I do cheerleading. Oh, cool. I got this dress yesterday. You like it? Oh, yeah, it's awesome. Thanks. I have a shorter one, but my stupid mom wouldn't let me wear it.
That's how kids talk to each other. They ask, "Do you work out?"
Do you work out? Do you want to me?
dress.
Do you want to me? I was gonna wear a shorter dress, but my stupid slut asshole mom would let me show off my 12-year-old vag in public.
The same mom who put me up to this
Yeah,
gig.
yeah. Your mom will let you wear whatever you want to, as long as it earns her $100.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yikes. Yikes.
Like, there are just so many of these. Again, I had a few hours overnight, and I don't have a whole team of researchers that hate me like you do.
I guess
Or
what
that
I'm
hate you like you
understanding
do.
is that she's masturbating and now she's just coming. She's coming buckets, you know, like 5-year-old girls do when they masturbate. You got to learn about your lady. So what you want to do is
What the fuck?
shove your hand all the way up your. Hey, a little 5-year-old friend of mine, is it okay if I touch your? Great, dude. Daughter, are you watching this? Hey, 5-year-old daughter, are you watching it? You know what he has? Kids being in meta.
Hey, tell him a joke.
These
Jesus
are telling like pedophile jokes
Christ.
in areas where there are actually kids. Like, there's literally rules on the thing here because there are kids present. Like, hey, no vulgar profanity or graphic sexual topics. There are literally random kids in the audience.
Did you guys hear the one?
You're losing Did I hear which one?
Did you guys hear the one about the priest and the kid?
One time, that's happened like thousands of times.
The kid went to go see the priest, and the priest raped him.
No! Whoa. Get off the stage, skinhead!
By the way,
That's like how I.
look at this tight little ass, huh? I mean, is that a tuchus or what? I can get down with that butthole, boy. Nice and tight and pink. Hey, Jeff Dunham. Jeff Dunham. Jeff Dunham. Jeff Dunham. He's real fit. He's real fit. He's good for. Look at this image. I mean,
So, like, we have actual commentary on actual children. We have jokes involving actual children. We have jokes to actual children. I mean, again, depending on how hard you want to go, you've got, you know, photo shoots with people who are child presenting that do explicit material. You know, they did a whole podcast. Now, maybe she was just posing in front of school buses with her Teddy Fresh stuff, you know, because it's like epic or whatever. You know, maybe it's just a good meme, you know, maybe they did a whole podcast show with Belle Delphine, who's a porn star, famously, people would argue pedo-baited, started when she was 18 and a half. Like, there's just like, there's like such a plethora of commentary that if you sincerely want to call me a pedophile because you don't like me typing, what was that? The joke in chat about like, oh, girl, she's not 15. Like, come the fuck on. Are we serious? Like, if any one of these clips were about me, it would be unhinged. Right? If there was like a 3-minute clip of me obsessing over some girl's not, what do you call there's a term I'm looking for. Where are they at? I don't remember the term. Maybe Ethan will use it. This girl's 17, by the way. I don't even know what the joke is supposed to be here. I don't even know what the joke is supposed to be.
thanks for joining me on Edgy Material Warning number 3. we've got some edgy material here. And watch your hands, because you're gonna get cut up on this one here, guys. You can scar me, but you can't stop me. Now that is interesting and very deep and poetic. But what's even more interesting is if we just go a couple pixels down. Boom. That's some good camel toe, girl. Yeah,
Oh my
nothing like making a political statement.
God.
Like showing off that camel hoof, girl. Yeah, let me get down with that. Why? Can smell it from here.
Dude, his stuff is kind of weird. Fuck, I don't want to be
Pretty
cringe,
little
but
scars. Nothing that a heavy night of won't incur. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny, some of it, but it is like,
ignoring the camel.
it is weird.
Juicy.
Yeah.
If we're gonna talk about people being weird, like,
boy.
I don't think Ethan's probably the one who should be making these arguments, right?
Can't stop me. Yeah.
Fuck.
I wonder. It's very powerful, but I wonder if they also what they wrote on the.
Why is my left shoulder hurt? Like,
you can kill me.
Is it because I'm too low? Do I need to raise my seat? What the fuck?
I wonder if the bodies were still in the street.
Oh, my camera's sideways. You didn't tell me? Fuck, Slay. Jeez. God damn.
Whoa, good job to her. By the way, I didn't know if you guys saw, but you can see her.
God.
This makes it a much more powerful image, especially in the Reddit community where this image received over 2,000 upvotes. So this is a very successful, very powerful, very edgy photo of a girl's vagina, accompanied also by some text that was sharpied onto her stomach, and boy.
Like, I don't even know what the joke is supposed to be here. Like, he's literally, like, sniveling snot at how excited he is about this, what did he say, juvenile?
What can you say about a photo like this? She's got a nice, I her face.
What?
She's got a nice smug face. Good to, I would ram I would ram that 2-inch so far down her throat, about 2 inches deep. But that's enough to incur a gag reflex in about, I would say, most women. And I hope she can keep that smug smile for me that whole time. You know what I mean? Yeah, girl. Let me that smug little face of yours, boy. Yeah. She got some nice eyebrows too. Very well groomed and a nice haloing light effect. Now let's scroll down here, guys, and just one more time here, skipping over the text, which isn't as important as the shot that we've all enjoyed here so much. And in fact, if you can get a little bit closer, you can actually see the contours of a hoof. And this is more of a camel hoof. This is something like a brontosaurus cleft.
Could you imagine if I said anything like this on my stream ever in my entire fucking life?
This is where the
yeah, you would get filleted. Like, it's not even funny what would have happened to Destiny if he said anything like that.
Yeah, this shit is kind of crazy.
This is kind of insane. Like, okay, it's past the point where I'm like, the charitability is kind of gone for me. This is just fucking, like, actually so fucking weird.
About her proximity to the
I'm with you there.
Less close than all the other ones who died.
It just keeps going.
It just keeps going. Isaac, I think it just keeps going.
Boston bombing, 2013, guys. Never forget.
Could you imagine if just 10 seconds of this was Steven? Just 10 seconds.
But they sure can't stop us, boy. Yeah.
Christ.
Although this honestly works out for Hassan so well.
Like, I at least have the excuse of saying, like, oh, I'm just a streamer, and I'm like 23, and I say I'm a streamer, whatever. This was edited and cut and uploaded to YouTube. I don't even know what the joke is.
Your Rails monolith has 50 models, a dozen concerns, and complex service objects.
Oh, no one won the Powerball, so it's at 950 billion now.
Well, not
million.
Sure, actually. No, I don't think Ethan is a pedophile. I have no reason to believe Ethan is a pedophile. Never seen anything credible leak about him that shows that he's a pedophile. But the fact that he's been subject to these types of crazy attacks from snarker people, from anti-fans, from Kiwi farmers, whatever else, for years. Like, I made this clip compilation again in 2 hours. I did this whole video last night, okay? Meaning I had to watch all this boring dog stuff. I had to scroll through all these stupid subreddits. Like, I put this together in 2 seconds. Not 2 seconds. In a couple hours. My feeling is if I were to keep searching, I'd probably find hundreds more clips of this. How are you going to say that The 6 clips that you showed of me established like a pattern of predatory behavior. When you have like this out here, what the? Not to mention half my didn't even apply. Like in the whole JF argument, I'm not making an argument for a lower age of consent. Mia Rose was not a minor. Like none of these, like in the 15-year-old bikini pic, the whole thing is literally don't minors. That was the whole point in talking to my teammates. Like, it's just crazy that he thinks he's like established this strong, huge like ground of okay, now that we know for sure Destiny have this massive problematic history because of this collection of like edgy clips from 13 to 16 years ago. Seriously, when I was like younger than half the girls you're talking about in your clips. What the
With that important backstory, now let's go to the parts that I got wrong that I'm going to issue a heartfelt apology for. And this goes out a sincere apology to Destiny for absolutely getting this wrong. Now here's what happened.
Fuck, I
This
gotta pause.
conversation
My
here
brother's
takes
calling me.
place-
Just a sec.
Gay.
Sorry about that, Colby Cold. He just was telling me that Bungie released a new mobile game of the Destiny IP.
Oh, really?
No, he literally said, yeah, it looks pretty good. He said to me, he's like, Destiny released a game. I'm like, wait, you know who in my head, you know who Destiny is? And he meant like the Destiny IP released, like the Bungie released a new game, and it's mobile, so I'll probably check it out. Also got the full. He has my stream pulled up now. He's watching. It's kind of tough.
Tell me he's gay.
He can hear you, probably if he's watching it. Slate says you're gay, Colby. No, I'm just kidding. So in case you're wondering what this video is, Colby, if you're watching, 6ix9ine Deep, it is a video of a guy I watch where a guy dropped like a hit piece video on him, and he's just reacting to it and kind of showing why it's super fucking stupid. And me and Zan here are watching together. All right.
Send me the feed pics. This is from a
I'm
girl.
starting it
It's on
again.
Instagram. He never spoke to Rose on Instagram, which he points out correctly, as far as we know. So this was with another girl he claims was 26. Okay, fine, I'll take your word for it. And then this one also, he claims was with the same girl. And this is the one that says, she said, my parents are like super, super strict. Don't do this, don't do that, don't go there, don't talk to him. And he said, well, it would be so hot to drive you home from a date and make you suck me off in the car. I'd love to send you inside your parents after making you swallow a full load from me. So apologies, you know, that was not to Rose. This was to some other lucky lady. But this one happened.
Okay. To reiterate, the only reason why any of my is even being talked about right now isn't because some victim has come forward and claimed something, or isn't any of that. It's because some guy leaked a ton of my explicit material online a year ago. These DMs that he's reading right now are from some other retard chick who I think was an Andrew Tate fan, also leaking my DMs. Why the fuck are you reading through leaked explicit material on stream just to like have a goof at me? Like, if some girl had her explicit messages leaked, would you be doing the same thing with your whole feminist crew here? Like, oh, let me, like, read this girl's explicit DMs. Also, this chick was, like, 26 or older when I started talking to her, some British chick. All of these weird things that he grabs onto of, like, oh, my God, like, Destiny mentioned this person's, like, braces, or Destiny mentioned that this person, like, lived with their parents. Not everybody moves out of their parents' home at 18. I'm pretty sure that girl was visiting her parents, so it's not like she was still living there. And it's, like, I literally have Invisalign right now that I just finished. These are not, like, child things. If you wanted to point to, like, pedo baiting, you could go back to the photo shoot that you guys did with the one girl, or you could look at people like Belle Delphine that you've done, like, 2-hour suckfest with when you invite them to your podcast. It's just like
true.
It's disgusting. It's like weird. That you want to like dig through like all this random and then like have a goof and a laugh and everything else. I don't know. I don't know how you could possibly claim to have any sort of like moral high ground here when you're literally just reading off like leaked sexual material of mine to have a goof on stream after playing down, you know, like Ryan Beard's video for how horrible of a person I am.
Wahoo Meat Locker, award-winning meats and recipes. Pair a premium choice cut processed in Wahoo with our original
Wahoo.
Okay, so now that he's done all of his poisoning the well, okay, now that he's laid down,
I had an ad.
Needs to. So now he spends time
It's
going
like a
through
Wahoo
this
something
one
ad.
person who supposedly Kiwi Farms has dug up stuff about.
Yeah, just random.
YouTube's doxing you.
YouTube is literally doxing me.
Insofar as there are things concerned with my court case. The thing that's annoying about him running through all of this stuff now is that, and Ethan knows this, okay? There's two huge things. One, I am actively involved in a huge civil litigation case that is directly involving these conversations. For you to take, after doing this whole bit of taking random clips from some other video, to take that and then to use that as a platform to then demand, right? Just like you said, to demand that I come up and try to explain every single thing that's not even being alleged by any hypothetical victim, but just been dug up and leaked by other people, right? That if it does involve a victim, you're also now blasting all of their to the ends of the earth for who the knows what reason, right? That I'm supposed to come on and try to proactively defend against all of this while I've had the FBI call me, while I've been swatted twice, once with my son here before, while I'm, again, in an active civil litigation suit where every single thing I say about it has the defendant, or not the defendant, the plaintiff, throwing it into court filings at me to waste more of my money and more of my time. I've got like 8 fully briefed motions before a judge right now that we're waiting for adjudication on. Is insane to me. There is no world for all of his like, oh well, you know, blah blah blah, for all of it.
No.
You would expect me to ever be able to come out and give any type of substantiated response to
that doesn't even involve a person that's actually making a claim. This is just that is being posted and leaked on Kiwi Farms about me. There's not even a person out here. I'm like the only person in the history of the internet who's people are trying to cancel based on no person making any claims against me. It's just like an outlandishly insane, it's an insane situation to be in. And then I also have to be careful because obviously everybody records every single thing I say and every single thing has been sent to the FBI a million times, which, let me be ultra clear, okay? Let me be clear on a few things, okay? One, I do not have any of the material that these guys think CSAM, whatever the else, on my computer, okay? Number one. Number two, all right? I didn't send any of this. There was no child stuff like that ever sent to Willie Mac, okay? Number two, it's not like he censored anything or anything like that, okay? Number three, if you want to interpret my messages in the worst way possible, and that's going to be the basis for some FBI call, listen, I don't give a... If you think that it's illegal and you call the FBI, I don't even care that Willie Mac did that, okay? I think that arguably, you could even say like, oh, sure, like maybe it's irresponsible for you to do whatever. That's totally fine. If you think that I'm paying $95,000 a month to my current law firm to ignore every single thing that they're telling me about everything that's related to this case, you are cooked, and you're more retarded than the write-ups that Pisco was blasting about the 3 litigants that you are that you have lawsuits against, Casey, Tron, Frogan, and everybody else, okay? Absolutely retarded, all right? If you want to do all this, you want to report whatever, fine, I don't care. People call the FBI all the time anyway. You think you're doing some novel thing, go for it. But the fact that you would then publish a video on it, again, I don't want to dive into the intricacies of all this, but you must understand that by doing that, you are literally undermining every single thing that you're attempting to do. Why the would you publish a video on that? You must understand how beyond stupid that is. If everything that you were alleging was true, how retarded would that be? Why would you do that? Why would you ever do this? This is so stupid. So the idea that there's like any concern or care here for anybody or that you're trying to do the right thing is completely undermined and completely totally obliterated on all of this. It's literally just farming for content, for farming engagement, to try to get me, I guess, swatted again or whatever else. Like, it's so insane to me. Yeah, I can't, listen, maybe once my case is over, if you want, I'll come on and I'll chat about all the intricacies and details. We can dive as far into this as you want, but like, for somebody who's been involved in so much litigation in the past, to try to like hamstring me and say, now you have to come on and have these conversations. Bro, what the am I going to say? Again, my court filings are public. If you want to go read through the current court case, all the filings are public. The other side has put everything I've ever said online. They literally are linking directly to Kiwi Farms in the court filings. You can go read them on the docket. So the idea that you expect me to come out here and say a bunch of so that I can pay my lawyers more money to respond to more motions is bullshit. But I promise you, as soon as my court case is, done, I can be your first interview. If you want me to come on and go through the details and run through all of that, I would absolutely love to do that with you. I don't expect you to take me up on that, but not to mention the fact that I'm not going to sit here and listen to him opine on all of on his theories here. He says that I have there's a whole bunch of weird lies that came out of the Willie Mac video. People were saying I have 60 gigabyte folders. I'm like, this is not true. It's like an obvious misreading of a message that Willie Mac is showing on stream. Ethan lies that he says something about the fact that I reached out to this person because I was trying to find young people on Twitter. That's not true. I typically don't ever reach out to anybody. Almost everybody reaches out to me, so this is not even remotely true. I've never purchased any porn from any of these people, anybody involved in any of this. I typically just don't buy porn from people ever. I think it creates a weird dynamic, so that's completely not true. There's no evidence of this anywhere. It's just random lies that are repeated. I'm not gooning to any of this. Maybe for Ethan, who's used to just, I guess, jerking off to or making jokes about gooning to, whatever material he's got on his computer. Believe it or not, I know it's hard to imagine because I'm not good at crying on command. This entire court case and all of the leaks of my explicit material has actually been incredibly disgusting and invasive to my privacy. It's not actually fun for me to think about it or to masturbate to it or to think about anything related to it. None of it is. It's actually pretty disgusting to me, but...
Because I can't cry on command, that's a fair point.
The Willie Mac video and all this bullshit here, up to 25:59.
In November, muddy the waters. He hasn't done anything wrong, right? Okay. Then, this is when the mistakes begin. In November of 2024, her boyfriend reaches out to Steven. And we have the DM because her boyfriend...
Oh, I'm just random parts of this that he just tells lies about. I like how every single time Ethan brings up the boyfriend here, Ethan is acting like some person is reaching out to me as a cause of concern. This person was extorting and blackmailing me to appear on my stream while they are leaking dozens of explicit videos of me. The way that he frames all of this is so
insane. I don't even know if he knows the situation or anything that actually happened here. I have no idea. What other parts did I write here? Sometimes, there's this weird retroactive game that Ethan likes to play, saying that if somebody is selling like not safe for work content on Twitter, that means that it's a huge red flag and they're more likely to be somebody who's illegitimate. They're not allowed to sell for one reason or another. This is not true at all. I understand maybe you don't have any engagement with this world. Plenty of people sell not safe for work material on Twitter. It's literally the only large social media platform that still allows you to post not safe for work material. OnlyFans is basically worthless if you don't have a pre-existing audience because there's no way to drive traffic to it. This is why people do sell stuff on Twitter. The idea that you can go back and cherry pick like some collection of facts that makes it so obvious that something is just, like, there's not even like a way for me to disprove any of it. There's like not even any solid accusations or claims made that I can even dive through given my ongoing case and everything. So if I would have known that Willie was going to be publishing all of my DMs publicly, though, probably would have approached the conversation with more care, knowing that, oh, well, if all my DMs are going to be read publicly, then I'm obviously going to be a lot more precise with how I answer these questions. But what is this?
And posted it. So here's her boyfriend. Her was at great. I hit her off and with from the end. He had your halfway 6 months allegedly, and that's why he should have turned it in to the authorities then. So if you want to defend Destiny, do that. But know that this guy knew there was a chance that he had child pornography on his hard drive.
Like, what is even this statement? This person knew there was a chance.
Sorry, I know this is rude.
Totally fine. Everything okay?
It's someone in the restaurant. You need help?
Really? Drop. Rated PG-13.
For all this time, he kept it, knowing that.
He's gonna be spazzing out.
You think that's cool? And
you have no idea what I've done with anything, okay? I've retained multiple law firms related to this case, number one. Number two, I do not possess any of this material on my computer that would be considered CSAM or CP or anything else you want to call it ever. And number three, all of this is just stuff that you are repeating verbatim that you read on Kiwi Farm. And four, there's not even a way that I could prove this. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Like, do you want to come through and go through my entire computer, my entire folder structure, I don't even know what I could possibly even say other than no, and then you going, well, what about this? Well, no. Like, it's such a stupid, like, unwinnable argument. Like, if it was, again, hey, listen, people want to contact authorities, I'm all for that. Again, I even said if Willie Mack wants to call authorities because he thinks it's good use for the FBI time, let go for it. That's fine. I just don't know why you would make public videos about all of this that for a number of reasons, is impossible for me to respond to. If for no other reason, because I'm getting swatted and FBI calling me constantly, and three, because I have an active civil case going that is directly related to some of these conversations, which, and again, yeah, it's just such an unbelievably crazy bind to stick me in and then pretend that he's making, you know, some type of strong argument that I'm some kind of online predator based on Ryan Beard's videos with random bull.
In the context of everything else, of him continually sexualizing and trying to normalize sexual activity with minors.
Like, at what point has this ever been the case? Has there ever been a clip of me on stream ever saying, I think you should be able to 15-year-olds. I think you should be able to 12-year-olds. I think you should be able to 17-year-olds. Like, that's what we got from the 6 or 7 clips earlier? Really?
He's been doing this over the span of his entire career. If you think that is fine, and holding on to potential child pornography is fine, then go ahead and defend this. But just know, that is what you're defending. Those are the facts, Jack.
I reported this to the police and recorded my interactions and called with the detective.
Willie Mack cry on
Shared
the phone.
Compromising the bikini pics of 15-year-old sent. So, listen, the guy's a creep. He's a degenerate. There's no other way.
Like, if you want to think I'm a creep or degenerate, then fine. Then, hey, go for it. But my brother in Christ, okay? We are two peas in a degenerate pod. And I think you're lower on the rung there than I am. If that's seriously the thing you want to go. Like, the most embarrassing part for me putting all this video together was I think I might have actually been out-edged by this guy, okay? I thought I was the edgelord, and this guy is he's out-edgelording me on pedophilia, which was supposed to be my domain, according to this guy.
The way to cut it. If you like Destiny, if you think he's smart, cool, and funny, awesome, good. Keep watching him, but know that you are supporting someone who is attracted, 15-year-old, who shared compromising the bikini pics of 15-year-olds sent to him with his...
Compromising? These are pictures posted publicly on social media. People at the beach. Again, like, what the...
He's acting like I'm getting like nudes from kids, which maybe he, I don't know.
He has held on, knowing there's a chance of child pornography for 6 months and never
Jeez.
reported it to the
You
authorities.
have no idea what's on my computer. You have no idea what I've reported to authorities. You have no idea about literally any of this. Again, you're just reading down snark threads or Kiwi Farms.
That he sexually assaulted a woman on camera.
What do you want me to do? You want me to go back in time and kill myself?
You come at me and say, oh, you got all this thing wrong. You're gaslighting, you're lying, all this. Bro, uncontroversial facts.
True. I do agree with that. Okay. And I am glad. I guess that we got to have this back and forth. As fun as this is.
You're up to defend this guy. And like, I guess, I don't know if you're being gaslit or misled, but like, watching the video that Abba made with all of this context out here, and he's accusing me of not doing research. Abba, why did you brush over the screenshot of him confessing to knowingly having potential child porn on his hard drive?
Absolutely not what I quote-unquote confessed to. And again, I didn't know that these DMs... Obviously, I wouldn't be making jokes and putting lol W faces around this if I knew that Willie Mack was going to decide to publish all of our conversations on this, right? It's so insane that a private conversation I'm having with a guy relating to all of this is then published, and it's like, okay, well, now you need to line by line defend everything. Jesus, what the this wasn't a public statement. Not to say that, like, I'm revealing some, you know, explicit whatever in detail, but more so that just, like, obviously, if I'm going to know that this is going to be publicly released, I'm going to be phrasing these things a lot more carefully. I'm going to be a lot more precise in my statements here. But he's acting like this was some type of interrogation to be released and that I, like, failed the interrogation. But again, despite all of that, listen, if you want to call the FBI, you want to report it or whatever, then, hey, you know, Willie did it, that's fine, I have no problem with that. I just don't know why you would make public videos on expecting me to be able to publicly respond to prove that I don't have stuff on my computer. I don't even know what that looks like.
Never commented on that. You only commented on things that I got wrong, right? You ignore the whole context. You're sweeping.
Oh, the whole context.
What looks to me to be a consistent, long-term, highly motivated, premeditated child predator. That's what he looks like to me.
Consistent, long-term, highly motivated child predator. Okay.
Based.
There's only one consistent, long-term child predator that I'm aware of in this circle. I didn't want to bring this up, but...
You can see my buttons are open.
Oh my goodness, I was 16 years old here.
Wow, look at you guys here.
Dad's 21 and I'm 16.
Dude, if that happened today, bro, you would.
Oh, I know. I know.
20.
Now, to be fair, I don't know. Maybe they weren't yet.
1 and 16.
Well, you know what? I was more mature than he was.
Well, I believe that. I actually do believe that.
But look at her. I mean, she
San
looks
Francisco.
like she just came off the cover of.
Dude, 21 and
Cosmopolitan.
16. Were you guys having
none of your business?
What?
Did you guys, you know,
Not
seal
till
the deal?
she was 18.
Yeah.
Not till she was 18.
We were in love.
Almost.
Oh,
Well.
you lie.
That's so crazy. Yeah, you could not do that today. I mean,
No.
that would be just like, whoa there, buddy.
Yeah.
So we're
Whoa.
in San Francisco. We went up there.
Maybe he thinks his dad is a pedophile too, I guess, and that's why he's justifying calling me a pedophile. Maybe he's take that
Yikes.
leap, but I don't know. My closing thing on this is I don't
Ethan's
think
dad
Ethan's
is a pedophile.
In fact, I'm gonna be
It's
honest.
starting to sound like it.
When I was going through probably
sounds
like
like a
70% of these videos,
He is a pedophile.
I thought they were.
You know what? I
Again,
wouldn't,
appreciate old
for the
internet
time,
humor, okay?
for that
I know that a
time,
lot of
nope,
kids
I
prefer-
wouldn't
don't think
consider
Ethan
that
is
to
a
be that.
pedophile. I don't think he's intentionally
But they're not that nice.
No, but they're not charitable, so why would you be charitable to them?
Preying on children or trying to normalize children to his audience. Although I will admit that Boston Bobber one, that 17-year-old one, really tested the boundaries there. That was really pushing boundaries on that one. But the annoying thing is, I don't think he's a pedophile. I don't even think he thinks I'm a pedophile. I don't think he can possibly think that. Like, I have had, not to get into the weird whatever territory, but I've hooked up with a lot of people over the past 15 years. To say that there's like a pattern of children or whatever is just absolutely not true. Some of my biggest e-girl dramas have been with women that are basically my age. The Anna War, this girl was like 2 years younger than me. Okay, the idea that there's like some huge pattern established of young women of me preying on people is absolute bullshit. And plenty of people have tried to say this over and over again. Every single time it falls apart because there's always the same 3 or 4 stupid clips that come out over and over again. I look forward to making the same type of video, I guess, like 2 or 3 or 4 years from now when somebody else decides to dig it all up again and be like, oh, but what about this story? Like, by that point, like, my clips on talking about minors will be old enough for me to the clips themselves and for it to not be pedophilia, so...
True!
I don't know if Ethan feels like he has to disavow me because he wants to lose, like, the Destiny puppet allegations. There are easier ways for him to do that. If he wants to drop the Destiny puppet allegations, like, we could argue about something. He could call me a gusano. He could make fun of my laning in League.
There's lots of things that can trigger the enemy. Like, I don't know why he's so weak-willed and so spineless that he gives into his crew immediately, that he gives into his baser instincts immediately, and in a desperate attempt to throw off the Destiny allegations, he decides to just start going in on me on, like, probably one of the worst topics that he could go in on me for. I don't know why the he would do this. Like, bro, like, if there's some secret pedophile ring, the only reason you know I'm there is because you're in the meetings. Like, holy, these videos are insane. For him to make these types of accusations at me, so come on, bro. I don't know, like, now the annoying thing is I know that since I've responded to this, I'm sure he has to do a response about me. I don't know if it's just going to literally be us going back and forth through whoever has the deeper Snark threads, whoever has the deeper Kiwi Farms threads, and we're just going to rehash that for the next, like, 2 weeks or 2 months or year or whatever until he gets bored. I don't know how long it takes Ethan to tucker himself out. But yeah, I will say thumbs up to the anti-fan communities, though, because I know that the Snarkers and the Kiwi Farmers love this type of fighting. Congratulations, Ethan. I know they love it. They're loving the back and forth right now. You're giving them the best show possible. The absolute best show they could possibly hope for. And, I guess I'm making some money out of it. You're making some money out of it. I guess at the end of the day, we don't give a about anything besides that, right? If that's what this is all about, then good job. But, yeah. Based memes. Okay. I'm done with all this today. For now. And I'm sure AB Starkiller is already working on his next research doc. Does this fit defamation? He knowingly lied and called you a pedo anyway, despite saying similar things. No, because it's defamation against public figures. It's trust me, it's really, really, really hard to pursue those. And it's like, bro, the litigation that I'm in right now is already insanely tiresome. Like, the idea of, like, taking up more of that is not, it's not anything that I would, like, even if it was the case, yeah. But, I don't know. We'll see where we go from there, I guess.
Hey, if you're a gun owner who wants to shoot better,
All right,
I
fun,
guarantee
good
you're
video.
gonna see this.
Fun.
It's the laser strike training system.
Was pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah. I guess.
Kill me. Jinx, do you owe me a cock in my mouth? What?
What?
What? Wow. Would you look at that? Let me find the next video to react to. Alright. What do we got?
I am gonna go make a shower. I'm gonna go shower.
Alright.
I stink.
Alright,
I will
nerd.
be back in a bit.
Sweet. Are you having another call?
No, I'm just muting myself.
Sweet. Talk to you soon. Alright. What's this Destiny? Destiny Mobile.
So, the big question is Destiny Rising worth your time? Or is it just another flashy mobile cash grab with the Destiny logo slapped on top? Well, the demo has been out for a bit, and now there's enough gameplay, story deets, and monetization details to figure out if this is actually something you should care about or just quietly uninstall after a week. Destiny Rising is a new mobile game developed by NetEase in partnership with Bungie. But here's the first thing you need to know. It's not canon. Don't expect this story to connect to Destiny.
It's just a mobile Destiny game. Okay. Just curious. Oh, goodness. Fucking arm is... Why is it so sore? Did I, like, sleep on it? Am I getting, like, fucking tinnitus? Not tinnitus, Jesus. Like, carpal tunnel syndrome?
city like this has never existed before, and probably never will again.
Sweet. Alright, I'll be right back.
This is the Kowloon Walled City. It was lawless, filthy, unsafe, and overcrowded, making it one of the worst cities on Earth. But despite the danger and decay, it has a strange beauty that's hard to explain. Why is a city born from chaos so captivating? To find out, I'm gonna build it in Minecraft. To get the size and location of the buildings accurate, I made a 3D model of it first, which I could then bring into Minecraft as a starting point. The city began as a Qing military outpost, but when treaties left it in a legal gray zone, it grew rapidly without oversight, becoming this dense, complicated maze. As I pieced this together,
Buying this boat was a total no-brainer.
Oh, no-brainer? If you got a new boat, the smart thing to say is, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your State Farm agent can help you choose the right coverage.
Genius.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I began to understand why there weren't many successful builds of this place. Every building and alleyway is completely unique, with every part of it fitting together unpredictably. I realized how difficult it was going to be to capture the city's raw and lively complexity in Minecraft without it feeling too formulaic. I also quickly modeled the site topography and brought that into Minecraft first so that the buildings would have a base to sit on. And when I did this, I was really surprised at how steep the slope was on the site, because it's not something that reads very well in images. In Minecraft, this might not seem like much, but in real life, this is about 45 feet or 14 meters of slope across the site, which is roughly the height of a 3-story building. And so that's pretty substantial and only adds to the complexity of the city. Then I finally started bringing in the buildings one group at a time, and I was already blown away by how dense this place was. Every time I thought I was finished with an area, there were always more buildings to load in. The walled city had an estimated population of roughly 33,000 people living in a city the size of 4 American football fields. For comparison, imagine Islington, the densest part of London, but 80 times denser. And that's when I realized that this city was at its absolute maximum in every way. It would have been impossible to fit more people or more buildings into the boundary. The building heights were capped by airspace restrictions, and the only spaces between the buildings were what was absolutely essential for maneuvering around. The only exception was a collection of smaller buildings in a courtyard in the very middle of the city. This was originally the magistrate's office, called a yamen, along with a few small temples. These courtyard buildings later served as spaces for community gatherings, classrooms, and social events.
What is
Once I had the
this?
building massings in place, I changed all the materials to more realistic colors up so that they would be ready to fit all buildings, give the city a proper recreation.
Alright, anyways, moving on from this.
watching now.
Yeah, that's the point of like the kick streamers.
No, this is next level.
The case is being investigated as assault with injury, and so far, no one's been arrested.
I don't know. These guys are all actually mentally deranged.
You don't want me to put you down, man.
Wow. You know how John Zerka got 100,000 views overnight?
I think he says 500,000, but yeah.
I got 3 million views overnight.
That's crazy.
On a clip of Hassan.
Nice.
And the best part about it is, so it's a clip of Hassan, and
like an
it's just one
arm.
of his typical, like, Republicans and Democrats are the exact same. And don't let anyone tell you differently. He's really mad. Like, really mad about it.
Yeah.
And he was trying to make a point saying, like, oh, I'd message him, but he blocked me. And I blocked him. That was very funny.
The mutual blocking, yeah.
Thank you for this level of engagement that you get here.
It was good.
I'm gonna throw the
It was
fucking
good.
table at you.
It was good.
Yeah.
It's
called a conversation.
Yeah, it was. He was mad.
Okay, this is good. Okay, if you don't want to go over it, I'll save it. Me and Moot will go over this all day. This Xena, I didn't give a about Xena, Darius, Merc, because I never even interacted with these people. But this is like becoming my reality TV. I can't stop watching now.
Yeah, that's the point of like the kick streamers.
No, this is next level. Have you don't know any of this? Let me get you started here. Okay.
All right.
So, Xena. This is a POV, this is like a body cam of Xena right now. You ready?
I've seen this. Moving on. Can I find something? What the? All this stuff looks so oh, it's because I'm not on my actual account. Jesus. Wrong account. We were so wrong.
Applewood Smoke Jam is here. 2 for $7.
Yep.
You saw that play out in China. Like, people really do enact these policies, and it ends up being, from where I'm sitting, absolutely beat them to death, and you better do it. And they would literally beat them to death.
I don't think the culture, but I don't think it was as bad.
The principles of social...
Taking him a while, but...
Today's guest, Hassan Piker, is one of the biggest voices on the American left. He believes capitalism has failed young people, that greedy corporations and corrupt politicians are strangling their opportunities, and that government intervention is the only way to fix it. I see the root cause, and thus the solution set, very differently. And that's exactly why I wanted this.
I think it's partially because money is fake, and we've just decided, like, oh, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump decides to slap 100% tariffs on, like, all incoming goods. You'll have a week of instability, and then ultimately, he'll turn around and say, actually, the tariffs are gone, and then the market will rally again, and will inevitably recover back to the point that it was at, and then he will turn around and say, tariffs again, and after the, 10th time he's done this, after months and months and months, you start noticing that these companies are like, okay, maybe it's not that significant. Maybe it's not that impactful. Maybe we can actually eat some of these costs, and that's the reason.
Stock market and like inflation and stuff are going to be I can't even think of an analogy. Like these things like kind of will sort of track each other a little bit, but it's going to be lagging, or it's going to be, what would you say, like lagging versus predictive? It's going to depend on a lot of different factors here. I would be very careful. Why am I saying this? Like this guy has any idea what the fuck he's talking about. Sorry. If you're speaking to somebody knowledgeable, you'd be very careful in tying together like cost to the consumer of like goods and services to like stock prices, especially when things like tariffs happen, because there's a whole bunch of different things that companies and countries and consumers and individual firms can do to like mess around with prices when it comes to things like tariffs. Like for instance, we saw people stockpile a whole bunch of shit. You might have a weakening or strengthening of a currency relative to another country. Consumers might shift around their consumption, and that would put different pressures on different markets. Like
why you haven't seen the hyperinflation that was slated to come if companies were supposed to respond in the way that the market is normally supposed to respond to immediate tariffs like this, like broad universal tariffs like this. So and as far as like innovation goes, as far as Elon goes, I'm not a fan of Elon. He's not a fan of mine. he's cursed me out on his platform in the past. But I will say, you brought up innovation in the first.
God, he's so Arab.
For 66 years. Going from the all the way to landing on the moon,
He is
and
so
you said
Arab.
Before Elon, we had no innovation in the space traveling sector, and there's some truth to that. But I think that's
Hassan is doing the meme and saying tariffs don't matter. No, this is not what Hassan is doing. When Hassan says that tariffs don't matter, this is coming from the more like a socialist ideology, and he's saying that prices at the end of the day are arbitrarily set by corporations to maximize profits for firms and for ultimately for the owner class. Hassan is saying that the prices don't matter that much because they just set them at whatever the fuck they want to exploit their workers and to exploit customers. That's why he says that.
and that is an inefficiency of the government, because the first 66 years, big leaps were made by the government, by publicly funded research, by NASA, and it was always in a state of disrepair because it turned into political football. The only reason why we even went to the moon was because we wanted to flex on the USSR, who had actually beaten us to space, right? And therefore there was funding in the program. But as the Cold War took a turn and we decided that this was no longer as important, NASA funding was always on the docket to be cut, right? Instead of something that we focused on for the sake of advancing mankind. And my point always has been we shouldn't rely on we shouldn't wait for private industry to make up for these issues. We should have, especially fields that require innovation and requires failure, requires big technological leaps, like, you know, figuring out the internet, like inventing the internet or inventing space travel, things of that nature. Like, that should be still heavily funded by the government.
Wait, am I retarded? Why wouldn't a company set the price of their product to maximize their profits? When I say that, I'm sorry, let me explain more. When he says that prices are set to maximize their profits, he's saying that like market forces and all of that aren't real, and that they're like every firm is colluding with everybody else to scam all their customers, and they could arbitrarily set like prices to be whatever they wanted to be. Is what. Yeah. This is unfortunate. This is even like a Kamala Harris talking point where she's saying all the price increases from corporations have just been them price gouging. I'm like anti-price gouging laws, and it's like I don't think that's just right.
The government, heavily subsidized by the government, and even controlled by the government. I have no issue with this. A lot of people, especially in America, get worried when they hear me say this kind of stuff. Same with housing. You can do major public housing initiatives and just completely explode the housing market in its entirety. And by that I mean explode the housing market as in like build free or incredibly affordable price-adjusted housing that the government owns. Many countries and many cities that have actually damn near eradicated the issue of homelessness have done so through public ownership over the land. This is a scary concept for a lot of Americans.
Who has eradicated homelessness? Which country is he talking about? He said many of them have. Which countries and cities have eradicated homelessness? Actually, not cities are boring because you can just move people to another city.
Where are you talking about?
Singapore is a great.
Oh, okay.
Great example is a country.
Okay, Singapore homeless rates. Jesus, 1,036 people. I feel like I need to learn more about Singapore because people bring this argument up sometimes for good or bad things, but I don't know enough about it. Like I know that Econoboy and somebody else were arguing over the extent of like how socialized their economy was or whatever. Wait, what is the population of Singapore? Hold on. Singapore is literally the edgest of edge cases. Yeah, everything about the way the country ran looked like pretty unique. That is basically eliminating homelessness though. Damn, that kind of sucks. When you get down to a low enough homeless number, I wonder how shitty the homeless people feel. You imagine your country like 220 homeless people and like you and a friend are homeless. You're like half a percentage point of the entire homeless population. It's a city-state. It's hard to map that onto a place that is 100% urban. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I wonder if there are any countries, larger examples of this.
China is another great example.
Singapore specifically privatized.
No, but Singapore still has like a government land lease program.
Yeah, but if you really research Lee Kuan Yew, he was, I use this word playfully, not literally, but he was a gangster. Like he said literally, I made sure the communists know I will fight you to the death. He went in and told unions, fucking knock it off, get to work.
I mean, but in terms of housing, in terms of like the way that
his whole thing was, I wanted private ownership. People had to know.
Regardless of whether Tom reads like a book or has a conspiracy thing or whatever, like he'll have some reason for believing this. I think Hassan is just repeating talking points though. I would be surprised if Hassan can meaningfully engage or even knows the person that Tom just brought up.
Fucking knock it off, get to work.
I mean, but in terms of housing, in terms of like the way that
his whole thing was, I wanted private ownership. People had to know that they were in on the economy because the only way to build an economy on capitalistic principles is to make sure that everybody's in on it.
Yeah.
Like Singapore is an incredible
Hassan has no idea.
model for people that want a way out, but they often look at that and don't realize that this guy was like Captain Capitalism.
Yeah, I'm not saying this guy was oh no, I never said that any of these countries, I guess China, with the exception of China, are like even abiding by the principles of socialism or communism. That's not my.
I don't know how China abides by the principles of socialism or communism. I'm not sure what he means exactly there, but I'm sure he'll get into it.
Because at all. The other example I was going to use is Austria, which again was led by obviously Red Vienna was led by people who are from that background, Marxist, socialist, communist, and
Red Vienna. Is it still that today?
whatever. But like Austria as a country is not a communist country, and it's not a socialist country. And yet Vienna has, I think, 65% public housing, and these are fantastic houses. Like
That's a city. I mean,
it's just owned by the government, and they have these lease programs. Every country has a different way of doing it, but I think ultimately government intervention of that sort is not something that I disagree with. I don't really care. They don't have to be like communists or socialists or whatever. I want to fix the problem. And I think one of the best ways to do that, or at least one of the most efficient ways that people have done that, is through this kind of intervention or direct control to a certain degree.
This kind of intervention is government owned?
Government-owned intervention, like the land ownership concept
God, I
goes
have
back
no
to the
clue
hands
where
of
I'm
the
at.
government, and you can get like in China, you can get a 100-year lease, right? And the government will always restore your lease. There's no, there's no problem there. But for this very reason, there is a lot more control over focusing on building inventory for future demand, rather than holding inventory in the hands of people that want to keep that inventory limited, so that their prices are constantly going up. So because, like you said, the only way that their net worth goes up is if this finite supply housing, if you're lucky enough to be able to purchase it, or lucky enough to get a mortgage to purchase it, the finite supply of housing stays limited, so that it's constantly going up, and therefore your leverage is more valuable, your nest egg is more valuable, and you understandably have this like perverse interest in maintaining the housing supply as low as possible. In the inverse of that, if you were to blow up the already limited housing supply and you were to actually explode and build so much housing, specifically through government dual structure that exists for housing, so they make it into a speculative asset that is like impossible for its price to go down, pretty much, unless there are major market incidents like the 2008 housing market bubble.
Yes, but we have to like figure out why is it that it's so hard for these to go down in value. And the reason it's so hard for them to go down in value is the amount of money that's being printed causes assets to go up. And then,
oh boy, back on that Federal Reserve grind.
Your point earlier, if you have NIMBYism and people are not in my backyard, you're not going to build high-density housing, and so
I love high-density housing.
Of course, and so it's like this is how you're going to have to drive down the cost of housing and make it affordable.
He says as he lives in a mansion in a single-family home, residentially zoned area.
That's just a reality. So it's
true.
What I'm saying is people don't understand why that's happening. It is not happening because capitalism is bad. It is happening because money printing is bad. Now, money printing trade-off is probably the right way to say it. Money printing comes with advantages and it comes with wild disadvantages, and people are not mapping cause and effect well, and so we're getting into a situation where they don't realize that money printing is the problem. So going to the Democratic Socialist of America, is that what DSA stands for?
That's what DSA stands for.
Going to the DSA, it's like all of the things that they want are going to exacerbate those problems. And so this is where I'm like, hey, even if we can agree, I don't know that I agree with the DSA and where they're trying to end up, so it's probably worth me saying where I want to end up, and if you see yourself as a member of that or not, if you can help us understand what people that want that organization to thrive, what they're aimed at, that would be very useful. What I'm aimed at is people can save money, and it's not stolen away from them through the hidden tax inflation, that people can afford a home because it is an asset that they understand intuitively, that people can make a living wage through market dynamics, and that basically you're not stuck in your class. So there's high social mobility, your future isn't determined by your zip code. I round that to human flourishing, but those are like the specific things that I'm pointing at. Now, when I look at the DSA, they seem literally at wild odds with that, wanting to abolish the family, capture the means of production. Like, it gets pretty wild. Now,
no, the first thing is funny. That's not abolishing the family is not a thing that the DSA is predisposed with. Everyone always says that, but they're
that's
not.
Because there's clips I've watched with my own eyes where they say that. They had a whole like meeting about it.
I think I can't speak on the exact clips that you've seen, but there are people with wildly different opinions on things of
so
that
you would
nature.
say that's fringe.
Son can't respond with substance to anything. Oh my god.
Even for them,
I would go so far as to say that like not only is it fringe, but it's also not like a real consequential policy-driven focus of the Democratic Socialists of America. It's not a focus of the DSA at all.
Would you advise them against it?
Abolishing the family?
Yes.
Because it's not even like a legitimate point of contention. It's not even worth discussing. I will say it's usually, I think in my experience, the way that these things work is like people will have sometimes even like academic conversations in these sorts of settings about like what it means to have a family, or like what's the traditional nuclear family, or what its impactors look like in society or whatever. And then someone will basically film like a piece of that conversation of someone being very sincere, but maybe being almost hysterical, right? And then they'll be like, look, this is so silly. The entire organization is predisposed with this. They're not. Especially when it comes to cultural things. Like there's no policy making about like family enforcement within the DSA whatsoever.
Okay, so walk me through then, because I'm looking at those clips and I am admittedly going, this is crazy. And from a Marxist standpoint of wanting to eliminate the families in the economic unit, which they echo that language, it does make me go, there are dots for them to connect, and I see how if they believe in a Marxist worldview that they end up there. You saw that play out in China. Like, people really do enact these policies, and it ends up being, from where I'm sitting, absolutely
Do you mean like the one-child policy or something?
No, I'm talking like Mao's China. Mao's China was the state is going to take care of you. All that matters is the state. You're not there for mom and dad. You are there for the state. And if you got to turn on mom and dad so we can beat them to death, then you better do it. And they would literally beat them to death.
I don't think the Cultural Revolution was good per se, but I also don't think that it was
good per se. But I don't think it was as bad as the evil West makes it out to be.
Because like the young people abolished the family unit and decided to beat on their parents because they were counter-revolutionary.
You're not going to get kids to turn on their parents if you don't break that unit. So anyway,
I don't think that's what
I'm
the
deranged
DSA
on that,
I don't think that's what the DSA
so,
wants.
so map out for me. My initial question is, hey, a lot of people are coming towards socialism. You're saying that's self-evident, and I'm saying these are the things that I believe about the socialist movement, and you're saying no, you're
the family
attached to
family stuff is utterly irrelevant. And also, these guys, there are so many different variants of how to implement socialism that exist under one umbrella, where they're broadly, I would say, anti-capitalist.
What is socialism? I can tell you what socialism isn't. Somebody linked this. Admittedly, I haven't. I heard this talking point about them wanting to abolish the family, but it sounded retarded. I never looked into it. But what is this?
And on that revolutionary horizon, want to perform abortions in a church, before it's all said and done.
That the only real difference between marriage and prostitution is the price and the duration of the contract.
We can fight for family abolition. We can
Jesus.
imagine family abolition because we have seen Black women do it, because we have seen these indigenous communities do it.
But to me, it is the institution of marriage can only exist alongside the criminalization of sex workers.
Children whose parents are unable to provide either housing, food, or safety are treated as if they have committed a crime. So kids themselves are treated as if they have committed a crime if they're not born into a family that can support them.
In addition to abolition of family policing, you argue for abolition of the family in general, and say that the institution of the family acts as a carceral system in the way that it reinforces children as property. I think the left is constantly surprised at how few
Where is this from 5 years ago, or why are they all still wearing masks?
people are, ready for revolt, despite, the extremely dire conditions that we are in that keep becoming more and more dire every day. Women and children are the most harmed by capitalism, but also women and children are the epicenter of it.
So when we talk about family abolition, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the abolition of that economic unit. For me, that liberatory horizon is to say is a horizon in which interest and care are, in which all of our material needs are taken care of by the collective.
Sex work, the criminalization of sex work is like the dark underbelly of the sanctified, reified, and legally enforced institution of exchanging your bodily autonomy and your sexuality for economic security. I don't think one can exist without the other.
That sounds like some crazy radfem stuff, not necessarily some socialist stuff. But I'm sure that democratic socialists wouldn't push back on any of it. So it probably originates from the idea that somebody in chat was saying it, the nuclear family is like a patriarchal institution that necessarily exploits the unpaid labor of the woman, and so this unit needs to be abolished or whatever. But they're not necessarily against male, female, marriage, children, things. It's just that economic unit is what they're opposed to.
But even then, there's still people who are social democrats, for example, not even democratic socialists, that play a role in this movement. They just want some kind of regulation over the most insane aspects of endless greed-backed capitalism. But things like abolishing the family is not a real point of contention or even remotely relevant. I think they care more about labor union organizing, implementing certain policies like Medicare for all.
So let's take them one by one. So labor union organization, what's their end goal with that?
They want workers to have more power to collectively bargain directly at their place of business, and therefore create a network of pushback against capital owners when they implement certain policies.
Now, the data shows that union organization is far less impactful on somebody's economic gain than globalization. Globalization, where I, as an entrepreneur, can be like, nah, I'm just not going to do this in Michigan. I'm going to go do this in Tokyo or whatever, is the thing that erodes their power. So are people that are headed towards socialism, is that a big bone for them? Where it's listen, what we care about are worker wages, and unions are maybe part of it, but the reality is as long as we're importing cheap labor and we're exporting jobs, workers, blue-collar workers for sure, are not going to have negotiating power.
Oh, no, I think this is something that a lot of people understand. There's, plenty of, all labor unions are pretty much trade protectionist. That's part of the reason why even the UAW, despite its anti-Trump position, was looking at the initial tariffs conversations and saying, hold on, we're not going to immediately attack Donald Trump for this, because on principle, this is something that is, if done correctly, could be very helpful to the auto manufacturing business, the automobile industry. Of course, given the way that we've designed the automobile industry, especially with some of the free trade negotiations that we've built with Canada and Mexico that Trump also implemented, even though he came in as an anti-NAFTA force initially, there is no way to do trade protectionism that doesn't actually eradicate certain parts of the manufacturing base in this country and still ultimately be harmful to the UAW. But going back to the DSA or labor unions, you're right. Displacing labor is the primary function of capital. They want to displace labor because that is efficient. If you have technological improvements that allow you to, for example, do the work of 10 people now.
They don't want to displace labor? They have an antagonistic relationship with labor, I guess, is true.
No, with one person. Then what I would say should be done is to make that, never fire the 9 other employees, but instead make all 10 of those employees do a tenth of the work that they have to do, a tenth of the direct labor that they have to do when their output remains the same. To make that, never fire the 9 other employees, but instead make all 10 of those employees do a tenth of the work that they have to do, like a tenth of the direct labor that they have to do.
Then how do you compete with another firm who just hires one employee to do all that work and now is selling the product for half the cost?
Their output remains the same. A boss looks at that situation and goes, oh, that means we can fire 9 workers and make 1 worker do the work of 10. And labor is obviously the most malleable aspect of commodity production, and therefore it's the one that bosses are constantly looking to depress the wages on or to outsource to the global south, where it's a much cheaper alternative. Labor unions play a formative role in ensuring that that transition does not harm the existing domestic manufacturing base.
I think I'm getting
to the best of
cancer
their ability.
listening to him
They either
speak.
create better exit
I think I'm
packages
getting
that take away
brain
from,
cancer. I think
CEO
that is
pay
what's
or
happening
whatever
right
that
now.
will allow these people to transition into other sectors easier, or they retain pensions, or ultimately in places where they do exist, where there is continued output at the domestic front. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, labor unions are responsible for increasing people's wages by 10% in areas where they unionize, and they even have a capacity to increase wages for the non-unionized parts of the same sector in the.
Blinds.com.
Yeah,
helps
he
you
does.
achieve your
He's
perfect
so
view.
fucking stupid.
Folks, it is Friday, which means we are diving deep, very, very deep. We're going to be talking about VW charging subscriptions to use their car. We're going to be talking about some radioactive food recalls. But before we get in on all that, we're going to start real heavy by talking about Ozempic. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a schizophrenic amount of information about Ozempic. And it all started because of that, for the last week, you might have seen it. You know, if you get your news from World Star Hip Hop, you would have seen that there's this alleged $2 billion lawsuit headed the way of the creators of Ozempic. Now, let me start by saying that that number is made up. It is not substantiated by anything. And if you look closely, because here's the thing, when a story pops off, you got to look at who's talking about it. So it's World Star Hip Hop and random health and fitness guys talking about the $2 billion lawsuit for Ozempic. And they're only talking about this because they're excited that hot people are going to die. They really like this. They, as soon as this came out, and by the way, you should know this $2 billion lawsuit, I'll give more details, but it's because of the niche alleged, I don't want to get sued, all right? It's the alleged side effects that Ozempic is having on people, namely sudden vision loss and stomach paralysis. And when this came out, it's been 7 days of people going, I told you so. And they are so stoked that a hot person they know that's on this, that isn't admitting to it, is going to die. Because that makes them feel better. The amount of guys that immediately went to promote their fitness programs and why you should sign up. If you just type Ozempic lawsuit on Twitter, it's tons of guys with 3 likes. All right? You also, you know, you should look at some. Let's actually cut to some of the reporting on this lawsuit. It's pretty good. I actually had the story broken to me by this guy.
Let's talk Ozempic lawsuit news that just happened.
But it's worth noting this guy as well.
I don't know why more people are not talking about this, but...
And this guy.
Stop taking Ozempic.
There's also this guy.
Ozempic is being sued.
We don't want to forget about this guy.
Have you seen the news about Ozempic?
Even crazier this past week, as this story was like percolating, the company that makes Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, they actually sent a Waymo to run over a couple that was doing a mukbang because they exceeded their maximum calorie protocol. You actually get a little tracking device when you put Ozempic in your body, and it lets them know if you're violating your calorie max.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words.
Guys, I did an extensive amount of research on this supposed lawsuit, this multi-district lawsuit. A lot of buzzwords being thrown around. This $2 billion number, by the way, that's being thrown around is because a website Hellbach Law. It's actually a firm. They posted that this, there's like a class action building, and it's basically an ad, and they're throwing out this number $2 billion because they want you, the potential user of Ozempic, to go, wow, I have a shot at $2 billion. On their website, they actually list what you would potentially be eligible for based on your injury. So again, like the leading ones, the leading sort of like niche effects of the Ozempic drug that everyone is talking about is stomach paralysis, which is basically food doesn't move anymore and you can't shit, and then vision loss. And I think anyone complaining about this forgets that that's kind of the point of Ozempic. You won't eat anymore if you can't shit at all and you can't see. You can't see the food, and the food can't leave your body. So that's it. Skinny queen, guaranteed. I think they estimated that if you lost your vision, you'd be eligible for $1 million. And I think if your stomach gets messed up, you're eligible for like 300 grand. Which those numbers sound bogus to me, guys. $2 billion, $200 million. And the amount of people that they're like talking about for this class action relative to who's using what are called GLP-1 drugs, it's 1,800 people in Pennsylvania. Do you think any judge is going to look at 1,800 people from Pennsylvania and give a shit about them? Sorry, that was mean. That was mean. I might. I love the people of Pennsylvania. They support me. Shout out to Pennsylvania. And shout out actually to Arizona as well. I'm there right now. I'm doing shows all weekend. And then I think I have San Francisco and Austin, Texas next. But if you're in Tempe or you live close to Tempe, come see me. I'm at the Improv. I think Saturday early is almost sold out. Anyways, I care about the people of Pennsylvania, but a judge may not. Also, $200 million divided by 1,800 people. I mean, that's like an absurd amount of money. They would, I think this company would settle to buy you new eyeballs than give you the money, because then they could drag that out further and hopefully you die before they have to give you the money. So, I think, if you've been on TikTok, because some of you don't use TikTok, if you have, you've seen all the trends, and if you haven't, I'll catch you up. It's been a meme for the last year and change on TikTok, like, get on Ozempic because the class action is going to be so good that it'll be better than a retirement plan. And let me go one step further. Like, if you don't even know how Ozempic works, it's basically the feeling of being full in a needle. It mimics a hormone. I think GLP-1 is a hormone, but it mimics a naturally produced thing in your body called GLP-1. It sort of overproduces it to leave you feeling full for a while. In the context of Big Pharma, 1,800 people who can't shit and can't see anymore, they don't care. They don't care. And let me give you more reason why they don't care. It's the amount of money they're making. I'm going to break that down in a second, really. I'm a little bit schizophrenic with the pace today because I just have so much on my mind about this. As I was doing this research, man, it is crazy. Maybe it's not crazy, but it is fascinating to me how eager and excited people are at the prospect that someone they know who's on Ozempic, like some vague influencer or some hot person in their life that rejected them, they are stoked about this shit. They are if you type in Ozempic lawsuit, the amount of people who just could not resist posting 1 minute of, I told you. For the last year, it's been people going, I knew some shit would happen. No, you didn't. That's not a... Because if you're talking sample sizes, and listen, I'm not defending Big Pharma. All right, I'm not being a poster boy for Big Pharma. I'm just saying, it doesn't make you Nostradamus to say, using a drug the wrong way is going to lead to something bad. This and that. People are very excited that anyone using Ozempic is now in harm's way, right? There's that. Matter of fact, I think Matter of fact, I think Ozempic should start including, the instructions for seppuku, like when samurai. If you watch Shogun, because a lot of us, we don't have cultural understanding anymore. Our extent of the knowledge of Japan is from the series Shogun. If you watch Shogun in the last couple years, when they would sit down and do the honorable thing of like killing themselves. I think they could fold those up into small instructions and put that in the Ozempic box, because one, you could apply the Ozempic needle the same way, across, down, whatever. And two, you should just know that, because as soon as people find out that you're on Ozempic, they hate you. They're going to shame you into that anyway.
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done. What the?
Why aren't you using Scribe? Scribe literally does.
And I made a lot of jokes about Ozempic, and I know some of you have given me shit. You say, why do you joke about this so much? You have to understand, bro, I live in LA. For the last year, I've seen the amount of people on my close friends that have been doing the jab. Guys, look at me. I have people on my close friends. Look at me. I have people on my close friends unboxing. Frame 1 is... Frame 2 is just ramming it. Fucking press E to Ozempic. Fucking self-revives on my close friends. I've watched people slim down and get absurdly sexy on my close friends for the last almost 2 years. These people aren't blind. They're hot. They're living a good life. Their life looks fucking awesome.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Their life looks cool. I would love it almost. That's crazy. That's crazy. I wouldn't. Is there wood I can knock on? That's crazy. That's crazy. Here, this got some wood. I don't want them to get hurt. I really don't. They're good and attractive people. I don't. They mean well. They mean well. But have their attitudes changed? Yeah. I'm sure they've miffed some people. I think one of the funniest tweets I saw is it was something like, y'all were so desperate to get skinny, now your eyeballs are going to fall out. And that was probably the funniest way I think sudden blindness has been. I wish I was that funny. That's the funniest thing I've read, I think, in 3 months. Your eyeballs are going to fall out. Crushed me. So that's why Ozempic is a near and dear subject to me, because, again, I've seen people just jabbing up, And what's really funny is, in researching this lawsuit and the side effects, because I was trying to get both sides, right? I was trying to get both sides, understanding why people are angry, and then the people that have used it. I didn't realize how, for the last 2 years, how many fitness guys have videos of them just trying Ozempic. I did Ozempic, and these are the results. What's really funny is some of these fitness guys, they talk about Ozempic how people talk about a racist uncle. They're very, yeah, it's got some drawbacks, and is it, sometimes dangerous? Yeah, but we have to look at the larger issue, which is obesity. It's the system that Ozempic was born into. It's not Ozempic itself that is the problem. It also took me down a rabbit hole of, man, the amount of people that give you advice on how to be an alcoholic while still be on Ozempic, I mean, God bless them. They got the needle hanging out. It's just beneath their belly button ring. The needle is still like dangling there, like a strap-on. They have these beautiful, emerald belly button ring. It's a guy, by the way. It's an emerald belly button ring dancing on the top of the Ozempic needle. There's a guy in Florida. He lives in the villages. He has an STD, because he's on Cialis 24/7. He's like, yep. Ever since I moved to the villages, they got a lot of good-looking tail out here, and so I hadn't been skinny in about 15 years, but
I thought to myself, well, I'm taking all this other stuff, and you know, I'm hooking over this lady next door, and it don't feel too good with my gut just slamming down on her lower back. So I thought, why not try the needle? I'd give it a shot, and you know, it's been working. I'm down 3 pounds after 1 week. But I still like to drink, so I've been pacing myself, and this ain't no scientific thing, but I feel I could drink I could do about a quarter bottle of tequila a day, and that'd be about my limit. I do a bit more than that, I start wanting to throw up on an old girl on her upper back, so I had to calm down.
This is the type of people I'm TikTok. Also, you know, like very innocuous influencer girls, like, and they drop the O on Ozempic to try to. That's how they try to beat the algorithm. They nicknamed it Zempic.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things.
We know what you're taking. You took the O out of it, just like your boyfriend did. A lot of people that give you advice on how to get hammered still while taking Ozempic. It's crazy. And then there's people discussing the actual side effects of it. Now, okay, zoning in, all right, locking in, looking at the homework I did. So, let's say this lawsuit went through for $2 billion. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the most important thing. Everyone you know is on Ozempic, and that, my friends, is not far from the truth. Dude, 12% of Americans used Ozempic in the last couple years. It's fucking, I think it's officially 1 in 10. 1 in fucking 10. Nuts. And I think what backs that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whatever you are, the creators of Ozempic, by the way, they own Wegovy. Wegovy. They own Wegovy and Ozempic. Novo Nordisk. Dude, this year, okay, in the first quarter of this year, I believe they made like $16 billion. Billion, that's not a billion. Billion. This year. Last year, they made about like 42 or 46 billion dollars. I think the year before that, I think it was like in 2023, I think they made $73 billion. Okay? Billion. Now, their argument is that they had to spend hundreds of millions for research, so they have to recoup that back. I didn't realize that people have been going out of pocket $1,000 a month. Now, I think diabetes affects like 32 million people. That was the number I had read. But that's not everybody. That's not how you get 40 billion. Guys, we are outputting like a third of the GDP of like the fucking what's the goddamn blue ass island where people go, they spend their life savings to sleep on a bed with like a glass over the water, and they're like, oh, there's a shark beneath my wife's pussy. I'm forgetting this major destination island. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Just scream it at me in your car or at work. Just keep screaming it. Scream it. Continue to scream it. Bora Bora. Folks, I got to interrupt this Ozempic rant to shout out a sponsor of today's episode, which is Shopify. When I was younger and just getting started, I felt like I had so many dreams and goals, but wasn't always 100% sure on how to achieve them. Guys, we got to thank... dude. So, I mean, these stats, like the actual monetization stats, fucking, they put my jaw in the floor, bro. Let me just add a little, you know, to just kind of even further home the amount of money. So, Novo, I'm just going to call them Novo for short, like they're my boys. Novio. Novio Pharmaceuticals. Novo Nordisk, aka Novio. No, Novo, and then the other one is bigger than them is Lilly, and I'm forgetting the second part of the company name. Lilly and Eli Lilly. Sorry, Eli Lilly, and they have their own brand of GLP-1 drugs. Their stock price is something absurd. It's like $700 a stock or some shit. Yeah, $709, which is about 4 times the Nvidia stock price. But combined, okay. And I think we all know that pharmaceutical companies make a lot of money, but I mean, guys, Lilly and Novo combined, which sounds like this sounds like a couple on some shitty reality show. But Lilly and Novo combined made $30 billion off of their GLP-1 drugs in the first half of 2025. So it's August now. We're going to see what they made. But they made $30 billion. It's like the amount of money, and it's a hockey stick. When you look at the chart from 2022 up, Ozempic got approved in 2017. And what's interesting is the patent on the drug has a short life. It's up in 5 years, which in the context of pharmaceutical drug production is a very short window. To only have a patent on a drug for 13 years is very, very small. So they are trying to rake as much as possible. And in fact, Novo, they actually just slashed the price of Ozempic from $1,000 to $500. And it seems to be because overall these companies were looking to grow. And jabbing a needle in you is like that's not something most people can stomach. No, it's not something most people are looking to do. So they're pivoting to a pill form. And Eli Lilly, they actually made a competitor to semaglutides, which is what's like in, I think, Wegovy and like weight loss stuff. They made one that like blows that out of the water. But both of them were trying to switch to a pill format, and neither of the pills lost as much weight as the needle.
So Daniel, things seem to be looking up.
That's right. With my drone pilot certification, I'll be flying high in just a few weeks.
And the sky's the limit. Earn a
So, yes, there's a fuck ton of money moving around this, but why is that interesting? Well, let me tell you. By the way, your life is Scandinavian. I don't know if you know that. Klarna, Swedish company, they own your debt. Novo Nordisk, Danish. Now here's where Novo Nordisk gets interesting. They produce insulin. They've been producing insulin since I think like 1969. This is a company that was made only like 100 years ago. I think it was formed literally in like 1929, so like not even. Okay? They make insulin, so they understand diabetes. So what's crazy is like now they can get you on fucking both. I don't know if you can take insulin and GLP-1s at the same time, but they got you on both, right? And they expanded to like partner with Hims and Hers. That's why Hims and Hers has gone from just boner pills to kind of, and that's like a whole other thing, which I'll get into in a moment. But so Novo Nordisk is this company that is fucking exploding. In the last 3 years, they've net hundreds of billions of dollars. And what that's done is they're building all these new factories. They're building a new factory in New Jersey. They're like going to be this business hub just outside of Copenhagen. If you're looking for a job, I think it might be there. But here is where all that money gets really interesting. So, Novo Nordisk, the corporation, all right, let's get a little let's put on some tinfoil condoms right now. Right? If you don't have a penis to slide down your tinfoil condom, put it on a finger. Put two in there. Whatever feels good. They, as a corporation, Novo Nordisk, the majority stake ownership is held by the Novo Foundation. Okay. Foundations are, I believe, that's typically where rich people kind of flee. That's why they flaunt their money. You know, Bill Gates famously, he's got his foundation. And you know, supposedly when he dies, that money's going to get distributed everywhere. But the Novo Foundation has no such plan. It will continue in perpetuity. And the foundation has about $187 billion in assets. That's just how they describe it. All that money that Novo Nordisk has made in the last 3 years caused them to partner with NVIDIA, because at the Danish AI Research Center in, I think it's in Copenhagen or somewhere in Denmark, Novo, the foundation, is investing. It's like a co-branded thing. They partnered with NVIDIA to build this fucking AI research supercomputer. And it's supposed to be like a one-of-one. It's going to be so powerful that they anticipate their competitors will probably want to reach out to them to literally rent this thing to do drug research. And their whole thing is, well, it took us this long. You know, it took us X amount of years to figure out Ozempic, which was this massive financial success. So they're kind of relying on this thing to do research, cut research time, cost, probably give them models to like work off of. And not too similar from when Google jumped on the AI race in 2017. I've talked about this before. You know, they dished out something like $650 million in 2017 for AI jobs and research. Novo doing this, it's starting to pull research talent either back home or away from other places. So if you're looking sheerly at like industry and medical research and stuff, Novo is now, they have the money to draw all this talent into one place where they kind of own it. Now they own the talent and they own the means to generate this information, which is crazy as a, you know, just as a company to do. And like I was reading an article in Fortune, and there's a guy, he's a Danish guy. He was working at Cambridge University, and after 10 years, he's come back home to work for Novo. And I think they're giving him like $1 billion to run a research program. Not him, but like it's $1 billion worth of money to run a research program, and it's probably like an undeniable salary and freedom to research whatever. So they're kind of in this, like, Novo's kind of in this sort of carte blanche, do what we want.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it.
Shut
Meet
the
Base 44.
You know, the world is our oyster type deal. So this whole, you know, concept of making you essentially not hungry and teaching you how to lose weight. Obviously, Americans, we're well over average indexes, so lucrative fucking business over here. All right? But, you know, the irony here is anything that may arise, this is the mad dash, right? Anything that may arise from Ozempic as far as like a lawsuit and issues it may have, these companies have no problem letting a few thousand go to the fire because they've already made their money. And what's even crazier is the workarounds for GLP-1 drugs. So Hims and Hers, the company, they were partnered with Novo. I think they still are, but there is a threat of them severing that relationship because I guess Novo was saying that they're using sort of like deceptive marketing. They didn't like what they were doing there. But also, Hims and other companies like Hims and Hers, they're technically telehealth companies. So they're not actually medical companies. They function more as technical companies. So they're not subject to like FDA scrutiny. So what that has led to is some of these sites, they sell quote compounded versions of like GLP-1. And that stuff is, I believe it's not regulated, and it's sort of, you can't really guarantee what you're getting. And all these telehealth companies like Hims and Hers, where they kind of sell you dick pills and other things online, you just fill out some forms and then you get it. They have been doing their own productions of GLP-1, like basically Ozempic knockoffs, and selling them sort of under the table before they can get sued. So now these guys are all suing each other because they're trying to corner the market. And the biggest ones being Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. And they're trying to basically shut down the little guys. Shut down the small offices selling Ozempic. Whatever happened to the little guys selling Ozempic? It's called cocaine. So, going back to this made-up or semi-made-up $2 billion number, even if all these people were successful, they probably wouldn't get paid out on like faster than a 2 or 3 year timeline. And by the time, the lawyers take the money and da-da-da-da-da, I mean, what are you really getting? The other crazy part is there's more than likely validity to what some of these people are experiencing. And they are simply just the casualty of making money to these companies. Yeah, man.
Someone's gonna get fucked up.
But, it's like, I think what's crazy is in a world of when you're producing drugs or producing, I don't know, take Teflon. How many people died from that shit? And it's just kind of like, you just keep it going. So all that to say, if you're thinking of using this stuff, I'm not here to tell you what's going to happen to you. Talk to a medical professional. The stomach paralysis thing is frightening. The vision loss thing is pretty scary too. If anything, it is wild that someone may have needed this drug and had to pay $1,000 a month for it. But more importantly, $1,000 a month is just such an insane price for something that maybe, if it's more like a luxury to you. But you have to say, it's like, what do you want? You want a car or you want to look good? If you look good, someone else might drive you. So then, So yeah, that's my, it's kind of like my schizophrenic dive on Ozempic. Plenty more going on in the world. Speaking of food, all right, food being the problem, I guess Walmart had to call back a bunch of shrimp because it was radioactive. I mean, don't you assume like a low grade of radioactivity from any food in Walmart? If there was a place that I would never want to bring a Geiger counter, matter of fact, if I could place a bet, because by the way, that's what our...
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes.
That's for another day. If I had to bet, right, on what had a higher score, a playground in Chernobyl or the frozen food section at Walmart, I am putting my money on the Walmart frozen food section. That Geiger counter will be sounding like the Predator. It'll be going off, dude.
So true.
From the FDA, okay, check this out. Packages of frozen shrimp imported from Indonesia are being recalled by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. The agency warns that you should not eat or serve certain lots of great value raw frozen shrimp sold at Walmart stores in Alabama, Arkansas. Well, first of all, if you're getting seafood in either of these fucking places, dog, I've been touring long enough. When I go through fucking rural Iowa and I see sushi, one, I'm amazed. How has this been in business? Two, who is gambling on that? Iron stomach. Salute. Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Texas, and West Virginia. Also, if you live in most of those states, you live on or fairly close to the Gulf of America coast. So why are you eating better shrimp caught here in America? Okay, this is in the voice of the reporter. I don't really care about that. Okay, so at this time, no product is tested positive or alerted for cesium-137 that has entered U.S. commerce. FDA detected CS-137 in a single shipment of imported frozen shrimp from Indonesia that did not enter U.S. commerce. Well, okay, so we're good, right? It's good. We're chilling. Nothing you have to worry about. Hey, that frozen shrimp you had last night with good macros, you don't have to worry about it being radioactive. RFK said so. The shrimp.
Personally, I get all my shrimp from Steak and Shake.
The level of CS-137 detected in the detained shipment was approximately 68 BQ over K. I don't know what the fuck is that? BQ divided by kg. What are we figuring out here? Pronouns? Yeah, let that fucking awful joke simmer in your... I'm gonna put that in my bio, BQ/kg. Anyways, hey folks, we got to take another break to thank a sponsor of today's episode, Cash App. What was your first job and how big was your paycheck? I could tell you my first job was Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah. My first paycheck was probably $120. Now, that said, what was really irritating back then is I had to go to the bank because I didn't have a bank account, and I had to go cash that MF until I was making enough to actually have a bank account. But you know, it would have been nice having that money digitally, which is something that you guys could take advantage of with Cash App. You can get your money up to 2 days earlier than other banks. Cash App is built for the way you and your friends move and save money. Splitting pizza with friends, you know, because we all do that. Split a little za, paying someone back for movie tickets or whatever. You don't have to wait to get paid. It can actually be done in a tap. You know, you work hourly, you get direct deposit. You could set it up on Cash App and get your money up to 2 days early. Cash App is super safe. When you bank through Cash App, you gain access to instant alerts, the power to lock your card in a tap, and extra safeguards so strangers can't find your account. There's no hidden fees, there are no surprises, just simple money moves that fit your life. Take control of your money today with Cash App. If you're between 13 and 17, you can still sign up. Just ask your parent or guardian for help to open up a Cash App sponsored account. For a limited time only, new Cash App customers can use our exclusive code to earn additional cash for real. If you're over 18, just download Cash App, and after you sign up, use our exclusive referral code CompanyLot. In your profile, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account when you send $5 or more to a friend within your first 14 days. Or if you're 13 to 17 years old, request a sponsored account from a parent or guardian, and once you sign up, use our exclusive referral code CompanyLot in your profile to get $10 dropped right into your account when you order and activate your free Cash App card and send $5 or more to a friend within your first 14 days. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners, prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC, direct deposit roundups, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures. Guys, we have one last break. We want to thank MeUndies for sponsoring today's episode. Summer is amazing. Sunshine, road trips, beach days, but Can we be honest for a second? It also means one thing: sweat. And if you're not wearing the right underwear, that gets real uncomfortable real fast. That's why I swear by MeUndies. Their micro-modal fabric is legit magic. It is super soft. It is breathable and somehow stays cool even when it's 90 degrees and your AC is losing the battle. They got everything: briefs, boxers, cheeky cuts, bralettes, you name it. Plus their summer prints are ridiculously fun. Think tropical vibes, right? Popsicles, even pool floaties. Your underwear drawer deserves a vacation too. MeUndies has a cut for every butt with over 20 different styles and 100 different colors and prints. MeUndies' signature super soft micro-modal fabric is breathable, stretchy, and oh so comfy, making it ideal for all-day wear. If you need something even more breathable and summer-proof, check out the Breathe line, which has moisture-wicking and anti-odor technology. Perfect for working out or just keeping you extra cool on bad man living.
Scribe is how 4 million people turn processes into step-by-step guides.
You're not dividing the working class by pointing out the objective fact that rural America sucks. You're just pointing out the fact that rural America sucks. When you criticize men, you're not dividing the working class. Are you like a class reductionist? Like, are you one of those people who thinks that like all cultural issues should be set to the side so you can exclusively talk about economic issues? An approach which works on literally no one? Oh God, speak of a group of people who have been trounced by recent history, right? The class reductionists, the people who are like, listen guys, okay, you need to set aside all that woke shit and just focus on economic appeal or fascism's gonna win. And then it turns out literally nobody votes based on anything even remotely approximating their economic best interest, except for the wealthy, of course. Why Trump voters don't regret their vote.
Over 100 days into Donald Trump's presidency, and no matter what you think of the man, one thing is undeniable. He came out of the gates fast.
President Trump wasting no time.
It's been a historic 100 days.
Defined by its breakneck pace.
To his critics, it can feel like a car crash that never ends.
Weren't economic reasons the driving force of why Gen Z voted for Trump? Yeah, like I said, economic issues didn't have any role in it. What the f was Trump doing for their economic outcomes? This is exactly what I mean. Reality has nothing to do with it. Broad working class appeal has essentially nothing to do with like what you're actually offering the working class. In reality, the best way to win over the working class is with like TikTok memes and AI-generated thumbnails where you talk about how the New York City subway migrant crisis situation is crazy, and then you talk about an NBC article from 5 months ago.
To his biggest supporters, the pace of change can feel like a thrill.
He signed so many bills. My gosh.
So, here, let's just to reaffirm my biases, we're gonna watch some rural Americans, okay?
As the dust settles, with 100 days down, I wanted to know, how are Trump voters feeling about the direction that the country's headed?
Okay, wow, give me a minute.
And how do they feel about the man behind the wheel? So I came to a dirt track outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia to find out.
You just have to project strength to the rural class. They are Mongol raiders looking for a new Khan. I unironically think that's a better analysis than like you just need to reach these people with working class policies. Like genuinely, yeah. They are stupid cattle that needs to be dragged by the chain by the mandate of a strong ruler, okay? We're in a rough situation in this country, okay? Have you talked to a Republican recently about their not like about the weather, but I mean about their politics? It's pretty bad out there. Also, like half of people can't read, I guess.
We're at Ohio Valley Speedway, out here trying to tear something up, you know.
Yeah, there's all ages out here. How old are you?
I'm 18.
18 years old. How do you get into this at 18?
Poor decisions.
Are you having fun at the dirt track?
Yeah, you want to say yeah? Yeah.
Yay! Just give us a sense of your personal politics. I assume a supporter of the president?
I'm a real supporter of the president.
2024 voted for Trump?
Yes.
I'm a supporter of this president, yes, but I'm a supporter of whoever can make my life better and make the country better. Democrat, Republican.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet your political beliefs are really motivated by a kind of principled self-interest.
Doesn't matter.
First 100 days, how do we feel about it?
I want to know when the man sleeps.
Yeah.
Donald Trump. Honest to goodness. When's he sleep?
In his first 100 days in office, Trump has broken a lot of records. Most executive orders signed. Most federal workers laid off. The highest tariffs in over 100 years.
Trump, again, vacations more than any president in American history, more so in the second term than the first.
It's enough to make anyone's head spin, even if you support him.
Hitting stuff hard is kind of scary.
Amphetamines will do that to you. No, he literally just doesn't work, like, at all. They bring him around to his meetings and dinners and stuff, and when he signs the executive orders, he doesn't even know what they are. Like, they literally hand him, and he's like, what is this one? They're like, oh, this is what this does. And then he signs them. Like, he's literally just being, like, paraded around. He probably gets better sleep than we do.
You know, but it needs to be done. When's it going to be done? If you're going to drag your feet, or are you going to hit the nail on the head right there, you know?
I don't know that.
How is this different than watching content featuring the hood and calling people they're trash for their political opinions, when the reason's obvious why they're like that? Bring me videos of black people. I'll do it for the sake of moral consistency. Bring me videos of black people. Now, the reason is because the hood doesn't produce the destruction of America, like in the form of fascist governance. Like, that's literally it. Listen, if the hood, can I say MFs, start like voting en masse Republican, then we'll have that conversation. But right now, areas like this, we know their disposition politically. If you want to argue, like, why don't you criticize the hood for, like, dispositions towards negative socioeconomic tendencies, right? With regard to, like, crime or outcome, I have.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things your way. Get $20 off your first 5 cans of Zyn when you take the Zyn 10 challenge. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Sure does. Sure is.
I have. So, I mean, like, you can, but if you want to do this thing where it's like, well, you can't blame them because socioeconomics is why they are the way they are, but that's the case for everything, right? Like, that's the case for literally everything. What I'm talking about is we need to be more openly contemptuous of social signifiers that are heavily aligned with negative outcomes, okay? I mean, if you want to get right down to it, you know, not every Trump supporter is racist, but that's not going to stop me from saying, like, well, that's some racist shit, you know? You want to do this, like, well, okay, but not every rural person's bad. We know. Everyone knows that. Nobody's arguing otherwise. I just don't understand this sensitivity. Listen, I could sit up here, right here, I could be talking about, well, like, listen, okay, we need to talk about men because Gen Z men have lost their minds. And if there were people in chat going like, dude, not literally every Gen Z male is bad. Also, aren't you separating the proletariat? Because a lot of the Gen Z males are of the proletariat. And also, the messaging is bad. You're dividing people. And you would get mocked for that. I just don't understand the sensitivity along this axis in particular. We have spent so long coddling rural America. Most of rural America is dead or dying, highway off-ramp rest stop towns. But we have to pretend like it's the heartland. I'm not pretending, you know? Jesus. We coddle rural America more than we do men or white people. Even like Democratic politicians will talk about like, well, we have an issue with white people. We have an issue with men. No one's saying we have an issue with rural America. No one will touch that one. It's light. It's lighthearted. It's not that serious. Everyone's freaking out.
But I can say that there's a lot that I want to say good job for the first 100 days. I think we have to give him more time.
Giving some time to take care of everything that's messed up. That's why people seeing him as the enemy right now.
He's moving real fast like the cars at the track here. You feel like he's headed in the right direction, or is he turning right?
I don't know. I think he gets up on that wall and drags it a little bit here and there, but so far he ain't wrecked out.
Like a lot of people, I did vote. I felt like where we's at today and today's world was
also, wow, you're criticizing rural white people? Well, why don't you criticize black people in the hood? Where the f is your mind at, man? Look, you know I roll with it, okay? I'm just saying, like, what's the, like, this is what I mean about the defensiveness, too. Like, oh, okay. Well, how about you criticize black people that, like, what do I have to? Right now? Can it wait till later? Yeah, I tell you, that's the group that gets no criticism. Black people in the hood, you know, getting coddled.
Politics, we needed a change.
Yeah. Politicians have been in there for years, and it's not working. We need a complete revamp, and I know people don't like to see it. They don't like to hear it.
You know, it's time we stop sitting back and being the underdog here. We should be a top dog in a lot of things, and we've let it go.
Yeah.
So we need to bring it back, and I pray to God that's what he's doing.
West Virginia is known for its extractive industries like coal, but Parkersburg is a hub for manufacturing. Or at least, it used to be.
The plants were built all along the river from 50s and the 60s, and there's been a decline the last 20 years.
A lot of those have shut down now, so it's kind of taken away our population. We've gone down probably 10,000, 20,000 people.
And when they shut down, where'd they go? Where'd those jobs go?
They just sold out to overseas.
For years, Trump promised that he would bring manufacturing jobs back to America.
And he
back
lied.
to the heyday when towns like Parkersburg were thriving. And so far, he's leaned hard on one policy tool in particular.
Get into those tariffs, maybe. Does that ever affect you? And what do you think about that?
He needs to max it out on all of them.
Yeah.
Buy American.
I cannot overstate to you how much I don't care whether this guy doesn't like me for being mean to rural America.
You don't have to worry about them tariffs.
The tariffs scared me.
Yeah.
When he cuts back on the tariffs, I want to pat him on the back and say, good job.
I would say probably 85% going well, the rest not, because my stocks are down a little bit, but you don't look at your stocks every day. It's long term. You just have to ride it out. That's what everybody else is doing.
It's about time someone wants to make it straight across the board.
Yeah.
We've been paying all these countries way too much for way too long.
I'd always see stuff made in America again. I mean, we have the people here that can do it. It just needs to be more American-made stuff.
There's a huge debate about whether any of these tariffs will actually work. Will they bring back manufacturing jobs?
Not much of a debate, to be honest with you.
Or will the chaos of Trump's approach discourage investment?
Imagine living in one of these shit-ass towns, and you look at like the ruins of the West Virginian coal extraction industry around you, and your best political project, the thing that you want to invest your time and energy into, is what if we made it back like the way it was? That's the limit of your imagination. What if we everyone's leaving, no one likes it, everyone's dying of fentanyl. What if we went back to how it was and we broke the country trying to do it?
The U.S. and create the conditions for a recession.
Sawyer, what's your recipe for success?
After my career certificate in bake shop operations, I'm getting my associate degree in sustainable baking management.
Build your future with stackable credentials. Start today so you can say,
"This is me at MCC."
I like to get a whole family in and see them all happy, excited about their vision, about maybe their new eyewear, or getting someone into fresh into contact lenses who previously hadn't been is exciting and fun. I'm pretty family oriented, and that's what Shopko brings.
We'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, there are a whole lot of jobs that have been eliminated in the last 100 days, and that was by choice.
The Trump administration continues to hollow out the federal workforce.
The brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
But dude, what other messaging are they hearing? It's either go back to their glory days or keep rotting. We have to give them some agency, man. Seriously? These are the most gullible people in the world. Yeah, obviously everything's socioeconomics, but no, I'm sorry. There's the coddling. Would you do this with a Nazi? Because Nazis were also like this because of this, right? The average Nazi doesn't wake up and go, well, logically, I could be a normal person or I could be a Nazi. I guess I'll be a Nazi. They're subsumed with propaganda. I don't understand why we coddle like this.
He's going in and cutting this and cutting that. He's getting rid of some of the garbage that we don't need. Yeah. The way I look at it.
$8 million for making mice transgender.
Making rats transgender, stuff like that. Why?
When we have 150-year-old...
Again, they're cattle. Genuinely. They just hear a thing. No critical engagement, no thought. They listen to the world's most obvious con man, the most transparently dishonest person ever, and they just gobble it up, and they don't think about it. They could Google anything. They have access to limitless information at their fingertips. Library, the internet, they could do any of it in an instant. They could fact check anything. They don't believe in anything. Well, I mean, they believe what they're told. They don't believe in anything from like a value first perspective. You need to interview people like this so you guys can remember, because some of you people are still Twitter policy wonk brained. You're like, yeah, man, like Kamala Harris lost because like her appeal to the working class wasn't strong enough. Which, I mean, I guess depending on your definition of appeal or whatever, you know, rhetoric maybe, but it's not policy, I'll tell you that much. We are so past that point in history.
Still drawing Social Security. So how many were truly there that were over that age? Who knows?
But it doesn't even necessarily mean that all these people are receiving checks.
Right. They're just listed on the files.
Right.
And it doesn't mean money's going out to them.
With all the cuts that Doge has made, it can be hard for anyone to keep track, to tell the difference between fact and fiction.
Most of the time, I don't know what to believe. What do you believe? This or that? This one or this one? Or, you know, until I actually see something happening.
Yeah.
Then that's when you believe what's going on. So.
Yeah.
It turns out, Doge made a pit stop in Parkersburg back in February when they laid off over 100 people at the Bureau of Fiscal Services.
Great.
One of the largest employers in town.
With President Trump and the DOJ closing down a lot, we've got a lot of people losing their job at Bureau of Public Debt, so that hurts.
Do you know any of the people personally that were laid off at the Bureau?
I do, yes, I do. I go to church with a lot of them. We've been praying for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge impact. I have a lot of friends that have worked there and friends that have gotten laid off.
Not only does it affect them, it affects us, because if they don't have a paycheck, then they can't come to us to afford to get their hair done. So yeah, it affects everything.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. Was so excited to get the opportunity to work here. This is like a dream job for this area.
By the way, somebody earlier said, do you really think these people have access to a library? Look at the building back there. I'm just saying, I think, again, it's kind of like a noble savage thing or whatever, but there are areas of rural America that have had a shocking amount of wealth, historically or contemporarily, put into them. Just sometimes the way people talk, it's like, well, of course they couldn't have gotten the correct info on this. They don't have internet, you know? The only TV they have, it's like they have to like tune the antennas themselves. They have to point it in the direction of the local, you know, TV tower or whatever.
Yeah.
Lindsay worked in accounting at the Bureau. On February 20th, she received an email informing her that she'd been laid off.
And it's been chaos ever since.
About a month later, she and other colleagues who had been laid off were told that they could come back to work.
So I scheduled my appointment for 8:15 this morning. I was gonna come in, do my fingerprinting, get my badge, and at 6:10 a.m. they emailed us and canceled appointments.
Again,
yep.
this morning.
Yep. We're gonna have to come up with a plan and figure out how we're gonna get our bills paid.
There are towns in Illinois with less than 500 people that have small libraries. Yep, and the dipshits who live there would vote for a president who pledged to close every single one of them down. Even if they love that library, Trump could go up there and say, these tiny libraries, nobody uses them, they're a waste, homeless people, they attack them, it's not good, billions of dollars wasted, we're gonna close them down. And even if they love that little library, they would vote for a person to shut it down. And they would defend it too.
The next month, until we hear something else about what's gonna happen here.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
How do you make sense of Elon Musk's role in our government? Does it sit well with you? Talk about that a bit.
I question it. What interest does he really have? I've heard he's getting paid buku bucks, but then I've also heard he's not getting paid anything. So, you know, fake news. What is the truth? I don't really know.
Do you like Elon Musk 1 to 10? Do you feel like he's in your corner?
I'd say 5. I think he is to a degree, but everybody has an ulterior motive. I hate to say that.
This is why Elon got dropped, by the way. He just did not have the popularity he needed to.
I give him 50-50. Yeah. Sometimes he is, sometimes he's not, I feel like. That's my opinion.
I want to believe that he's there because he truly has something that he is trying to accomplish for the United States.
Do you think they're just like that, or a period of propaganda made them like that? Why would you ever think that I'm suggesting that because you're born in a zip code that's rural, that means you're biologically predetermined to be it's propaganda. But like at the face of things, like there was a decision made in America that because we are largely a country of immigrants, and immigrants tend to pool in cities, if you are going to win over voters based on their racism, you have to appeal predominantly to rural voters. And that has been the case for a long time. That has been the case before the party switch in the 1960s, you know? Southern Blue Dog Democrat type shit. The idea that if you are going to win on xenophobia, you will appeal to rural areas is true not just in America either. It's an almost universal thing. Guys, I'm sorry, okay? There's a reason that cities blew up after the Industrial Revolution. This is the way of the future. Rural is the way of the past. It just is. City living is more efficient. It is more, what's the way a 19th century eugenicist would put it, you know? City living is more conducive to the mind of a modern gentleman, okay? There we go. And then I'd have like a little pencil drawing of a person with like a perfectly shaped brow. It's a civilized way of living. So it's too far gone then? No, I think that we need to do like some serious cultural reform shit. The, Kowalski, the fact that you're, listen, okay, if the best argument you have in defense of rural areas, the fact that you're breeding stock who get dissatisfied with your counties and move to ours, that's not a good defense for rural areas, okay? If your argument is that your poor breed more and then their children leave in disgust for jobs and opportunities in cities, you're not defending rural America, okay? Like, that just makes you subservient to the cities even further, okay? There's no reason to defend rural America, all right? Not in this capacity, at least. We need like a reconstruction effort, basically. I don't really know how else you're gonna get around this. It's like the culture of these areas it's so cooked. Should we forcibly bring rural areas into progressive mindsets by bringing city culture and social elements to them? Yeah, I'm in favor of colonizing. Yeah, yeah, we should colonize rural America. There is some truth to that in the sense that like a lot of how we've designed rural and also suburban America is just economically unworkable. Like there are a lot of parts of America that just do not work with the modern economy. And that's not even the fault of the modern economy. They were poorly designed to begin with, you know? Areas that are dead and dying because they have just been constructed to be dead or to die. So that's an issue to begin with, right? Also, people are way too spread out in too many areas. Unless you're literally working farms, I have no idea why we have area zoned where you need to drive 20 minutes to get to your local village in order to buy groceries from like an up-priced local market by one person or whatever. Like, we don't have American villages. So part of the problem with rural America is the fact that there are like structural issues with it. And a lot of that goes back to homesteading, right? The fact that we were handing out like 40-acre parcels of land or whatever to the first group of Westerners who traveled over there and like planted their stake. But a lot of those people didn't actually set up farms or don't now. So it's like they just have houses that just have big lawns, like huge lawns, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, part of it's educational investment. Part of it's the fact that for some reason we allow conservative talk radio to exist, you know? Gotta fix that. Stuff like that, you know? I think that like rural America should probably look a lot more like the way that it does in Europe, rural areas where you have like villages of a few thousand people and you have like farmland stretching out from there, you know? But the model of like American rural expanse where everything is so like disconnected, and why would these people even believe in society? They don't really like participate in it. They're subsidized by it, but like I don't, you know what I mean? Can you specify what you mean by cultural reforms? Everyone has a shock collar that zaps you if you misgender. College students visiting your town.
States. But then I see what he's doing right down here at the Bureau of Public Debt, and I get concerned.
So you want to gather a large group of people, take their land, force them to move to your ideal kind of location? Yes. Also, like, I do think that if you built these villages, I think people would move to them anyway, because as we've discussed previously, rural areas suck. These areas are rotting and dying. I think a lot of people would probably take the opportunity to live in a more, like, developed area. Yeah. Not like cities necessarily, but like, yeah, like a little village. When is Vosh gonna grow beans in his house since he wants fields gone? I love the delusional belief that like rural America is keeping the farms working when they're not. I don't know where. Like, do you think that like the 60 or 70 million Americans who live in rural America are all farmers? Do you think that? Have you like driven through these areas? Where does our food come from? It just like pops out of the ground or something type shit. German village from above. I don't care about street food. Yeah, stuff like this is mostly what I'm thinking of. I think this is a much more sustainable, and I don't mean that in a gay environmental way. I mean this in like a human habitability kind of way. A much more sustainable way to live in a rural area. Basically, you have like a dense concentration residences, and then you have the farmland all around it. rather than having this like spattering of houses and random plots of farmland or whatever. This is much more economically efficient. It encourages community. You can have like nice, pleasant, walkable areas. You can have like a city center. You can actually do stuff without needing to drive for 20 or 30 minutes. I think that most people would like this. And I think if they don't, they're wrong. And frankly, I don't care. We'll force it on them anyway. I don't care. You anchors. Wait, that's not how American rural areas are structured? Jesus Christ. No, not even close. Show them the Strode. I don't think people could even fathom, like, Western Idaho as a concept. Oh, there's a nice house or two. Oh, here we go. Here's Plumber. Mind you, the difference between shit like this and shit like this is that these are actually, like, well-developed communities that people actually live in. They're vibrant. I've driven through a million identical towns that are all like this. They are wastelands. Absolute wastelands. You might notice that for some reason, even though we're in rural America, a lot of these properties have weird, like, vacant lots around them. Like, it's just random car space, parking. Like, there's no way to walk between any of these areas. See? Like, you couldn't... I don't even know if they have sidewalks. They might. I don't really know. Yeah, it looks like a new kid. It looks bombed out. This is how, I don't know, 80 million Americans live.
Applewood Smoke Jam is here. 2 for $7.
It's not a joke. That's not a joke. You all know that's not a joke, right? Backwoods savages, and we're trying to save you, man. But rather than allow yourselves to be saved, you've spent decades constructing an insane propagandistic narrative that this is real America. No, it's not. By the way, out here west, huge amount of this farmland not used for jack shit, by the way. You see all these farm plots? You can see them. Just because people maintain these plots does not mean this farmland is being used for shit. No feeling more depressed than pulling into a small town right off the interstate and it's just massive roads, gas stations, and crumbling houses. This is what rural Americans want to save. If you ask the average rural American what they would do to make America great again, they would say, could President Trump sign an executive order to force my children to move back in with me? I'm not joking. Oh, there's Flat Creek. There's a town. Here's an actual town. Maybe. Here we go. This is what occupied rural farmland looks like in America. The houses are separated by enormous stretches of road. No connection. It might be 10, 15, 20 minutes before you get to the place you need to go. Like you want to go to the grocery store or something. You can't walk anywhere. You burn a huge amount of your meager paycheck on gasoline. See, it's stuff like this, see? A lot of this is just the consequence of homesteading, really. The isolation. I don't really think that's true. I genuinely don't. I really do think the vast majority of people who live in areas like this don't like it. And I think that they cope desperately. But the thing you gotta understand is that I want them to have better lives. They're the ones voting to have me killed, okay? I'm not voting for people who are promising unlimited genocide in the rural world. When I'm asked, what do I want for rural America? I say, wouldn't it be nice if we had a giant infrastructure project to revitalize rural America and build out villages that are actually like sustainable and people can live there and people would like living there? And when rural people are asked what they want for me, they say, oh, Seattle, wasn't that city burnt down by blacks? I don't know, I guess maybe like a helicopter evac from the ongoing war zone that he must live in. Like, I'm sorry, this is not an equal exchange of antagonism. Okay, let's finish the video.
Any sense of why they're doing this?
I think they have made tax cuts, so they've lost money, and that money has to come from somewhere. So they're just trying to make up the money from anywhere they can get it.
Right now,
hey, good summarization of like
one of their biggest
real life
legislative priorities.
They passed it,
making Trump's tax cuts from 2017, which mostly benefit the richest Americans, permanent. If they succeed, those cuts are estimated to add more than $5 trillion to the debt over the next decade.
Yowza!
They're considering
the House pass.
A few options.
President Trump has endorsed a House budget plan that would make sweeping cuts to Medicaid.
Most of the federal spending is entitlements. So
what?
That's like
wait. Federal discretionary budget USA percentage breakdown 2024. does it look like this? Where's the... Hey, Grok. Hey, hey.
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just in a call with Slade. He went to go take a shower, so I'll message him.
What is Sladimus Maximus doing?
Oh, he was just getting showered. He has work, I think, like a shift at 5 to 8 today or something.
5 to 8? What a weird shift.
Right? He's doing a closing shift. I don't know if it's 8. I think it is 8. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. 8, 8:30, something like that. It's their closing shift. Well, he was supposed to do school today, but I think that he isn't sure if he's getting approved for his tuition assistance. So he is probably gonna drop classes just because paying out of pocket for that wouldn't be too good.
Why wouldn't he be approved for FAFSA or whatever?
I honestly don't know what happened exactly. I don't know if it was when he initially had applied for the FAFSA, the hold up there, or it was I don't know what side it's on. It could be he's partially responsible, or I have no clue actual reason. All I know is that is what's happened. And by the time he would know, it'd be too late to drop. So I think he's planning on potentially I think he is just dropping. Because one of his classes he needs to take at UNO, and then the other one is a class that can be taken it's just a general physics class where you can take it at any, community college out of pocket for pretty cheap. So, might end up being a financially better route anyways doing it that way, although it would extend his school duration by 1 semester. It's my rough summary.
Roger.
But that's why he had a weird work shift today, because school initially was on the docket. Definitely need to not definitely need to fix. Oh, I was thinking about it. It'd be really cool if we could figure out how to unfuck Rule America. We would be good. Like all the crumbling villages and small towns that nobody lives in anymore that have just kind of gone to crap.
Yeah, a lot of other countries and stuff have gone as far as to even
I saw what Germany does. It looks really good there. Well, the way I think a lot of it's a product of homesteading, which is what America was initially built on way back when, But the problem with homesteading is it kind of makes people disconnected, or it leaves people disconnected, and it's just a very inefficient way of doing rural agriculture in a modern like economy, I guess. Modern day
Yeah.
economy.
Get you.
I don't know what that would look like. I don't know what the policy would look like to do that, but it'd be nice if we could, because, I mean, you you know it as well as I do what rural America looks like. It's not like it's a bunch of tiny, small towns that all look about the same with wide streets, with like empty lots all over the place because people don't live in them because there isn't really a lot of opportunity. People don't really stay. You spend so much time traveling just to get like your necessities in those smaller towns or smaller areas. So it's not a good way of structuring it for, I guess, becoming a more modernized country, I guess.
Yeah?
Yeah, I lived it. I get it.
Same. Town I grew up in, 250 people.
Oh yeah.
I graduated from Kearney High, but I lived in Amherst, Nebraska, which is 250 people.
I've heard of you. I've heard of Amherst. I think wait, is that like west of Kearney? Like northwest?
Yeah, northwest.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I drove through Amherst on one time on the way to Arnold.
Yep, you would have then if you're going to Arnold.
Yeah. Wow. Small frickin' world. That's where you grew up, eh?
That's it.
Jeez. But yeah, that way of doing, just doing, structuring society, just in general, is just not good. Probably should put some...
I'm the exact opposite of everybody, because if I ever won the lottery, I would move my happy ass out to the fucking boondocks.
Well, that's fine. I wouldn't
like that, you know?
Well, no. Okay. Well, okay. I don't disagree with you when it comes to like if falling into money, I would want to live to some degree in like isolation away from a lot of people. But I'm talking like for the average like the like what is it, like 60, 70 million people that live in a series of like Amhersts, or just like segregated in like these like the homesteading plots for farming in rural America. That's probably like not good. Like that probably, it's super inefficient. It's I don't think most people that live like, when you're working class, you don't want to live. You don't want that. There's no I mean, you hear the complaints from small town people. And being small town, there's nothing to do. There's hardly any activities for the kids, for yourself. Like there isn't much in the way of like food. Like, you have one store.
I have no problems with that, right? It's like, for example, Audra and I spoke, and it's like, what we're trying to do, like when we move back to Nebraska, we would live in like Louisville or something like that, versus living in Omaha. We would probably live in like Louisville or Blair, or you know what I mean? We would not live directly back in Omaha.
Oh. Well, then you're kind of still, I guess, proving my point that people don't want to live still out in the middle of like, I think being within like a 30-minute drive of like a fairly large metropolitan wouldn't. I think you're still trying to like be somewhat close though, right, to Omaha. You wouldn't want to move to like Cherry County, like northwest Nebraska, right?
No.
I think that's the
because if
people
I did,
I'm talking
though,
about.
right? Because if I did move that far away, then I would still be in the same predicament now, where we're not going to be able to see Shauna, we're not going to be able to see you and Karis and Cohen, right? We can't. Even if I live out in BFE out in the middle of absolutely nowhere and it's a
Right.
2-hour drive, how often are you guys gonna be willing to come out and see me?
It's hard for me to do an hour and a half drive to Columbus, so yeah.
You get what I'm saying, though? That's
Yeah,
why
I
I'd rather
100%.
be in
I
like a
100%.
smaller town where it's like a 30-minute drive.
Well, no, I don't disagree with like that thinking and that logic, because you'd be, but like let's remove. I guess then, yeah, no. I guess I wasn't talking necessarily even from your perspective. But I guess maybe if we all lived out in the middle of bumfucked Idaho, it would probably be different. But then I think that kind of gives more credence to what I'm saying. Make it to where like being in bumfuck Idaho is like desirable and people do actually want to like be out there, and it's like not like desolate Casey's and if you're lucky a Subway, and that's about it.
Yeah,
Maybe a
you
Dollar
need
General.
Casey's. Oof, love Casey's pizza.
But like that, you don't want that to be the only things that you have available for you in the form of like commerce, I guess is. Even if there was like I don't know. It's usually just one little small local mart that like one guy owns. I don't know. All I know is that I like being like around people, and maybe not ideally not around people I don't know. Like ideally I'd want to be like or I'd ideally like to have some sort of like in some sort of a community of people I have some shared common interests or goals with, but I don't know. I'm thinking more just like broad strokes policy for like just rural America in general. I think most people in rural America would probably, if they were being honest, would probably be like, yeah, it would be nice that if like, I bet right now if they could like get Trump to do anything, it'd be like to sign an EO would be like, let's get my kids to move back to, our small town instead of staying in the city. I don't know.
Well, it's not on Trump though. That's on the community to make it so that people want to stay there.
Well, no, that's not the. Well, that's kind of like the whole point I'm making then, right? Like we're probably then in agreement. But there's still like 60 to 70 million people that live like that. I guess it'd be cool if, I don't know, if it doesn't even necessarily be I mean, it could be partially federal government, partially state governments, but finding ways to revitalize and modernize all of this area where there's all this empty area, I guess. People that are living in it, bringing them together. I don't know. Hey, all I'm saying is it'd be cool if we had some instead of stupid policies and fundings for stuff that like we probably could agree on that we're not in favor of. Let's invest that into America. Like, I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if I won the lottery, like, yeah, of course I'd want to have like a family compound type of deal, nice house, the whole nine. Making quite the progress, finally.
Fucking screamers in my goddamn hole over here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm recutting the outline right now.
Oh, that's what I was doing also.
Nice,
Oh,
so you
you're
started
finishing
that.
it up. I had started doing that.
I saw that. Yeah, so I'm just recutting it.
Heck yeah.
Finishing it up.
Yeah, I did that, and I was doing that, and then I was like, this is... Well, I went to go put away stone. I was like, God, this freaking sucks. I'm gonna go just start collapsing more mountain.
Yeah, that's why. Remember when I was telling you the other day? I was like, when I was finally done with it, I was like, oh, fucking thank God.
Seriously.
It's brutal. Because it's just like one gigantic fucking line. And it is painful.
Yeah.
So the rest of these asshats to get on and start helping.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I think Slade's schedule, if he does drop those 2 classes, it'll definitely free up, because he won't be he won't be juggling working 30 hours and doing school also, so 30, 40 hours. And then also doing school, it'll be just the 30 to 40 hours of work. Although he is also pushing to become an assistant manager, potentially, where he's working at. Or a manager, I don't know exactly what, but a lot of people have quit there, so looking good.
Kind of.
For
him to be leery.
For
a bunch of people start quitting.
Oh, well, yeah, people are. It's not probably like a great long-term position. I mean, he's been there for a while. Just talking with him, I've been helping him get his like resume put together, because Slade's definitely more educated than me, but I have more real-world experience, like when it comes to like getting jobs, leveraging experience, like what like a resume, what you would want a resume to actually look like, what looks good to employers, the things you'd want to highlight and all that stuff. So just been helping him with that.
It'll tell you.
Yeah, well, and there's ways that you can have resumes that are where your resume where it's a little more tailored for certain things, where you highlight your skills, maybe to fit whatever, I guess, sector. Because you can leverage your work experience, your qualifications, everything in a lot of different ways if you're intelligent about how you write it. Obviously, like, don't lie or make shit up, but you gotta just be more concise and to the point. Like, if you're wanting to be a manager, you should probably be a manager for a company. You should probably be highlighting your leadership experience and the roles that you played in managing people and like overseeing maybe projects or whatever. But if you want to be like in a more single contributor role, maybe you need to highlight your actual technical experience that would make you qualified to do that particular role, I guess. I don't know. Little things like that. And then you actually call also. It's another good one. Calling after you have applied.
Follow-up's always good.
Yeah, or at least an email or something. I always do that. Or have done that. Oh, I did move forward in the hiring process, or the interview process for that position.
For the one that goes for 85K?
Yeah, it was 85 to, I think 110 is what they have it listed for. Yeah. I moved forward to an in-person, so see how that goes.
When is that one?
Next week. I want to say Thursday. I got emailed. I got an email for it, like confirming it, location, all that good stuff. But that would be pretty cool. That'd be a pretty significant, well, that'd be a pretty significant life-altering thing to happen, I guess.
Oh yeah, man.
Obviously, I'll try my best to acquire the job, make sure that it suits everything that I'm looking for to some degree, or at least a lot of it. But I mean, that kind of money is kind of hard to pass up unless I'm expected like 70 hours a week and then like a long drive or something crazy. Well, with the long commute as well, then I might have to reconsider. But I don't know, the virtual interview, the questions I had answered, the questions I had that they answered seemed to be like there was a fairly good work-life balance, good benefits for the position, and I don't know. It looks good to me. I don't know. That's all I got on that. And I'll find out for sure after my in-person. The person I'll be talking to for the in-person, the actual final hiring manager, like would be my boss. He's not really he is the hiring guy for the position. He will give me a more comprehensive breakdown of like what the actual starting salary would be, some of the more specifics on the day-to-day, all that stuff. So I would have an office, so that's cool.
Very nice. Where the fuck are y'all coming from?
You just keep getting zombies coming at you too?
Non-stop.
Yeah, they're bastards.
They keep dropping fucking loot bags too.
Jeez. It's really unfortunate.
Shit that I want too. It's like can of peas and stuff. I need cans of peas.
Jeez.
Fuck, and I don't have any room in my bag.
Yeah, I try not to think too much about stuff that I may throw out anymore. Unless I have a focus on going for it, I just toss it and keep moving.
For me, it's like the can of peas. I want the can of peas because I need it for so many cooking recipes.
Oh, fair enough. Me and Karis did do a solid, well, I did a solid budgeting breakdown thing. I don't know if it's the Adderall or what, but my brain is like operating at like feels like at 10 times efficiency, so I'm just more organized, I guess. So I organized out our income, expenses, our debt, all that good stuff, and whiteboarded it all. Had a couple graphs, and I have everything set to where, besides our truck, all of our debt will be paid by December, and still have about, oh, what was it? I think we'll still be able to have $3 grand saved also, or something.
Very good.
Just by budgeting groceries and all the other useless expenditures that might provide some marginal utility for like, but aren't really like needed. So just cutting back on stuff.
No, it's smart.
But frick yeah.
Sticking to your budget, all helps, man.
Hell yeah. Well, with all of our bills and expenses, I have like for each month I have like boxes. I like wrote it like the month, wrote in the boxes like, so I put a little X in the box when we pay. Like we paid our rent for next month, so we put a little X through that. We paid our truck payment for September, so put an X in that. And just like once we go on our grocery run where we have our allocated grocery spending, you know, an X there, internet, so on and so forth. So, and then I have a nice little progress bar graph for whenever we put money towards debt, which our total debt is like 5,400. I have little tickers like 500, 1,000, all the way up to I put it up to like 5,500. We just can like shade it in, like, you know, when you see those like donation goals and they'll like shade in the rectangle, you know, with each tick, stuff like that. So I kind of have it set like that. I don't know if it's the Dave Ramsey approach. I'm gonna coin it as the Isaac approach.
If it works, man. You just gotta find something that works for you, that's all.
Heck yeah. A lot of it before was just, I don't know if it was just I don't know what it was, but I'm just happy that kind of got the head a little bit more in the game.
It's good.
It's probably the fact that now that I have like medicine for sleep and ADHD stuff, that's probably been the big boon for, what is it, like motivation. Not getting a lot of sleep is just such a shitty thing. You don't even realize it.
Trust me, I do.
Right.
I've been struggling with sleep for the better part of my entire life. I can't imagine how I would feel if I actually got the sleep that I needed.
A lot more focused, probably. You're a pretty successful, high-performing guy with the lack of sleep you have now. Imagine how much further you could go, man.
I try to.
I mean, at least you got like the exercise down. I mean, imagine if you were out of shape and you didn't get a good sleep, and say you also ate like shit, like too, like on top of the lack of sleep and lack of exercise. You know, that would probably be that would be bad. I mean, that's what a lot of, you know, guys around your age, they kind of have that trifecta. So maybe you've been able to do well just because it's just the lack of sleep, you know, that you're really getting hit with.
I just wish I wasn't getting hit with it.
Oh, of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
Other things that I would love to do, but I am actually dealing with some like serious burnout right now too.
Oh, it's starting to bite you.
It is.
Gotcha.
It's getting me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. Maybe not for that an extended period of time, but the lack of sleep shit, I 100% know where you're coming from there. Like, up until recently was 6 hours, and it was never regular. It was never like a regular 6 hours. It would be all over the place, sometimes less. Or I'd have days where I got like 2 hours, and then it was just not a good cycle.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's usually about 3 to 5 hours a night by the time I wake up, half a dozen times. Doesn't help that I'm also an extremely light sleeper, so like all the smallest little fucking things wake me up. Yeah, well, life goes on.
Oh, yours is being able or staying asleep. Okay.
It's falling asleep and staying asleep.
Ah, must make it extra tough to like treat, cause holy crap.
It's hard for me as well because like Audra.
Mhm.
I mean, I love her to death, but that woman snores like
Holy
crazy.
shit. I'm
And so
with you
if she
there.
falls asleep before I do,
Mhm.
I'm fucked. There's multiple times where I just go out to the living room and I'll lay on the couch for a while.
So you're so tired that you finally just pass out?
Yep.
Yep. Do that as well. Karis is the same way with the snoring. Holy crap. Every once in a while, like, I'm like tired and a little like frustrated. I'll do the thing where like I'll like touch her face a little bit just to get her to do the whole and then she'll stop snoring for a while. Yeah, I don't like, you know, like a caress just cuz I know like like you in your sleep you subconsciously know you're being touched, so like the snoring will stop for just sometimes enough for me just to like sneakily pass out, but usually not.
No, I'll come like into my office and lay on the couch, or I'll go to the living room. I'll just go walk out into our living room and I'll just lay on the leather couch there. I like the leather couch probably the best because it's nice and cold.
Oh yeah. You run hot?
I run hot all of the time.
Me frickin' too.
And Audra's the kind of lady that she wants like 15 blankets. I don't understand how the fuck she does it.
Well, I have to sleep with a blanket over my face. Like I have to be like wrapped in one blanket, fully submersed. Yeah.
See, I have a weird little thing where I have to sleep with this triangle just over my waist area.
Oh. That's unique. I've never heard that.
I don't want it anywhere else other than just around my waist.
Ah.
Like it literally covers my junk and that's about as good as it gets.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ.
You don't like being covered.
Light over here.
Yeah.
For reals, I'm being buried alive.
You better start freaking mining out. I'll save you. Holy crap. Yeah, it is coming down hard. My plan is to just mine out as much of the inside as I can, and then go around the edge and mine out all the crap that says like sticking up, you know, where it's piling right at the end. I feel like that's a good way to concave it a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, that's why I usually do like the long rows and then I cut out the individual sections.
Oh yeah. Otherwise you're playing the constant game where you're waiting or you're cutting stuff out behind you that's falling down because it's building back up.
Yeah.
I think I'm at the point now where we need like another couple cement mixers down, so when I get those placed, I just filled up my drone and myself.
Oh yeah, I've been filled up for a little while.
Hey, as long as we're somewhat keeping up on the, well, somewhat. It's not hard to keep up on the stone and clay. Man, we need to eventually. The ramp, by the way, is breaking. That you built.
Well, yeah, I did it because I got tired of flying through the air.
Every time you hit it with. Yeah, it is annoying. Where is the? Heck yeah, there they are.
How's it breaking?
Oh, the 4x4 is just hitting it.
Okay.
I didn't realize it would do that either, but apparently it does. You can stack cement mixers? Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. Oh my god, am I gonna need to do a huge wood run? Oh my god. That dang lottery's at 950 frickin' million now. It's frickin' rigged. Just kidding. You know what's weird? I had this weird feeling really early on in it that it was gonna go up real high. Like when it hit like 200, I was like, this could be like a $1 billion lottery. Well, here we are. My intuition was right. Oh my god, fuck off, you stupid Yeti. Wasting my frickin' time. Stop. Oh, I also made like, oh, how much? I made a shit ton of farm plots. I think like 500 or something. Definitely gonna need some more, but that's what we got so far for our goals of unlimited farmland.
Works.
Oh, I've also made a couple more workbenches.
Yeah, you did.
Just realized how much cobblestone blocks we're gonna need, and it's like, oh, might as well.
hell? Why are all these chests beat the fuck up?
Oh, I accidentally hit them almost every time I tab out of 7 days to go click on another window. I accidentally left click. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't help it. I just accidentally do it. Or I don't mean to do it, I guess.
Oh, nope. Brass. Here. Cobblestone, rock, cobblestone, block. Will you guys please stop? Okay, I see plenty of cobblestone block. Hey!
Oh, there's another cobblestone block chest up here, top right.
Yeah. That one's full.
Yeah, I don't mind if we make another. Or convert one of the concrete ones into one of them. Convert a couple of them even. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah, it's stone. Oh my god. I hate them so much. Leave me alone.
They are no more.
Nice.
And they said nothing.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, all those are going.
It is a process upkeeping all of it. Gotta make sure the mixers are constantly filled, emptying them out, forges, same thing. Then you gotta go check the workbenches, convert stuff into blocks, your inventory fills super freaking fast.
I'm already doing all the workbenches, so.
Nice. I did one little sweep of those, but you were over on the far side, so I was making more cobblestone in them.
Where are you putting farm blocks?
Oh, they were just the far right one. Oh, the one that's more storage crates, that's gonna be Misk. I think it goes in there. I think that'd probably be a good spot for it. Especially since it's not something we're regularly making or using anytime soon.
Okay. Let's see. That cobblestone block is full. There's that. Put that in there. 8 blocks. That will fall. That will fall. Put some fitting there. Take all of this. Go make block. Do we have coal somewhere?
Yes. In the misc crate is where it's at.
Roger.
Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back. Hello, hello.
The big one to eliminate.
Do you want him to do that? Do you not want him to do that? What's
Absolutely not. I paid into it all these years. I need to get something out of it.
Yeah.
I did auto body work all my life. I'm retired now. I get Social Security, which is not enough to live on.
If you were talking directly to Trump and Musk, what do you want them to do on Social Security and Medicare? Keep it, cut it, increase it? What do we think?
Well, of course, I'm on Social Security, so I'm all for increasing it.
I hope they don't do anything
Ooh.
to Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, and all that.
Medicaid in West Virginia is huge, and it's not just people, it's kids. If you're going to take away the jobs that provide them with health care that's not Medicaid, but then also take away the Medicaid, there's something else for
They're so self-centered. Yeah, that's another thing you notice from rural people, by the way. They're always talking about themselves. Genuinely, I mean that. They very rarely talk about, like, what policies they want for America broadly or what they'd like to see, like, the direction the country take. They're almost always talking about how it relates to them. Because they don't believe in society. It's the toxic American individualism. You live out in shithole nowhere. You have nothing, like, there's nothing out there, no culture, nothing, just a wasteland. And you're like, well, I must be, like, the only guy, basically. You don't have any concept of, like, legacy or sort of, like, cultural engagement or like, believing in a system that extends beyond you as a person.
them. I'm not for the tax breaks for the rich. I think they already have a lot of money. They do need to, pay the taxes and give it back a little to the middle class, because I think
This is not American, this is rural. All rural people think like this. That is true. And hey, listen, I've been consistent. What have I said before about farmers in France? Okay? That is true. I do think that there is a universality to the points I've made about, like, the rural areas. It's not just America. I do think America is particularly bad about it in a lot of ways, but no, I do think that it's universal to an extent.
Middle class is the one that's really getting hammered right here.
How's the American dream doing, do you think?
Not well at all.
I'm diabetic.
Yeah.
And I've been diabetic for 30-some years. There's no sense in our medicine costing what it does. That is insurance greed.
Well,
all of those big corporations, those insurance companies, whether it's health insurance, life insurance, car insurance, they are buying the politicians and they're getting what they want that way. So they're making billions of dollars, but yet the average median income, they're barely making it.
I'm telling you, man, Reconstruction, okay? Yeah, I'm telling you.
The message for, like, Donald Trump or Elon Musk if they were watching.
Don't forget the working people. We're building the country. We're making the materials. We're working in those factories. We're working in the government. You've got to make sure that you take care of us.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things your way.
Here's the way I see it. Most of the Trump supporters I talk to see the chaos of Trump's first 100 days as necessary.
We need forced busing. We need to force rural people to be bussed into New York City to work for a while. I'm half joking.
Even cathartic. They wanted someone from the outside who could move fast and break things because to their mind, those institutions were already completely broken. But that doesn't mean they're on board with everything Trump has done. The folks we talked to were also worried about the impacts of deep cuts to the federal workforce. They're worried about preserving Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And they're waiting to...
Again, they say they're worried about those things, but you have to take people at their behavior rather than their word, right? Like, clearly they have another set of priorities. See, okay, I really, really like the channel More Perfect Union, so understand these criticisms are coming from a place of love. I really wish these interviews would ask more questions about minorities. You need to be meaner to these people, because for one, they are voting to kill us. That's not an exaggeration. But we need to be clear. These are not like noble proletarians yearning for the outreach, okay? They just need to hear the right message or something. These are, for the most part, stupid, biased, ignorant, racist people who are, in large part, and I bet you dollars to donuts this is true, because it's true in almost every case, right? Voting because they're terrified of illegals. Okay, like we don't need to go so far. It's not about humanizing them. Humanize them all you want. They're humans, right? But you don't need to like paint them as like noble savages or whatever. Like, these people claim they care about the little guy. They care about their Social Security. They care about their health care. Then who did they vote for? Okay, then why did they vote for him? Did they vote for him because they thought Trump would be the pro-Social Security guy? Probably not. They probably thought he was going to save the country from crime, blacks, and Hispanics. Okay? Like, we need to know that. Because if we aren't being honest about why they voted for who they voted for, then we lead ourselves into these bad narratives where we convince ourselves that it's, oh, if only they had heard one Bernie Sanders speech. I guarantee you they have. It didn't change anything.
To see how this whole global trade war thing will play out and whether it'll actually benefit them.
What do they say? Prepare for the worst and hope for the best? That's pretty much what you have to do.
You got to take care of the people, take care of you. Well, we're taking care of the governments, and they need to take care of us when we get old.
I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Being able to put food on the table, drive your car, pay your bills.
Yep.
And
totally self-interested again, like no broader, like again, cattle, like no greater. And she seems like the nicest of the ones who are being interviewed, but like again, it's all just about that, like no aspirations to a greater project or anything like that. And again, nothing here is innate, okay? It's not their brain matter or whatever. Any one of these people, they could have been a PhD, you know, whatever, I don't know. It's maybe they are, I don't know. It's not about like innate intelligence. It's just like Jesus, you know, we have to smell the roses a bit. So many urbanites romanticize rural areas, but genuinely as someone who grew up and still lives in rural Alabama, they are some of the most backwards, self-serving, bitter old pieces of shit in the world. Some of the worst people I've ever met out there. Yeah. Obviously not all of them are like this, but it's crazy how many are. Yeah, I don't know why. Do you think it's the cottagecore thing? Like there's a bunch of lefties who like idealize, once I'm done getting my bag in this tech job, you and I are gonna go get like a we're gonna live in like a rural area or whatever. So they're deluding themselves into thinking that they're going to be like embracing this like tradition of proletarian connection with the land, and they don't want to believe that actually not living within 400 feet of a Starbucks turns you into Hitler, which it does.
And live your life with your family.
What do you want to see improved? What's missing in all of this?
A little
I just ran over your bike, gosh darn it.
Just like racing, the fans that are in the stands are the ones that make it. And that's exactly what the working people are. They're the fans in the stands.
Hi, thanks for watching.
I really like More Perfect Union. I just want us to be more honest about why these people are the way they are. Because it is not because they're looking out for the little guy. I actually genuinely think that the project to like build a rural-urban united front has failed utterly, and we need to be way the more classist against rural people. Because rural America sucks, and the people there suck, and I don't know why I should have to pretend otherwise when Republicans have made hating big cities their entire policy platform. Why do Republicans get to non-stop attack all of the epicenters of American ingenuity, culture, industry? Meanwhile, like, everyone gets really dainty with it whenever you're like, hey, you know these, like, poor, deprived, undernourished shit havens of incest, domestic abuse, and racism? I actually don't like those. And then everyone pro clutches. They're misinformed and economically disadvantaged and ignored. Yeah, well, there are lots of, like, poor Republicans, but that doesn't mean I have to be nice to them. Is it because it's considered punching down? As long as the U.S. Senate exists and the Electoral College exists, it's actually punching up. If you're a voter in New York City, your vote objectively counts less for the federal government than a voter in rural Wyoming, okay? Like by a significant margin between the Senate and the Electoral College. So I'm just saying, rural Ohio is finished and its AI-generated thumbnails of painkiller addicts. Wouldn't be a bad channel. Wouldn't be bad. Rural areas do suck, however, there are ways of appealing to them that haven't been approached yet at all. Like most rednecks can be made to agree with environmentalist positions if you don't call it that. I don't care. Maybe they shouldn't have voted for Trump. Sorry, like, we've been trying this one for decades. Like, dude, trust me, okay? The noble, spirited proletariat will respond to your arguments. You just have to phrase it the right way. Like, no, they don't. They clearly don't, you know? It's like all those people who are like, they say they regret their vote for Trump, but then it's like, well, if you went back in time, would you vote for Kamala? And they say no. Like, well, okay, then you don't regret your vote for Trump, actually. That's not the same thing. Nobody's actually tried that except Bernie. Come on now. I disagree. Bill Clinton tried with his down-home folksy Arkansas bullshit, and it worked. I mean, he won. It hasn't, like, changed the character. Listen, if you want rural people to get more respect, they should act more respectfully. I'm sorry. I'm doing respectability politics in their direction, all right? Maybe they should do literally anything good. Also, it's not like Trump doesn't despise rural and poor people. It's not like he's even remotely subtle with it either. Carter was the last Dem president that really played to rural folks with peanut farm. I just think it's a waste of time. Like, a smaller and smaller portion of the population is rural, and also they're stupid and they suck. I'm sorry. You can't lie. The demographics make it pretty clear, man. You look at the polling data, it's just a shitty, it's like a neglected vestigial part of the national conversation, you know? We need more AI slop channels that are like, yeah, what was the idea previously? Rural Idaho is finished, It's the AI generated photo of like a bunch of people shooting up on the like the one main street of the, you know, of the shitty little town. You know, something like that, you know? They're stupid from socioeconomic causes. They don't have to be stupid. Yeah, no shit. Should rural people accept that their towns have been destroyed and that the Democrats aren't changing anything there and they should shut up and vote Dems and accept it? This is a Dem failure. How is it a Dem failure, mother? Who do you think runs those towns and counties and states? I'm sorry, do you think Democrats are the ones who are disproportionately responsible for the deprivation of these areas? These people vote Republican, and they always will. This is the wall the GOP candidate mistakes. I just think that people have forgotten how important it is to have, like, an out-group. Did the GOP lose votes in the cities just because Republicans non-stop attack people in the cities? No, they gained votes everywhere, even though a mainstream Republican talking point now is that all cities suck and are falling apart and are crime-ridden. I'm telling you, if you attack rural America and do it right, the consequence will not be rural Americans hate you. The consequence will be that rural Americans will be ashamed of their origins, as they should be, and they will either migrate to cities, or they will be pick-me's for rural America, and they will talk about how bad it is and how much the Republicans have ruined it. Basically, what I'm saying is you need to be more divisive, more hateful, more contemptuous. I mean, if anything, like the meaningful difference here is that Republicans attack cities even though cities are cool.
Hey, Jeremiah, you're on your way to the
top of my game because MCC has the lowest cost per credit hour.
Rural areas suck. You gotta, it's insane. We're losing the negativity battle when their side is the one more worthy of derision. Absolutely wild. That's the way it used to be too. Lots of alt music is about hating the shit-ass town you're born in. No kidding. Yeah, didn't it used to be a lot more like culturally acceptable to talk down on your shit-ass bumpkin conservative town? When did everyone like stick a rod up their ass and start talking as though you're like betraying Marx by pointing out the obvious fact that these areas suck? I mean, like, at what point? I feel like at some point it became like a taboo subject. I think that we've bought into Republican respectability politics. They shit-talk every city in America non-stop, but they taught us to pro-clutch when people shit-talk rural America. I'm not buying into it. I'm not falling for the propaganda. Rural Texas is literally dying while those areas keep voting for Republicans. I mean, past a point, I feel like they just deserve it, man. Yeah, everyone's leaving the small towns to go to the big cities. Why wouldn't they? Except Dallas. Yeah, except for downtown Dallas, it seems. But even the suburbs of Dallas and the Fort Worth area, they're picking up people. Worse still, big cities in Texas don't realize they need to urbanize like at all. At least they're building houses. God, that's bleak, though. Everyone in rural places hates city folk, but deep down it's just envy and projection. Meanwhile, people in cities don't spend any time at all thinking about rural people. That is generally true. Yeah, that is true. Rural Americans have a gigantic, constant chip on their shoulder about this, like, perceived war between real America, quote-unquote them, an area that produces nothing, no people, no culture, no industry, versus the fake, you know, effete city liberal coastal elites, aka the majority of the population actually produces things, changing, innovating what people think of when they think of America. This is so classist. Don't buy into it. The worst people in rural areas are bumpkin car dealership owners, okay? There are millions of poor people in cities. This is why the right wins. I disagree. I think you're buying into Republican propaganda. This is actually a very well-written article from the Texas Tribune. They make food, though? No, farmers and make food, and so do their farmhands. Rural Americans as a whole they're not all farmers. If rural America makes food, non-rural America makes everything. Kowalski, if you seriously think that, like, person per person, cities are more subsidized than rural areas, I don't know what to tell you. Also, fun, unsurprising fact, used car dealerships are a major source of Republican donations. Yeah, it's not surprising to me. Rich rural people are like the ultimate Hitlerites. Oh, for sure, for sure. You shouldn't despise a group due to their actions when the reason is socioeconomic. You know that the reason why everything is socioeconomic, right? You can make that argument to the Wehrmacht. I just don't understand why the same tired arguments come out. It's, well, they're like that because of, like, their education. Yes, so were the Nazis. I don't know what you're getting at. Not to say that all rural Americans are identical morally to Nazis. You know, I would never say that about all of them. I really just think people undervalue the, I don't know, antagonism as a social force, okay? Again, non-stop Republican hatred directed towards cities, very bigoted hatred, by the way, did not lose Republicans votes in cities. Cities are America. I don't care what rural people say. They produce the culture. By they, I mean the cities, of course. Obviously,
sorry about that. I had a work call.
So as a consequence of that, you know, they're attacking real America. What does it lose them? Nothing. Nothing at all. Even city-dwelling Republicans are like, yeah, this city sucks. They make it their culture or whatever. So why the hell? So why do we lose rural voters then if you direct the antagonism back at all? Why do we have to, you know, like we're walking through a minefield? Yeah, why are they the snowflakes? I thought we were the snowflakes. I signed up to be the snowflake, not them. This is ridiculous. It's just that such a broad generalization is the same facility racists make towards urban people. Yeah, well, that's the comparison that I'm making. You know, I haven't seen any good, like, we interviewed some regretful Trump voters videos in a while. It's the same thing with Latinos voting for Trump. Yeah, I wonder how people who are upset about this, like, square that circle, right? How is it that Republicans, they're not only racist against Hispanic people, literally the main push for this administration was a wave of hatred and fear directed against Hispanic people. And then Trump gained massively with Hispanic people. I think people just don't understand how hatred works, to be honest. When you direct hatred against a group of people, or, you know, it doesn't have to be like bigoted hatred, right? Like, when I make negative comments about rural people or like rural areas, I'm talking about a wide range of things. But when, say, for example, Republicans talk about migrants, they're talking about non-white people.
Almost freaked out. I loaded in, and I didn't see my bike, and it finally showed up.
Oh, jeez. I was about to say, I accidentally ran over it because it was kind of on the path out.
Yeah, I had to drop off like in a really quick second because
it's all good.
I had to fix an issue.
Gotcha.
Times you're talking about a
BRB, I gotta run back to the old house back here.
You know, I think it's pretty normal.
Clear out some of my inventory from like shit that I picked up from zombies.
In fact, I share a lot of these criticisms. Not a problem. You know, having pride in everything. Okay, these places suck, and I think a lot of rural people probably share that feeling to an extent. You know, like if you're even remotely left-leaning and you live in a rural part of America, you probably hate where you live. Okay, that's a very common sentiment. That's not new. It's been like that for a while. That's not a new like dynamic. The remotely progressive person in a rural area. And if you kind of speak in line with that, I feel like you'll have a chorus of people speaking with you, or you'll open up the door for people to kind of do the pick-me shit, to differentiate themselves. I feel like the coddling has gotten us literally nothing. Like we've been up to it for like 20 years. You know that, right? This like post George W. Bush's victory, you know, this fake Southern, you know, buy a ranch down in Texas bullshit. This insistent, well, we need to reach out to both halves of America shit. It's not worked. Something noble savagery of rural people. Yeah, and it's all socioeconomic. But I feel like we just need to acknowledge the fact that the cultural and socioeconomic forces that underlie rural life just tend to pull people in bad directions. That sounds like the mood some years before the Civil War. Yeah, well, the country's falling apart, so, you know, imagine if rural voters became aware of class warfare and voted in their best interest instead better. Yeah, but the thing is, they literally never will, because nobody votes along economic interest. People vote along inertia. They vote along, like, cultural inertia, right? Nobody goes out there and is like, I will look at the policies of these candidates and vote for the person who will make my life better. Nobody votes like that. In this day and age, are you kidding me? Do you see the YouTube videos we just looked at from that Jordan Cash guy or whatever the name was, Cash Jordan? It's sports team shit. It's culture. It's cultural inertia. It's like you know, culture war bullshit. It has nothing to do with like actual policy basically. So it's just not happening. Does anyone else think it's weird how Bosch nails having burning appeals to us who are working class people, but then he can't take any notes from that strategy in terms of advocacy? I don't know what that means. Were there typos there? It frustrates me when I see a message that I feel like I could springboard off of, but I don't know what the you're saying because there's like one or two key typos. Rural areas aren't 90 to 100% Republican. They're more like 60 to 65. Okay. You talk about how rural areas are dog shit and full of racists and backwater hicks or whatever, and then the 40 to 35% of people who aren't in that category or whatever will be like, yeah, those guys. Like, if you're a progressive rural American and you see anti-rural messaging and your response to that is like, no, we're actually the beautiful, earnest heartland of America. You can't say that. What are you doing? Like, isn't that exactly the same as other countries? Like, people from other countries being like, damn, America's a shithole. Why the f they vote for Trump? And you being like, no, not every American voted for Trump. Don't judge all of us. Like, what are you doing? Come on. No one cares. No one gives a shit, okay? You know what we're talking about. Nobody's going to build like the bedrock of populist messaging off of, I hate 60% of rural America.
Ignite the fairways.
With Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket, you don't even have a club in your hand.
Oh, I'm angry at 51% of America for voting for Trump. Like, come on, don't, like, if you take that shit personally, you're just like reaffirming the sensitivity that got the bad electoral outcomes to begin with, you know? Oh, okay, you gave it another try. Does anyone think it's weird how Bosch will nail Bernie Sanders appealing to working class rural voters, but seems incapable of applying that same strategy to his own advocacy? Well, actually, okay, you know what? I'm willing to engage with that fairly. A couple of points. First of all, we never got...
I'm sorry?
Oh, I said I have to make some bullets or something because I'm out of room in my bullet crafting trunk.
Oh, you don't have enough bullets?
No, I got plenty of bullets. I'm maxed out on bullet crafting stuff in my trunk.
Oh, so you gotta make bullets, gotcha.
I gotta make bullets or something to fucking create some room in here.
Right on.
Test of Bernie Sanders support, but I guarantee you that rural America would not have been swarming to support him because most people vote on cultural issues. But I think that's a tangential response to your point. I think that was a glancing attack. Now I will attack you directly, okay? Now it's over for you. Write your will while I construct this. I have, in recent years, criticized Bernie Sanders for not being mean enough. And I think it's true. I think that what a lot of people who support Bernie Sanders need to learn is that his policies are excellent, his broad messaging is excellent, but you cannot win in this environment without directing overwhelming contempt against the people who are ruining this country. Because at the end of the day, people vote based on American appeal, or not American appeal, sorry, I mean maybe American appeal, based on emotional appeal. I think that you need to harness that vitriol. You know, you need to have like an overwhelming cultural mandate. Can you imagine how Bernie Sanders would do in a debate against Donald Trump? See, debates between Democrats are mostly policy focused. How do you think he would have done against Donald Trump, right? I think he might have gotten trashed. Okay, fine. I don't think so. Because I think Bernie Sanders would have talked the same way he does at his rallies. He would have said things that are correct. And then Donald Trump would have dog-walked him with 78 lies and emotional narratives that he wouldn't have a response to. And there's no way Bernie Sanders could respond to those lies without changing his tone. And I don't think he can change his tone because I think he's genuinely a very nice and level-headed guy. I don't think he can be angry enough. I remember 2016. I remember Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was far smarter than Trump and had better policies and retorted well to what he said, and then she lost. And I think that Bernie is quite a bit less antagonistic than Hillary Clinton, you know? It's about that emotional narrative. I just don't buy into the idea that you just need the right, you need the correct, broad, working class appeal. Not Bernie holds his own in debates. Not against Donald Trump. You've never seen him debate Donald Trump. What about Bernie would have won? I think that if Bernie went up against Donald Trump in 2016, he would have won. I think that if Bernie went up against Trump in 2020, it's a wash. And I think that if Bernie went up against Donald Trump in 2024, he would have gotten dog-walked. And I don't mean that because of Bernie's age changing. I mean that because Trump became more hateful and more detached from reality. And I think that made him stronger. Trump got more votes with each, you know, he grew in power between elections, you know? I'm only speculating. Yeah, Trump's lies became bolder. Yeah, how do you think Bernie Sanders would have dealt with they're eating the cats and the dogs? Like, seriously, I know that in your head you're imagining he would have this, like, level-headed response. You'd like, you know, Donald Trump wants to distract you with these ridiculous stories. He wants to tell you lies. He wants to make you fearful. But what you need to be fearful of is your health insurance premiums. Something like that, right? And look, we would have loved it, okay? I don't know how well that would have landed, genuinely. against like an overwhelming tide of misinformation and hatred and vitriol and like middling messaging from Democrats. Look, I'm not saying his policies or he is bad. I'm saying he needs to be like if you could take him and you could beef that up with hatred against evil people, I think you would have more. And I don't know, doesn't it say a little bit that like right now Bernie Sanders is substantially less popular and less politically influential than he was back in 2016 when the primary opponents that he had to contend with were other Democrats? I've said this before, but like the matchup, it changes depending on who you're up against. This is not an environment. Nobody's even talking about healthcare anymore. Right? The healthcare conversation in 2016 was Medicare for all, single payer, or continue the ACA.
1044 mag.
Nice.
Don't need them. But I'm gonna make them.
Heck yeah.
Right
Shites
now,
and
the
giggles.
healthcare conversation is $800 billion lost from Medicaid. That's where the combo is. Right now, the conversation is, do you even get healthcare? So basically, Sanders is too good for this world. I think that Sanders is a very good person, and I obviously like him very much, and I will always like him unless he does something crazy. I mean, yeah, I'm clearly not anti-Sanders at all. I just think that like we have to wake up and smell the roses a bit. When I see people who are like, well, the way we win is with a broad working class appeal, I think you are like a decade out of date with your messaging. That is so obviously not what's happening right now. Like you're like talking to the SPD in 1932. You're like, listen, okay, you just need to like it's just welfare reform, okay? You just need to listen, all right? You need to refinance the Treaty of Versailles debts, okay? That's what'll win us. You know, we just need we need to make people's lives better. Broad working class appeal, you know? The working class voted for fascism, man. Remember, more educated, wealthier voters, for the first time in decades, voted for Kamala Harris. Lower education, lower income voters voted for Donald Trump. Discord crashing out, thinking you unironically hate all rural people amount. First of all, it's the Discord. Second of all, they're outrage merchants. People like getting upset. It's all they have to do in their lives. Third of all, the vast majority of people who get upset by my statements along those lines are not rural. They're like, I don't know, Bernie dead-enders who think that we're one good working class messaging, you know, stint away from a Bernie Sanders presidency or something. They think that you're compromising on like left unity, but they're not even rural. You can tell when somebody's actually in rural America, because when you shit talk rural America, they're like, yes, sir. If we direct our hatred towards rural people instead of the capital class, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. What are you inventing in your head? What are you talking about? I'm just talking about, like, pointing out the fact that rural America sucks. Why do you, but with your proposal that we abandon all of our anti-bourgeoisie messaging and instead direct it principally against the rural America, what are you talking about? Come on, you're being crazy. Okay? Yeah, this ain't a DSA meeting, okay? Calm down. What is your proposal then? Make fun of rural America? What do you mean? I've been doing that for like ages. What's my proposal? DSA meeting, ass mother. Remember, snap, don't clap, point of privilege, point of personal privilege. I grew up in Los Angeles. That's wild to me that people can't understand maybe vehement antagonism is a useful tool in an era where fascism is rising. Do you think there's an overlap between the people who think that's bad and the people who are okay with making broad derogatory statements about white people or men? Even though, on average, a rural person is more likely to be a backwards racist piece of shit than a white person or a man is? Okay. I'm almost like reached my limit on just straight up electoral politics. We have to talk about some of the after that. But before we get to that limit.
Staff for Policy, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. You know, Stephen, if I've been running...
Sorry, we have to look at this guy. The only thing I know about this interview is that Stephen Miller is escalating his rhetoric against Democrats.
A scroll of the names of people that have been shot and killed, you can predict with pinpoint accuracy how many people on any given weekend are going to be shot and killed in Chicago. They haven't lifted a finger to solve the problem. You know, they've fallen into this defund, dismantle, reimagine no bail insanity. And now Donald Trump wants to help and they're mad at him?
Look, we discussed this last time I was on your show. The Democrat Party does not fight for, care about, or represent American citizens.
You know what I'm kind of excited for coming out?
What's that?
GTA 6.
Why is that?
I've always been a huge fan of like the GTA.
Yeah.
However, I don't really care that much for like the online bullshit.
You're a story guy? For the
Story
GTA?
guy.
Oh man, I think the story is okay.
San Andreas was like my favorite.
Whoa, what is happening? Did I click something?
What are you talking about?
What's the chat button? Is it Y? Enter shift? Ah, shit, I need it. No, I clicked some button that's causing my 7 days to die there to be like a chat. Object reference not set to instance of an object. I must have hit one of the F keys on accident. Sorry, anyways, go back to what you were saying about San Andreas.
San Andreas was always my favorite. The OG, because it was a time like in like the 90s that it just kind of resonated with me because I listened to a lot of like the Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and it had a lot of references to like Eazy-E, Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, Dre, all of those, man.
Oh, right on.
It was just fun.
Heck yeah. I am excited for it as well. I like the online stuff though. That's where that's what I played a lot when I was.
I was gonna say most people prefer the online stuff. I don't mind it, but I always like to play the story through.
Right.
I was like that with Red Dead Redemption though too. So
Well,
I am a massive Red Dead Redemption fan.
Well, Red Dead's I would agree with you. Red Dead. I didn't really play the online. I love the story of that game is freaking amazing. The first and the second one.
Yeah, no.
I would have to agree with you there.
I do love the Red Dead Redemption games. I have played them and replayed them so many times.
Heck yeah.
I can't even count.
Just a second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
All good, man.
Got the doggo down, one of the doggos down with me now, and got me a bowl of cereal.
There you go. No, but I always liked the storyline a lot. Like the whole heist thing in GTA 5, that was fun.
Heck yeah.
Exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party
like
is not a political party.
Like
it is a domestic
all
extremist.
3 different characters.
Yeah. So I like that about GTA 5 too. For the little bit of the campaign I played, was switching from the different perspectives and doing different missions.
Who was your favorite though on GT5?
Lamar, or the.
No, you're right, Lamar.
Is it Lamar? Okay. I was like,
yeah.
I thought the name Lenny popped in my mind. I'm like, no, that's not right. I think it'd be Lamar probably.
I didn't mind Michael, but Lamar, I agree. He is by far though.
All the little cutscenes with him too. Whenever there was anything involved with him, were pretty good.
Organization.
Man, he just got right into it, huh? Not even.
Always fun.
Heck yeah.
Walking through the hood. Lamar, where the fuck you been, man? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Not even much of a lead up.
What is that?
Hi, we're Charity Water. If we lost you at Charity, we get it. Give us a moment to change your mind.
I'm biased here a little bit by the fact that I think for the most part the Republicans are like a party of yappers. Like they want desperately to signpost every kind of signal you can give for being a fascist. They love throwing red flags everywhere, but then they don't.
Did you ever play Cyberpunk?
But this is the kind of shit.
Oh, a little bit initially.
That you would say
then I
before ramping up actions against the Democratic Party. And furthermore, Miller has always been,
especially after
a little
when
bit
it was
smarter
first originally released,
than the
it was
average
pretty
member of the
buggy and shitty. But
yeah, that's why I did. And then I wasn't really. Didn't have any business really buying it at that time.
And then they fixed it, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah, I probably should run through and play it.
Oh man, so good.
In Chicago, they've shut down the police department. They've handcuffed law enforcement, and as President Trump says, they have turned the streets of Chicago into a bloody killing field. Here in Washington, D.C., before President Trump launched the federal law enforcement liberation in D.C., there was a murder on the streets of this town every other day. Body after body after body after.
He is really, really not suited for talking this way, huh? Like he just does not have the.
I am actually surprised that they even came out with GTA 6. GTA 5 Online has been fucking going so good for so long.
It really has been. They had to be making like buku money off of it. With the microtransactions. And I mean, all the only microtransactions that really exist are just being able to buy money. So I mean, shoot.
And I never need to buy any money. I would go and steal a bunch of the like supercars.
In offline or online?
Online.
Oh, yeah.
Pimp them out, upgrade them, because it would only cost, it wasn't that bad to like completely max them out, and then turn around and sell them and make like 3 times the amount of money on them.
Well, I just always did the jobs too, like the mission jobs things where you can play with other people, little game modes, sometimes they'll have double money on certain modes, so you can make like 100K an hour doing that if you're being efficient.
Yeah. I had the was it City View Mansion, so it was a gigantic penthouse, had a helicopter pad, and yeah. It was awesome.
Heck yeah. It'll be nice to see the new one though, cause more optimized. Cause I'll tell you one thing: GTA 5, the loading screens, brutal.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's because there's so. I mean, but with a lot of these more powerful systems, they're able to
optimize it.
optimize it significantly, and I think it's going to be on Unreal this time, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be on Unreal.
That's what I read, but I don't know.
I guess we'll see. Yeah.
The Unreal Engine is just kind of capitalizing the market right now.
It seems to be the only really good engine out there, like for the new gen stuff. Or it's kind of like the next gen one.
To be fair, Unreal's always had probably, in my opinion, probably some of the best engines out there to run game.
I'm just thinking Unreal 5, like because that's like the newest, right? We don't have a 6 yet.
I don't think so. I think it's Unreal 5.
But Unreal 5 hasn't really been mass used yet. I think most people are still on 4. But I don't think there's been as many developed on 5 yet, games.
As soon as more and more come out on 5, they'll be ready to rock and roll on 6.
Oh yeah.
Like Prince Joffrey, you know?
After body. That was Washington, D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked right and left.
Heck yeah.
Robbed and beaten. That was Washington, D.C. Now we're 2 weeks homicide free, the safest the city has ever been in its entire history. And the Democrats, instead of jumping up and down and saying, thank you, President Trump, thank you for saving our lives, thank you for saving our cities, thank you for scrubbing
GTA
away
is
all
the only
graffiti.
game that I can actually play by myself for hours. I have lost myself in that game for I guess Elder Scrolls I was too, so.
Oh, but the game, like Bethesda,
yeah.
not okay, not the MMO. Yeah.
Not Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online was okay, but it wasn't like Elder Scrolls.
It's nothing. It's just not comparable.
Sneak Archer.
Yeah.
That's my.
I had one too.
I'm pretty sure that everybody had a Khajiit Sneak Archer at some point in time.
Yep.
If you didn't, I don't know if you could actually say that you were
played Skyrim.
A Skyrim.
Or you're a Skyrim fan.
Or even like Oblivion, or yeah, you just can't.
Heck yeah.
Or a Redguard warrior.
Oh yeah. It was like the only single player game where I got really into no, Fallout a little bit too, but Skyrim I really got into I don't want to say role playing. I didn't like dress up or anything but it was like the one game where it really immersed me, like in Fallout. Like I really got immersed into my characters on those 2 games.
Same. I did too, and I was always very, very I was like that in Red Dead Redemption though too.
Yeah, Red Dead kind of did it too. I just think Skyrim and Fallout nailed it for me a lot better. Just a little more customization that was available.
going, bud? Fucking Yeti. Trying to start some shit over here.
Messed up, man.
The trash, the homeless encampments, the druggies. Instead of cleaning up the city, instead of thanking him for that, they're saying, President Trump, how dare you save our lives? How dare you save our children? How dare you save our city? The Democrat Party, Sean, that exists today, it disgusts me.
I think, okay, so he's very performative, right? Like, he lies as easily as he breathes. He's aware of the fact that he's lying. It's not like this is genuine passion. I think one of the main things that hampers him is the fact that he is not a wannabe content creator like everyone else. Do you think there are other people in the cabinet who dislike him because he takes it too seriously? Like, I bet you he's had conversations with other people in the back rooms, you know, like Pam Bondi or whatever, where he's, like, kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, indicating, like, here's what we could do to really do this.
Now I
Here's, like,
play
the really...
GTA 5.
Oh, it was muted. Sorry, what's up?
Then now I want to go play GTA 5.
Fair enough, man.
Yeah, if you guys get GTA 6, are you getting that on like console or are you doing that on your PC?
I'll be doing it on my console. I think by that time, Slade should probably have one. Yeah, I'll probably be doing it on my console. I can't imagine doing it on my PC.
Just get a controller. Get a console controller for your PC.
Well, I would only be able to play that, and it would be a little bit hampered. I would just rather consoles just play it unless I have like unless I'm able to get a newer PC. I don't think I'll play it on a computer.
Tell me if you have the same sentiment.
What's up?
The only thing I hate about GTA 5 is the racing. I felt like every time that I would be winning, and I'm talking winning by like fucking margins, a random car or some kind of bullshit like that would pop out in front of me and fuck me over every goddamn time, like on purpose.
Honestly, I've always been bad at racing games. I don't know what it is. Every type of racing game, my entire life, I've played them a lot. I'm not good at them. I don't enjoy them. I just don't like racing games, and I'm bad at it.
You never even played any of the Forzas?
I've played like 2 or 3 of them. I have extensive time in them, and I just can never get good at them. I don't know what it is. There's something in my brain, but I'm not good at racing games.
Yeah, I love Forza.
Oh, the thing is, I like it for the car collecting aspect.
Yeah.
That's what's fun about it for me. That's why I had like I think $50 million worth of cars, and then cash too. Like, I had a lot of cash on hand. Like, I could pulled up my Horizon 3 on my Xbox. If I downloaded that, stacked to the frickin' teeth. But just because I enjoy collecting.
All of my Forza games, all I do, I spend a lot of time collecting cars.
That's what I do, man. I'm a order for sick-looking cars. That's why if I won the lottery, I'd have at least a $5 million car collection. I'd have to.
I can totally understand that.
Not that I even like cars that much. I just like the way they look. Like, there's something about like a nice-looking car that just, oof. Or it's not a priority for me to like do that in normal life though.
I love cars. Like, I have so many cars that are like on my collector's list. Like
yeah.
Like
I only
my
have one
dream
collector
car.
car I want.
Oh no, my collector car, like my dream car is like a Porsche 911 Turbo. I love Porsches. I don't know why. I always have. Like I love Porsche. I love Ferrari. Love Lambos.
Oh,
I love supercars.
Me and Karis did the whole me and Karis did the whole what if we did me and her when we like a week ago when we had a couple lottery tickets, me and her did the what cars would we get, and we like went and built them a bunch of vehicles on like the actual websites for, you know, like Karis built her dream Maserati, which she didn't realize that Maserati was her favorite like supercar until she like looked at all of them, and that ended up being her favorite. So like
Maseratis are actually pretty inexpensive.
yeah, it wasn't, well, honestly almost all of them were inexpensive. Every car we looked at was under 500 G's. And when you have you know, when we were like fantasizing over winning the lottery, like 500 grand, like even 500 grand for a car is just like, you know, like it's just drop in the bucket if you only get a couple of those, you know. So, but most of the stuff we looked at, like I would for sure buy, or I would build, get like absolutely maxed out Ford Shelby. Like I'm talking like the smallest penis looking truck you'd ever see in your life. Like it requires a ladder essentially to get into it, just because there's something about a big frickin' truck that just appeals to me. Maybe it's like growing up in like rural Nebraska. I don't know what it is. I just loving country music my whole life. I just love huge jacked up trucks, even though like I understand it looks douchey. I just I like them, man. I like them. Ugh. Oh, and then I'd also get an absolutely just frickin' murdered out, like just a beast of a Cadillac Escalade too. If I had won the lottery, that would have been another one of those purchases.
An Escalade and a Denali literally are no different from each other. They're both made by the same company, and if you look at the features in them, they're exactly the same.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
The problem with the difference
Cadillac,
between do you know what the difference
and
between
Chevy.
the Denali and the Cadillac or the Escalade?
Hmm.
One of them has the logo and one of them doesn't. Just kidding. No, I just like the way that the Escalades, I just like the way that they look. I don't know, like just the visual of them, you know. I like the way like your Denali looks too. Like, I think that's a really sexy looking SUV. But there's just something about an Escalade that's just, oh, chef's kiss.
Because when we were looking at our Denali, we looked at an Escalade as well.
Mm-hmm.
Same year as the Denali and everything. Yeah. They were almost identical in every feature, everything. It was like a little ridiculous in my opinion.
Well, it's like when you look at like Xbox and PlayStation, like the newest consoles, they're like pretty much the exact same fucking console, just they look different. I think a PS5, personally, I think the look of the new PS5 looks better than the look of the new Xbox. I'm not switching though, just because I have all my digital purchases through Xbox, but I think that's what it is for me. Is just the aesthetic of. I just like the way the Escalades look a little bit more, but somebody.
Yeah, man, you do, yeah.
But if somebody like, if I had the opportunity to buy a Denali in some regard, and it was like it's probably better priced. I'm assuming since it's not. Is it Denali considered a luxury?
It absolutely is.
Oh well, probably not then. In the real world, my current like frame of reference for finances, what I have now, I would not go out of my way.
That was what I bought Audra for our 20th anniversary, wedding anniversary.
Oh, that's awesome. Heck yeah.
Alright, man. I have honeycombed out this large section if you wanna
Heck yeah.
help me cut through it.
I just went back to drop off a load, and I'm going to quickly run through the furnaces real fast to make sure that cement is still being made in all of them and refilling them.
Man. No
and then
worries.
I will be over there.
And ramp up the big militant one. And I feel like a lot of people would have probably just blown him off because they're like, well, we just want our money.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things.
Yeah, he's like an autistic kid dumping it on everyone else, 100%, you know? Like, the rest of them are just like, dude, we're just here to ride the Trump wave, you know? We're not here to, like, actually commit to any kind of long-term national project. I wonder if that frustrates him. It just seems like he's getting more unhinged, and he's always been, like, really delicate with the press. Remember when he was doing those, was it in the Rose Garden? Those frequent, like, Rose Garden press, little speaking bits for, like, 30 minutes a day or something? And it was obvious that he had a really, really short temper with them.
I do not recognize that party, Sean.
I don't recognize it, but the reality is you cannot pursue happiness in this country. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You can't pursue happiness if you don't have the prerequisite of law and order and safety and security. They are not providing it. Now, my understanding of the Supremacy Clause, that would then be the jurisdiction of the federal government. Your take?
What?
Absolutely, Sean. And first of all, thank you for making this basic point. You can't have happiness without security first. Look, if your streets are more violent, as these Democrat cities are, more violent than...
It is crazy how the Founding Fathers would have had these people filling ditches with their labor or otherwise. They're so goddamn anti-American. It's how he talks like this. Yeah, no, it's insane. I wonder... I said this, the reason they let Trump do the interviews is because he's good at interviews. J.D. Vance tries to outthink the interviewer. It doesn't work. It makes him look like a smarmy little prick. And I think that for him, it's like doubly so, right? For Miller, like it's twice a problem. Because he's so whiny.
Baghdad, more violent than communities in Ethiopia and places that many Americans would never even dream of visiting, some of the most dangerous places on planet Earth. It's more dangerous than Mexico City. Democrat cities are more dangerous than Mexico City, which is run by criminal cartels. How can you pursue happiness, Sean? And to the point about the federal government and the Supremacy Clause, the president has the utmost authority here because he oversees federal law enforcement, which is supreme to state and local law enforcement. And all of these organized street gangs that are terrorizing these cities, that are dealing these drugs, that are trafficking weapons, that are engaging in organized theft, armed robbery, carjacking, all of them are doing business with, at some level or another, the transnational narco-trafficking organizations. So these street crews are engaged in material support for terrorism, which is the core function of the federal government to defend and protect. Well, President Trump has literally set the people of Washington, D.C. free.
Hannity is like, dial it the back, dude. Come on. Hannity is like, all right, kid, I've been doing this for like 40 years. Just dial it back. We're here for the program. Come on.
They're so happy now that they can just go out and live their lives, go to their favorite restaurant, go to their favorite bar, go to their favorite pool hall, go to their favorite park. You see moms taking kids out to parks they haven't been to in years because they know the police are there. They know that President Trump is there with his law enforcement to protect them. It's a thing of beauty, Sean. But I would say...
Do you think that pool hall thing was Do you think that pool hall thing was like a little Freudian, a little bit of a giveaway, a little bit of a slip? He said bars, then pool hall, like beer hall, you know? No one says pool hall. Nobody says pool hall. Nobody says that. Nobody goes there. I think you have brain rot. Nobody says pool hall. That's not a thing people say. I've never heard a person say pool hall. There are pool tables at bars sometimes. Bar, comma, pool hall.
The mayor of all these Democrat cities, like Chicago, what you are doing to your own citizens is evil. Subjecting your own citizens to this constant bloodbath and then rejoicing in it is evil. And you should praise God every single day that President Trump is in the White House.
If he's going to encourage people to take to the streets over this, I will say anything that happens, he will be responsible for. I did not like his comments.
That's the game. That's explicitly the game plan. Yeah, that's like explicitly what they're trying to do. Rhetoric's really getting ramped up here. I guess like this is, since it's going to be a little while before they actually deploy any soldiers to Chicago, they're going to try to do a media blitz to legitimize it as much as possible and try to like prop up the...
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel.
Oh, I said, oh, you're already over here.
Oh, yeah.
Support.
So,
it's not even like competent people. No. Stephen Miller is plenty competent. It's just a little bit embarrassing how overly eager he is to be Adolf Hitler. Whatever you prefer. You've never heard the term pool hall? Can I like ever make a point without you people being incredibly statistic? I've never heard a person use the term pool hall anymore. That's an antiquated term. Stephen Miller's barely older than I am. Bar, pool hall. Listen, I'm just poking and prodding. I just think it was a little brain slip. That's all. That's all. Do you think Miller is a favorite Nazi? Himself, I imagine. Old Vosh people call them pool hall still. Do you have trouble functioning in day-to-day life? Out of curiosity, do you sometimes find that after a social interaction you feel like a lingering sense of regret because there was some objective that you or perhaps the other people entered the conversation with, but it didn't get fulfilled and you're not entirely sure why? You have to really improve your active listening skills. You're missing the point aggressively, okay?
2 seconds.
You're missing the point, and it hurts my feelings, and you're gonna make me cry. Unless there'd be an ad hom response. It's not an ad hom response at all. If I say, I think our favorite Nazi in the administration is potentially letting a little Freudian dog whistle out, bar, comma, pool hall, a pretty weird thing to say when listing establishments in a modern city if you're not like 90 years old. A bunch of people saying, did you know pool halls actually do exist? Not really. You're not addressing the substance of my point. Wouldn't it be a little bit more appropriate to just go, I don't know, maybe? Like, you're gonna actually argue with me about whether or not they exist? Come on. Come on, Vosh, tag him, please. Yeah. I don't like you, so I will agree with you on principle. Yeah. We argue for the sake of arguing. Yeah, that's insufferable. We're past that era of this stream. We're past that. We've grown past that. Me, not a fashion guy. Streets are safe. We can finally head to the mall, the parks, the local haberdashery. There is a haberdashery in Seattle, at least one. There's one down by Pike Place that I got to go to for my Stetson, which was really fun. That's been funny. That's good. What's a haberdashery? They sell hats. What in the Portlandia is a haberdashery? I already said so. I already said what it is, but it probably took you a while to type all that out, so I forgive you. Do you own a bowler's cap? No. God, Vosh is insufferable when he's wrong. What happened to us, man? What happened to us? You can't say shit anymore. No one says pool hall. I know at least 3 people who have said pool hall sometime in the past year. And thank you. This is what I get for starting out as a debate streamer. A lot of very insufferable people. Cling on. It's like barnacles in the hull of a ship. I don't know, I didn't know Vosh before. You can instantly disregard anybody who says that now I'm insufferable, because by saying now, they're contrasting me against how I was in the past, and I was infinitely more insufferable in the past. If they just said I'm insufferable, that would be, I mean, you know, true. But when they say now I am, the instant disregarding of their point. Very, very easy to not pay attention to it. I am and always have been insufferable, but the degree to which that's been the case has varied significantly. Hey, Merrick, on your local apothecary specifically? No, I don't think I could. Remember when you'd say comrade every other word on stream? Not every other word. I remember using it a little bit more often. Certainly. I meant the word. The word apothecary, or is there a property called My Local Apothecary? I don't see an anime called My Local Apothecary. There might still be one, though. Maybe it hasn't been translated to English. What do they sell at apothecaries? Isn't that just where they sell you, like, ground-up lizard dick that you're supposed to snort, and it's supposed to make you, like, live longer or something? The Chinese, herbal remedy market is massive in the West. It's a cool word, though, Merrick. Fancy name for a drugstore? I don't know if I would get my prescriptions filled at an apothecary. There's an anime called Apothecary Diaries. Yeah, isn't that the one where there's a guy who's like a big skeleton demon thing? Or am I thinking of something else? No? What am I thinking of then? Overlord? Not Overlord. Doesn't narrow it down. Yeah, I suppose not. Apothecary Diaries. Damn, that bitch's hair is purple. I can only think of Brooke from Orphans. It's not that. I don't know what it is then. That bitch is a man? Okay. Sorry, lads. That's enough electoral politics for me today. That shit is exhausting right now. Holy f***. We need to find something else to talk about.
It's not just a farm, it's your farm. Whether it's a new farm building, grain bin, or grain system, Summit Contracting is here to help you build a legacy you can hang your hat on. Start your next farm project today. Summit Contracting, it's what you build.
They're really doing it this time, folks.
The firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook and the government's quest for equity stakes in private sector companies front and center. Eamon Javers is outside the Federal Reserve. Megan Casella outside the White House. Eamon, let's kick off with you. And really this issue of the legality over the firing of Lisa Cook. She said...
No. I want the sensational take, okay? This just happened.
Good morning, Frank. The firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook does open dramatic questions about the legality of the move, the independence of the Fed, and of course, the outlook for monetary policy. The president cited his authority under the Constitution and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 in stating he had the power to remove Cook for what the president said was, quote, allegedly making false statements on one or more mortgage agreements. The president said in the letter to Cook, the American people must be able to have full confidence in the honesty of the members entrusted with setting policy and overseeing the Federal Reserve in light of...
You know how Trump's been trying to oust Jeremy Powell for taking too much time and too much money for the federal building renovation? The excuse he settled on for attempting to fire the governor of the Fed was mortgage fraud.
You're deceitful and potentially criminal conduct in a financial matter. They cannot, and I do not have such confidence in your integrity. Cook, in a statement last night, responded, quote, President Trump reported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under the law, and he has no authority to do so. I will not resign. I will continue to carry out my duties to help the American economy as I've been doing since 2022. Former Fed General Counsel Scott Alvarez telling me last night, it's not cause if someone made an allegation that's untrue. To be for cause, she has to have an opportunity to explain her side of the story. We don't know what she told the banks. And
like, this is, even by the standards of the Trump administration, this is a massive overreach. Like, he's been fishing for excuses with Jeremy Powell. He's never actually said he's firing Jeremy Powell. Whereas with Lisa Cook, he's just said he's firing her, and she's said, well, that's not legal, so I'm just going to keep doing my job. How will it resolve? Who knows? Nobody knows.
All right, breaking overnight, in an unprecedented move, President Trump announced he is firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. This is the first time a president has fired a Fed governor in the central bank's 111-year history. Cook has not been charged with any crime. This has huge implications in politics, law, and the economy. Seeing as Matt Egan here to explain it all. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, John. Look, we are living through this historic clash between a norm-shattering president and a central bank that fears
I hate CNN.
Protects its independence. And all sides agree that there's so much at stake here when it comes to the economy, the cost of living, and the future of the Fed itself. So the latest drama is the fact that the president announced last night that he has fired Lisa Cook, who is a Biden-nominated governor at the Fed. She's the first black woman on the Fed board. Now, Trump officials...
That's the most important part, as we'll find out later. Definitely the most important, the most concerning element of this story.
Say this is about mortgage fraud, alleged mortgage fraud, but Democrats, economists, and former Fed officials that I'm in touch with, they fear that this is an attack on the institution of the Fed itself.
I hate them so much. I hate them as much as, if not more than, Fox News. They fear that. It's objectively an attack on the Fed. It's objectively an attack on the Fed. Why would you, like, I understand that your masters have told you that you can't speak out against the Trump administration, but, like, it takes so much active effort to obscure the truth with language like this, you know? Norm-shattering president. Jesus Christ.
And this is something that may ultimately get settled by the courts. Now, in this Truth Social post last night, the president said about Cook, he says he does not have confidence in her integrity due to, quote, deceitful and potentially criminal conduct. And he said the conduct at issue exhibits the sort of gross negligence in financial transactions that calls into question your competence and trustworthiness as a financial regulator. Now, a CNN review of mortgage documents does show that before Cook was nominated, that she did take out mortgages for 2 properties that were both listed as her primary residence. But we don't know whether or not this was something that was done intentionally. We don't know why this happened. And we also know...
Yeah, we don't know anything. Because the administration, in a desperate effort to fire as many high-level officials of the Fed as possible, settled on a Biden-appointed black woman who had a minor documentation incongruence that could probably be explained by 5 minutes, like, spent talking in an office building, but they decided to leap on it and argue that that means that you get to fire with cause, which of course you don't. That's illegal, but we'll see what actually ends up happening.
Oh, that Cook has not been charged here. Now, Cook is striking a very defiant stance. She put out a statement through her lawyer where she said President Trump purported to fire me for cause when no cause exists under the law. He has no authority to do so, and I will not resign. And her lawyer went on to strongly hint at legal action here. Now, former Fed officials, like I said, are worried that this is an attack on the Fed. And they say that the Fed is supposed to be independent from politics for a good reason, right? Because if presidents called the shots on interest rates, of course they would want low mortgage rates and low credit card rates. But sometimes, as you know, John, you need higher rates to fight inflation. And history shows that when politicians meddle with central banks, it can end badly. Most recently,
it almost always does. I think you can. I genuinely cannot think of a single time that political meddling in a central bank has ended up being good. Like, you fill your central bank with math nerds. Their whole job is that it would be like, in what other circumstances would politicians meddling in a central bank or any other kind of highly technocratic institution be beneficial? Would you want politicians meddling in like an ongoing open-air surgery? Jesus.
So I said to him, no, Nigel, not without the brie.
Indubitably.
Like, it's bad every single time. Well, people like to bring up Turkey as an example because after Erdogan started messing with the central bank, inflation went through the roof. But my understanding is that those circumstances were a little bit different. It wasn't because the interest rates were lowered significantly. It was because nobody was doing business in the lira. I need to learn more about that before I can really talk about it.
With Turkey's Erdogan, he installed a loyalist to lead that central bank. They had runaway inflation shortly thereafter. So again, there is so much at stake here.
And again, if she's removed and the president gets to appoint a new person, that'd be another 13 years left or so on her term. Politico calls it a vice-like grip President Trump would have on the Fed. Matt Egan, thank you very much. Danny?
All right, joining me now for more on this, we have Republican strategist Malika Abdul and CNN political commentator Kate Bedingfield. Thank you both for joining us this morning to talk through a bunch of political headlines. Kate, I want to start with you.
The lira wasn't used due to low trust in meddling in banks' affairs. That makes sense, but I want to learn more about it.
Though, on this news, on Cook here, the administration accusing her of allegedly committing mortgage fraud. Again, she's not been found guilty of any crime at this point. Kate, what do you think the political fallout from this might be?
Well, I think this sets an incredibly dangerous precedent. We've seen Trump over the last
just few months used
Bad
this
audio,
pretense of
confirmed
mortgage
leftist.
fraud to go after people who have very clearly been political antagonists of his, thorns in his side. Tish James, Adam Schiff. This is clearly a favored effort by the Trump administration, by President Trump himself, to go after people who've been political opponents of his, and to expand that to an institution like the Fed, which has enormous.
Do you think the Fed chair should be elected? No. With how anti-democracy I am right now, holy shit, absolutely not. We should have an anti-election. We should find the least popular person to run the Fed.
Influence over, control over how the U.S. economy functions is dangerous. It sets a dangerous precedent. We want the Fed to be independent from political influence, as the reporter was just saying. A president who can make political decisions over fiscal policy is not necessarily going to make the best long-term economic decision. They're going to make whatever they think the best short-term.
We're not putting Elon in the Fed? No. The least popular person in America. Not just by, like, aggregate popularity, but, like you have to look at regular people, too. Somewhere out there, there's, like, a 14-year-old white boy named Brett in freshman year who still blows snot bubbles in class, and I feel like, frankly, he would probably do at least as good of a job as Jeremy Powell.
Political decision is for them, and that's not a successful way to run an economy. So I think there's enormously dangerous precedent here. I think there will be significant political pushback from Democrats, but also I expect from independents, from moderate Republicans who say this isn't the way that we want to run this country.
Malik, what's your take on this issue? Do you think this sets a dangerous precedent, like Kate said?
I do think it is something that should be concerning, the idea that the president would have such influence over the federal board. But the reality is that I'm not surprised that Donald Trump has taken this step. I remember what happened during the Biden administration, and many of us were watching what the Letitia James and that just exorbitant amount of the fine that Donald Trump had with the fraud case. So it's, for all of the...
What? 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 Yeah, we should all be concerned about the firing of the governor of the Fed, but remember how a couple of years ago, Trump committed crimes and was given fines for it? What? Totally different. That had nothing to do with the Fed. What? Huh? Thank you for your contribution. That's pretty much on par with CNN, as a whole.
People who are complaining about the fact that, oh wow, and in your reporting actually points out that she did take 2 mortgages. I'm not one who thinks that the president should really be getting involved at this level. He's been going...
God, they're such massive fucking pussies. Like, their job is to defend the president, but they can't actually say anything. Listen, I'm not going to defend what he's doing, but, like, at the same time, how can you blame him? Remember how he committed crimes and was fined for it? I know that has nothing to do with the Fed, but, that's kind of like when he fires the governor of the Fed. This is the letter. Dear Governor Cook, pursuant to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, as amended, you are hereby removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve effective immediately. I have determined there is sufficient cause to remove you from your position. As set forth in the criminal referral dated August 15th from Mr. William J. Polt, Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, to Miss Pamela Bondi, Attorney General of the United States, there is sufficient reason to believe you may have made false statements on 1 or more mortgage agreements. For example, as detailed in the criminal referral, you signed one document attesting that a property in Michigan would be your primary residence for the next year. 2 weeks later, you signed another document for a property in Georgia stating it would be your primary residence for the next year. It is inconceivable that you were not aware of your first commitment when making the second. It is impossible that you intended to honor both. You signed the document wrong. We found out, like, this is the equivalent of somebody finding out that, like, in a previous W-2, you accidentally listed your parents' address. It's like nothing. Oh, time to destabilize the global reserve currency.
We are returning to breaking news that President Trump says he is removing Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Here's what I want you to know. This is the first time in 112...
Oh, that's right. I fucking hate MSNBC. Hate them almost as much as CNN. Wonder what Fox is saying about it. Live cabinet meeting. Let's go. Okay, give me a sec. Oh my god, look at this. National humiliation ritual. You're fired. Trump becomes first president ever to remove sitting Federal Reserve governor. Jesus Christ. Is it just the 30-second segment? Or is like the actual... Is this the closest we have?
Hi, I'm Mark Elias, a lawyer for the Democrats.
And I need your help to join me in standing up.
Yeah, as well. You can't see a thing.
And President Trump ousting Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. He's accusing her of mortgage fraud, and the move is described as unprecedented. Max Gordon is live at the White House with more. Hi, Max. Good morning.
Hey there, Dana. Well, unprecedented is right. This is the first time in history that a president has attempted to remove a sitting Federal Reserve governor. President Trump accusing Fed Reserve Governor Lisa Cook of lying on mortgage forms. Cook heard that she was the American economy. President Trump is admitting, in my view,
these aren't the spin doctors.
Story of the morning could become the story of the week, story of the month. I don't know. We'll see. President Trump saying he is firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook over alleged issues with her mortgages. And Mr. Leisman, as I mentioned, is at the table. He's been up late digging into all of this.
I kind of like CNBC because they're so nakedly slaves of capital that with all their biases laid out on the table, it's almost like they can talk freely. Like they're shameless about it. You know what I mean?
Working the phones.
A lot of issues here, Andrew. The firing of Fed Governor Lisa Cook raises dramatic questions about the legality of the move, the independence of the Fed, and the outlook for monetary policy. The president saying he fired Cook for, quote, allegedly making false statements on one or more mortgage agreements. He said in a letter to Cook, the American people must be able to have full confidence in the honesty of the members entrusted with setting policy and overseeing the Federal Reserve. In light of your deceitful and potentially criminal conduct in a financial matter, they cannot, and I do not, have such confidence in your integrity. Cook, in a statement late last night, responded, quote, President Trump was ordered to fire me. She had two primary mortgage appointed by both Trump and President Biden, Vice Chair Jefferson, and majority on the board. Fed probabilities changing only slightly in the wake of the firing. September remained an 82% probability of a cut, but there was a slight increase to 42% from 34% earlier in the evening for a second cut in October. A Trump board majority would also open the possibility that Trump could eliminate the 12 district presidents, 5 of whom have voted any one time, effectively giving the president full control of monetary policy through sympathetic surrogates. Andrew.
It really makes you wonder what the long-term plan is, too, because any rate cuts would, at this point, almost certainly immediately ramp up inflation, and voters hate inflation way the fuck more than they hate, mortgages being unaffordable. You know, the cost of borrowing money is something that is primarily of concern to people who already have lots of money. The inflation stuff, that's more of concern to the pros.
I have a million questions, but actually Wilf asked a very good one before we began the broadcast. So I would actually like to hand the floor over to Wilf for that important question.
Thanks very much, Andrew. For all this shit to fall down.
Do you think Powell literally
publicly back up? I don't know.
Wrap it up, yo.
Nah, he's a bitch.
I think that the Fed chair may want to just sort of sit on the sidelines of this. I think other members of the board, I think, will back her in a sense of saying we need to have a fact-finding on this, and there is none so far. I asked FHFA several questions, and they have not responded.
I understand how all of
I
this.
asked them how Bill Pulte came across
here
this.
that we're
Were they
underneath is not
specifically
falling
targeting Fed
down.
officials? Were other Fed officials targeted? I asked the extent to which other people have been referred for criminal prosecution, if this is, and how widespread this is. So I don't know, Wilf. The allegation is out there, but whether or not that pertains and is a matter for cause is a really unclear question.
I think there's a question here. There's actually a whole bunch of questions, but you can hold two things in your mind at the same time. You can hold, and I think we've talked about this, you can hold in your mind that she may have done something inappropriate, incorrect, possibly illegal, we don't know, and believe that she's being prosecuted for political purposes. You think that's fair?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's just assume that that's the case.
Wife's
My
calling
next question is,
Yep.
you've been on this for the past week, you were in Jackson Hole. If what she did was an innocent mistake, so I'm just going on that side first, I'm surprised that she hasn't come out more publicly and said, look, this is what happened, this is the story, and I'm sticking to it. Why do you think she hasn't done that? Because if it was pretty simple, I think you'd say it's pretty simple.
Well, because it was probably just like a stupid mistake. It's not really relevant. I mean, we're talking about the destruction of the global reserve currency. We're talking about the destabilization of the Fed. We're talking about stakes that are so incomprehensibly vast that any, like, legitimizing arguments that you could make for them, like, they're so beyond the scope of one person's financial improprieties. Alleged financial improprieties. Maybe she just, you know, says, like, fuck you, take me to court then. Like, if you actually want to fire me with cause, you better have cause. Take me to court, you know?
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things your way. Get $20 off 5 cans of Zyn when you take the Zyn 10 challenge. Try it for 10 days. Smoke-free, hands-free, and find your freedom. Claim $20 off your first 5 cans of Zyn when you take the Zyn 10 challenge. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Something you could go to court over and, you know, go down the line and follow that. If it's complicated and or it's wrong, you don't say anything up front because it gets more complicated as you go.
I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, I think that if you read her statements carefully, she has not responded to the allegations themselves. It may be her contention that the allegations are not relevant to the question at hand, which is the authority of the president to fire her as a governor.
Right. And
that's where she appears as if she and her attorneys are fighting this question, which is on the legality of the dismissal. Can the president do this? Not whether or not there's actual cause.
But there have been people who have left the board over controversies around trading and other things.
Not fired by the president.
Not fired by the president. No,
Right.
but
why bother entertaining the allegations at all? Genuinely, I think it's because both of these.
What's up?
I have no idea what's holding that fucking thing up.
The one over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same crap.
Well, look at this over here, like.
Sometimes they take a bit. I don't understand what it is. Maybe it's because there's just so much shit happening, it's just confused. Maybe after enough time it eventually just would fall? I have no clue.
No idea.
I bet updating the chunks would cause all this shit to fall. Not refreshing them or resetting them, just like not resetting them, refreshing the chunks. But I don't know how to manually do that.
Guys understand the stakes. They're both smart. They understand what's like actually being fought over here, and the enormity of it leaves them very little to talk about other than doomering about the future of the economy. So they have to talk about this because it's like it fills time and it's a little bit more boring and procedural, you know? Because like if they're not talking about this, then they have to talk about, you know, wow, there is no more Fed independence and the president is trying to directly exert political control over monetary policy. That's horrifying, you know? But they have to come across as nonpartisan. The average CNBC viewer also is like not exactly a Democrat.
Alright, buddy, I gotta log off for a little while and go make dinner.
Sweet.
So
I'll let you later, man.
I feel like they're also kind of concerned about, they don't want to outrage the loyalists.
I'm trying to think of some of the examples of people who stepped down over trading, for example, just a couple years ago. How did that happen?
There were referrals, I believe, to the IG, and probably the chair went up and put his arm around them and said, "It's time for you to go." And I think that's important.
And this goes back a little bit to Wolf's question, I think.
Well, it's important in the sense that it was left inside the Fed. But this is no longer inside the Fed.
Can I ask on the legal point, though? Because she's saying, I'm not resigning. So what is the legal stance? Like, where are we right now? Is it that she's been fired and she's appealing that decision?
When the fuck did spread colors get so goddamn popular in America? I feel like I didn't see them a decade ago. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. When did people start thinking this is okay?
The letter that the president has posted publicly is completely irrelevant.
We are exactly where your question implies we are, which is nobody knows. I didn't even know
So
to
she's
say,
still in place right now.
Let me just say this question. Well, I didn't even know whether or not to say in my report this morning that the president fired Lisa Cook. I don't know if she's fired. Do you know if she's fired?
No.
Is anybody at the table?
He said that she's fired.
He said she's fired.
That is
But
true.
she says she has no authority to fire her.
That's why I wondered what Pal's going to say. Because, sure, the next time they have a vote,
Right,
is
the
he
Fed
gonna
has to
cast
say
that
something.
vote?
If it's supposed to be inside the Fed, and they're the ones that are technically in charge, if that's the argument, then they would have to say something about
the
this.
Fed chair has to say something.
Can I fast forward a little bit as well?
Or they just don't say anything.
What a great time to be alive, man. Nobody has any fucking idea what's going on. And just no clue at all. Jesus. Why are they being so philosophical over something with legal definitions? Well, I think I said. I don't know. I mean, again, they have to appeal to a portion of their audience. But also, like, what the fuck are you supposed to talk about? Really? Like, nobody knows what's going on. And also, how do you think the administration is going to double down on this? You know? Like, do you think they're going to write a letter saying she's fired and she says no and then she just gets to keep working there? Do you think they're going to let that slide? Even if they legally can't remove her, it might not stop them. They might just put political pressure on her until she leaves. Or, I don't know, send the FBI to her house. Why not, right?
The fairly calm markets in light of this, I would say, which is either way, if we look at the last 3 to 6 months, the president's not going to stop on this path now. One way or another, he's going to keep going. And so if we fast forward to, it's May that Powell's term's up?
Yes.
So fast forward to then either way, are we not basically certain that the Fed is now going to ignore inflation data to the extent that we all used to think it would look at it? Or does he have to do both of these moves? Does he have to get rid of both Lisa Cook and Powell? And the other point to look at it the other way, if we bring up that graphic,
is there something you want to talk about?
As you put it, all of the current
down
people
to debate, whatever, man.
Underneath total surrogates, like we think the next.
Are you Kamala? Not Kamala, Jesus. Are you a Democratic person, or like, as in like do you support the Democratic Party? Are you a Republican person? Support the Republican Party, independent. Are you from the U.S., so you don't really give a shit either way? What's up?
I mean, it depends. Like, I mean, I'm mostly into economics, and I don't support the economics of either party. I think they're both really bad.
They're both very fiscally not conservative.
Yeah, they're both stupid. Just like, that's the problem. They're just stupid.
Wait, you said economics. I would agree with you economically. They both spend more than I would like them to spend, but there's still a party between the two that's like clearly better than the other.
Well, do you know who Peter Navarro is?
Do you know who Stephen Miller is?
Yeah.
Okay. So what about Navarro do you want to tell me about?
Well, he's just like a crack pot smoker. I mean, he's terrible.
Okay, and?
Why does this guy have like any power over our trade?
Is he like on the Federal Reserve? Wait, who Navarro? What the fuck is this guy for? What does he do?
He is the counselor of the president, and he does most of the planning on the tariffs. This guy is in charge of the tariffs, basically.
Peter Navarro. Yes, I know who this is. Yes, okay. Yeah. It's like the same thing I feel like with Stephen Miller. He's like not even technically in the cabinet, but he's just like an unelected fucking appointed fucking actual psycho.
This guy, he's the senior counselor for trade and manufacturing.
So that guy's
and
appointed.
He got into this position from Jared Kushner's like cousin or some shit. It was just really like this guy should. He's not qualified to hold any position in government, but he has like the most important position in the entire cabinet.
Wait,
Like, how does this even happen?
Wait, what would you? Well, I don't know about the most important, but maybe on the economy, there's something to argue there. I guess my question then for you, where would you say you would put yourself, like, politically, like, ideology-wise? How would you describe your political ideology? So I can kind of
No,
see where
either
we would argue from.
I mean, there's two sides I'm sympathetic to. It's the libertarians and like the socialists who are aware of like classical economics because they do exist. Everyone else, I
The
think, is just
socialists that care about social, like, class economics.
classical economics.
Classical economics, insofar as
Yeah.
what?
Like they just know of classical economics because not many people
Wait,
do.
what do you mean by classical economics?
So classical economics would be Ricardo, Adam Smith, and Karl Marx. It's usually those three put
classic.
together.
Okay, well, I think by definition, like, Marxist socialists would be aware of like Marx's work, but are you like, would you describe yourself to be like a socialist then, or?
No, but if you support or even know of classical economics, I think you're just much better off in just about everything than people who aren't.
Like as just like a thinker, just like as like a, because like I'm like a big free market capitalist, but I'm well aware of like classical economics.
I would say they're kind of disconnected. Like,
I'm well aware of
you know,
like what like classic economics. Like, I'm well aware of Marx's work and like what socialism was like. Like Marx's version of socialism, or like how he described it to be, and all of that. I'm well aware of all of that, but I still don't support that like as like a economic mode that I would want to be in America.
The idea of free markets has changed. Like the classical economist, free market meant a market free of like monopoly rent and like corruption. It didn't mean just like unregulated trade. That's like a more modern conception of free trade.
Unregulated trade? Wait, we're talking about monopolies in like certain sectors, and then you hearken to trade. I guess. What do you mean by? What's the connection there?
So if there's a monopoly renter in your market, which just means that it's like rent has value. If you own property, it has a cost to society even if you don't ever sell it because that's a land that could have been worked on by people. So Adam Smith and Ricardo, they talked about this idea that, well, entities own a lot of land and don't do anything with it, and that's a major cost to society. So it's a free market when you don't have monopoly renters.
Monopoly renters. Okay, people who, well, they wouldn't be renters, they'd be landowners then.
Well, it's called monopoly rent because you're still charging a rent.
Well, for people that like, I'm not aware of any monopolized land that isn't being utilized. Wouldn't that be like, other than to use it as a means of accruing value, I guess. I guess there's some people that does happen.
Well, the whole idea that like Adam Smith supported was that you have your land, you're productive on your land, and you trade with other people.
Yeah, but that's like in a really like that's like in a very what's the word I'm looking for? It's like simpler times, right? That doesn't go to.
Not really.
Yeah, really. That's back when
I mean,
we're before like the loom, like, right? Like,
I mean, it was still it was somewhat industrialized.
Would you compare the industrialization then to being even remotely like comparable today?
I would say it doesn't matter.
I think it's super important. I think that to say it doesn't matter, I think is obfuscating like really important facts, like or not principles, but like foundational understandings we have today. Like the booming industrial age that existed at that time, or what you would say was the booming industrial age of the time, is what we would look to be like a third world country who's like just, or a second world country maybe, that's just finally starting to like industrialize. That's, we would call them a second or a third world country. So it's super
Yeah, but
important.
a second or third world country still has a similar composition of their economy that like America has. Like there's not that much difference.
Not even comparable. No, not even close.
So they don't have like a mostly free mixed economy.
Okay, give me an example of a country that's has a similar composition as the U.S.
Thailand.
Okay, so like you're saying the breakdown of Thailand would be similar to us when it comes to the amount of people working in tech, the amount of people working in healthcare, the amount of people working in manufacturing, like service-based jobs. You would say it's like a roughly similar breakdown there?
But when I say composition of the economy, I mean money that's, so you have the capital and you have banks, and what percentage of the capital is owned by the government and what percentage is owned by the private market?
What percentage of
I
the
mean,
capital is
basically,
owned by the private? Well, then what's the point you're making there? That still didn't. I guess that's not even like a response then to what my initial point being, that it's important to make that distinction when we're talking about like at the time that a lot of these classical economic like theories or philosophies were written, was written at a time where technology was an industry was nowhere to the level that it is now, and you made the point that no, it's fairly comparable, and I explained to you how it isn't by showing you that what would have been the first world at the time is what we would consider to be second or third world now, with what your economy was based off of.
do you know what mercantilism is?
I've heard the term.
So we could have had technological advancements under mercantilism. It's just like prior to Adam Smith's time, really like the 12th and 11th century, you had mercantilism, which is just it's heavily state regulated trade. So
But
you had massive tariffs, massive regulation, and you didn't have a free market around the world.
okay,
So we could have had the same exact technology under that system, but we chose, or not, we didn't choose, but the world basically
no.
chose to move away
We 100% couldn't have. Like we couldn't
from.
have.
Why?
The United States, well, someone else would have potentially gotten to where the United States has gotten way faster than us had they chosen to go down the route of. If the United States had referred to like a mercantilism or like what would be ultra protectionist like economic policy, which is that's what I would look at that in order to preserve like their own industry, your own homegrown industries, your domestic industries
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. The United States would not have been able to be at the boon of all the technological advancements that we had been at, because we would have had to, our our labor would have been more spread out, or we would have had to we would have had to have more people making t-shirts instead of like exporting out that labor elsewhere to other countries to do it for us. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with like the difference between like a base level manufacturing country and like a end stage manufacturing country. Like one is definitely better than the other insofar as like generating capital, because part one work there is more economically productive than the other.
I mean, it just depends. Like the reason why countries move away from manufacturing isn't because manufacturing is like bad in the long term. They do it
I'm not saying it's bad
usually
in the long
because
term. It's just less economically productive.
well, I think the issue has more to do with banking. Because if your country gets really good at producing stuff, then people can have a lot of stuff without spending much money. There's no problem with that.
No, but there's like finite resources, right? So yeah, they're and yeah, there's finite resources, number one, and number two, capitalism underpins everything, right? So there is always the drive to maximize profits.
Well, I think a big reason why we outsource our jobs is just because of the leverage we have on like a macro scale around the world with our currency.
Being the
Like,
federal currency, reserve currency, or world reserve currency.
yeah, like we have a lot of leverage with that. Like China has an exporting currency. We don't.
Yeah, which is why their currency is worth less than ours, but that's good for them because they do export so much.
Well, China's currency is also good because
For them.
domestic workers can buy stuff too. And
for them,
our currency is good for trading at like a high level. It's not necessarily good for like average people.
I mean, I'm not gonna completely disagree with you. I guess like fundamentally that would be true. We have a stronger, in quotation marks, dollar or higher valued dollar, so yeah, it is more expensive. But then we import in a lot of cheaper, well, what should be cheaper if there wasn't weird tariff regime going on, cheaper commodities where we outsource, like, I don't know, our clothing being made elsewhere, a lot of the consumer goods that we enjoy, which allows us to use our stronger dollar to purchase those at a lower cost. Right? So that would be like the benefit of being having a stronger currency that doesn't tariff to shit the countries that are importing in all of your lower cost consumer goods.
Well, the other issue is that like business owners, capitalists, they only think like one step ahead. And I mean, the issue is that when you outsource or automate, and you move jobs away from America, well, if no one's making any money in America, no one's going to buy any of this stuff. And this is literally
wait,
like,
pause. No, we're not gonna pontificate on like what is like theoretically gonna happen if we reach the final stage of like technology. We're not there yet. As it stands,
no, it's already happened.
As it stands, though, when you outsource the jobs, so that way it frees up your workforce to do more economically productive jobs arise. The only reason why you're able to outsource those jobs is because there's better, more productive, better paying jobs that do exist here.
Well, what jobs aren't getting outsourced is the question.
Service-based jobs.
Yeah. Is it okay if I become part of this debate here?
Some healthcare can get outsourced, but like in-person healthcare, you never can really outsource needing to go to a surgeon.
Llama, shut the fuck up. No one cares.
Oh, okay. Continue with who wanted to jump in.
Yeah. I was just saying that at this point in the United States economy, we're a service-based economy. That's pretty much what we are. So all of the goods that our economy is based off the things we can do, not the things that we produce. And that's a really interesting phase of capitalism because it just means that we're going to be outsourcing a lot because it in turn helps other people in the world develop their economies and develop their parts of their systems and brings them to the point that we are. So we have more, I guess, serviceable opportunities and we can grow America further. So at this point in our economic system, it's beneficial for us to have less service or less production-based jobs because it frees up more of the market to learn that service position. If that makes sense.
Well, that's from a global perspective, but if we're talking more just like how it benefits us, everyday average United States workers and citizens, it benefits us by freeing us up to get educated, to do more economically productive like technical jobs, as opposed to having to go into the coal mines or into a textile factory making shirts.
I mean, the issue when you say economically productive, it's like no one really knows the economic productivity of America. That's the issue.
Wait, we 100% know the economic productivity of America. Wait, you mean
All right,
like?
well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think charging a late fee is considered economic production?
I don't know what that's the. I don't know how that relates. If you can.
Well,
Yeah, you
that's
have to give me
accounted
a
for in
context.
that's
A
accounted
late
for
fee
in the GDP.
I'm not
I got
talking
you.
about
So a
GDP
late
when it
fee
comes
is-
to like economic like production, like productivity.
Can I answer the question? Because I think I have a pretty decent
Mhm.
answer to that. Just about like the service fees and everything. Because service fees are the way that different companies make their money. Libraries, for example, are a government-funded system. We have a library system, and service fees are essentially, or I guess the late fees on like a library book is intended to be like a slap on the wrist, and also a benefit to the library because they weren't able to give that good, or they weren't able to use that money that we had promised to give them, or to that good that we promised to give it back, or like a late fee on like your car payment or something like that. You have a car, say you pay $300 a month for it. If you're late, they tack on an extra $30. The reason why that $30 fee is there is because they still need to pay the people that run the bank, and that the $300 that you're paying to your bank isn't going to nothing. It's because you took out a loan previously, and that there's a contractual agreement between you and the entity that you have that service fee with. Does that make sense?
Right. So a large
Is this
portion of
conversation gonna?
America's
Is this conversation going to start to divert to? We're gonna talk about like the credit and credit card companies and like all. Is that like where this is gonna harken to?
It shouldn't. It's just one of those things where I feel like he's debating on a position where it's like, oh, the United States need to be, more manufacturing based, right? Is that what you're saying, Rando?
Not necessarily, but I think it's better than what we have right now.
I don't think it's better than what we have right now.
I want to hear why you think it's not quite as good, because I think that with us owning the manufacturing and not doing the manufacturing, we're actually in the best position that we can be.
We're like at the top. Like we other countries like do that work for us at like a lower cost.
Yeah, bro.
Like frees us up to do.
Can you give
work.
me a strong argument as to why we should be producing T-shirts and pencils and whatnot in the United States, or I guess just the manufactured goods that we'd be importing from other countries?
Creating jobs, brother. Creating jobs.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can give you the obvious example that like it's ecologically not viable to outsource forever.
That's not. Then make an argument for how it's not.
Yeah, just go ahead and let me know why.
So what do you do once every nation in the world develops to a point where no one wants to manufacture?
Where no one wants to manufacture.
I think that's a sort of precarious argument, because I think the truth of the matter is, as long as there is this system, then we're gonna have those guys at the bottom who's gonna be the manufacturers.
No, I don't want to.
So
I don't want to do like a philosophical conversation. I mean, we're trying to like talk like material in the real world, what we actually see is happening and what actually has happened. So like we can talk hypothetically. We can talk hypothetically of what happens when every country gets to a point where they no longer need a manufacturer, but we're not even remotely close to that. Like our grandkids won't even see that future more than likely. So I don't know why we'd even pontificate about that right now.
Well, we outsource white collar jobs, which people thought was unthinkable like 20 years ago.
Okay, and?
I mean, don't you think that like we're already at like this next level?
We're at the level where there's not a
that's a really good thing, actually.
But we're at a level where every job is up for grabs outside of the United States, is what you're saying?
Yeah, literally anything is for grabs for cheaper labor.
Well,
I see what you're saying there.
I get what
I
you're
used to work for customer service, and we had.
I know. I was
they
literally.
They were contracted out of India. They were contracted.
No, I was just gonna respond to that. There's no way you can
Sorry.
outsource your healthcare. There's no way you outsource your You can outsource your like luxury or your recreational goods. You can't outsource your people that are serving you your food. You can't and then the fact you can technically, I guess, outsource like your IT stuff, but in the United States our people are the most educated, so Yeah, there are people in other countries that can do the jobs that we do, but there's less of them that are capable of doing the jobs that we do on the higher end of the like economic chain, I guess. I don't know.
So do you
I guess I don't
consider
see
like
India being.
H-1Bs?
Sorry, you go.
Is H-1Bs considered outsourcing?
Yeah, that's 65,000 jobs a year in like one sector. I don't. That's negligible. I don't know why you'd ever hearken to H-1Bs visas.
I mean, like the
That's a
outsourcing is
negligible
happening.
amount. That's a negligible amount of like jobs though. Like in the American economy, 65,000. You would use that to like take a broad stance against, I guess,
So
the
like,
way we
what
do things currently.
is there any jobs where the American people can like feel secure about going into?
Is there any? What is job security? Why does job security like I guess
That you're good
matter?
at, man. Like you're competitive as far as you can work. I think that's a pretty conservative thing to say. Like for example, I was working at Morgan Stanley, and Morgan Stanley has a very high level of what's it called, work that you need to do. It's a lot of authentication. It's a lot of just making sure that numbers are in the right place and people are verifying right with their social security numbers, everything like that. And I was under contractual obligation to not share that stuff, and those contracts only exist within the United States. And I had a certain level of expertise that I was able to perform the job that I did. Because I have that level of expertise, I'm not exactly exclusive for that job, but I'm competitive in that field, and I feel comfortable working that job because I have a certain skill level and a certain thing that I bring to the table. And I think that that's something that, you know, if you're arguing that the American worker needs to have a job that they can be stable in, you need to go further into that argument and say, like, give a further argument as to why the jobs aren't stable, because that's not really an argument there, you know?
Well, I mean, you have to, like, do the American people deserve any protections at all, or are
If
they
you
just like competitive with the entire world?
if you get out competed, that sucks. I don't know what
Well,
to tell
you
you.
can't outcompete like how much you work per hour unless you just don't want to like live in a house. I guess you can work for free. Like, that's how you outcompete outsourcing.
What do you mean outcompete
Yeah, and that's where
outsourcing?
government steps in and says certain industries you need to have a certain percent of people that are in the United States are working. We already have these worker protections through OSHA and everything. Like, you know, companies have limitations on how much they need to be hiring, how much they, you know, quotas that they need to meet per year to get certain tax breaks and be functional businesses. You know.
And for there's like there's an incentive structure there. Like, how many do you know?
Yeah,
how many H-1B visas like are even given out? I mean, I guess I already said it, but did you know that prior to me saying that?
I mean, that's a lot.
You think that that's a lot? You think 65,000's a lot of visas
per
for
year?
like? Yeah, you think that's a lot?
In a
per year, that's a lot.
In a country that is 350 million people strong, you think it's a lot that 0.002% of people have H-1B visas?
Let's even like not even worry about like the total population. Let's like the total like working population is still in like the it's like 200 million probably. Or, like, I don't know the exact number, but we're talking the hundreds of millions. You think that 65,000 is just negligible? Like you would
It's not also
in understanding
it's not the only
aggregates of data, you would agree that that's like a negligible number, right?
Well, it's not. It's also not the only. It's not the only work visa.
Oh, what are some other work visas that you would point to that are kind of that would be concerning for industries, I guess?
Student visas that turn into permanent residence through companies.
Wait, so we're bringing people in that are qualified and competent to benefit the United States, and they're becoming part of the like our citizenry.
No, the issue is when you give resources to someone else, that takes away resources from another person.
No, but like they're becoming
that's a piece of the pie policy. We don't have a limit. Yeah, if people are living here and they're producing for the economy,
they're a part.
They're not taking away from anybody.
They're contributing. They're now a part of like the United States. Yeah, like they're now a part of the U.S. Like they are just as much of an American. So, am I breaking up?
You're good.
They're every much an American as like a guy who's been here for his family, he and his family been here the last 200 years. They are just as much of an American as him, as that guy.
No, I find that to be nonsensical.
Why is that nonsensical?
just because you come here for economic reasons doesn't make you a part of like our culture or our nation.
What do you mean part of our culture?
Well, like there's nothing American about you. You came here for money.
What do you mean there's nothing American? That's like the most American thing. It's coming to here for like opportunity. That's
the whole reason the
literally the
fathers came here.
that is unironically why the people hopped on the Santa, the Pinta, the Nina and the Santa Maria, the Pinta and the Santa Maria or whatever. It's due to like trying to find opportunity. That was like the literal crux for why they left and came here.
Brother, it's written on the statute.
Settlers come for money, but the majority of people who came to America came for reasons that weren't just economic. They came for religious and political reasons.
Yeah, and opportunity and to like get away from where they were, right?
Right.
Yeah. So what's wrong with people in the modern day doing that? Coming here to get away from their countries, looking for better opportunity to go to like contribute to a country that is better than where they're at. Like it's the same reason why they're leaving.
I mean, the issue is that you're taking resources away from American people.
No, I already told. Like, if they become an American citizen, they're an American. They're the American people.
My friend, that's a piece of the pie fallacy. That's saying that the economic system is closed and doesn't have a certain amount of growth that these people provide. Because the fact of the matter is, people are coming here to work. They're coming here to learn, and they're becoming, better versions of themselves through our system. That makes them part of the system that you're, leeching off of too.
They're also paying into the tax. They're paying taxes, like.
Yeah,
they're contributing to like the betterment of society.
The skin color, where they came from, their accents and stuff.
If they're a student or if they're illegal, they're not paying taxes.
Illegal, you're okay. Well, pause. Illegal has absolutely nothing to do with this conversation that we're having. We can talk about that.
Do they not work in America?
We can talk about that, but that's not the point we're making right now. We're very specifically.
Hi, Llama. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. We're very specifically talking.
Just a second, because I'm getting reports that you are allowing like N-words and TOS breaks in here, and you're the room owner.
I always ban and mute them if they say that.
Okay, so I'm just getting some reports. So I don't know if they're lying or not, but if there are some TOS breaks, just make sure you're muting them or banning them out of the room, please. Okay.
100%. Yep. Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where we were talking about student visas, you brought that up as an example. You brought that up as another example of like people coming here, then kind of started pivoting a little bit.
I just want to ask, like, how, so I can get some information from you, Rando. Do you have data to back up the fact that illegal immigrants aren't paying taxes?
No, I don't even want to talk about. No. We can do a separate conversation about illegal immigrants.
I'll engage with that.
No, but that's not the point we're making. Let's finish. Let's wrap up the student visas, and then we can move to illegal immigrants.
That's true.
And that's two separate topics, so I don't want to ramrod them into each other.
Yeah.
Rando.
That's
so
fine.
when it comes to student visas, people that come here get student visas, stay to continue working here, get their citizenship, and become like a working, contributing member of our society, have kids here, buy homes, the whole nine yards, white picket fence. Do you not consider that to be beneficial to America?
No.
Why is that?
I mean, why would I? Like, I mean, we spend so much money for the last like four generations on public education, and then people come here and just use it for free or because they can afford some like highly expensive fee.
Wait.
And then they're not paying.
They're coming here and they're paying for it, and that's like bad?
Well, yeah, it drives up the prices.
It drives up the prices?
Yeah, because once again, when you let a student into your like, universities have a limited amount of spots, and when
100%.
you start letting in, you let in the whole world, then you're just going to drive up the prices.
But isn't there also a cap on that as well?
No.
Oh, there's no cap on student visas?
There is a quota and a cap. There is a quota for how many, those people that colleges have to let in.
Or that they are allowed to let in.
It's a program to get people to stimulate. Yeah. I think there is a minimum, actually, of they need to get out, which is why people.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out really bad right now. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? You're cutting out really bad. Hello?
Yeah. All right.
No, but you're still
Source, 'cause I'm direct.
still kind of a robot.
There,
you're roboting real hard. There was 401,000 F1 student visas in 2024.
But there's other student visas too, like J1. I'm not an
Oh.
expert on visas, but also,
Okay.
I mean, there's other ways to come to college in America, not just visas.
Oh, like moving here, becoming like a citizen of the United States. That could be one way of doing it, but in which case they're now a part of the United States and like.
I mean, you're never really getting away from the problem that
it's
when
not,
you
but
take away resources, it lowers the quality of life for Americans.
Where's the problem?
No, they are Americans. The ones that come
Wow.
here and stay here, they're Americans. What's the? I'm confused, I guess, on the point
So
you're trying
you
to
have
make.
this system where we all pay taxes into it.
That's correct.
And then, like, the money is also being used by people who just come here, and they might be a net negative contributor
How
throughout
would you-
their life, and they still get all of our resources.
Wait, how would you know if they're a net negative? Do you have like some data to suggest that we're seeing this like across the board?
Dude, you just keep running off with this piece of the pie fallacy, where there's just
No, it's not a piece of the pie fallacy.
The amount is limited to the.
Dude, this is taught in every economics class. I don't know what fallacy.
No, we're not talking about like economics class or like econ. We're talking about real world application. You're suggesting that this is a problem. There's less resources. They're like a net negative. I would like for you to show me in some data where that exists.
Yeah, I can just explain it to you. We live in a society where everything is paid for by tax dollars.
That's not showing data on to suggest like how immigrants or people that come here and like move into the United States are a net
Do you know
negative.
what inductive reasoning is?
No, there's no inductive reasoning. Show me how they are a negative burden, like a net negative on society, in some like some data. Show me the
even
data.
If I show you data, I have to use inductive reasoning.
No. You can show me some like very compelling data to show me where like 80% of people who came here initially on a student visa ended up not contributing, not like utilizing social welfare programs or like I guess whatever other.
Yeah, so social welfare isn't the only form of tax dollars that you consume.
Oh, what other tax dollars? What other tax dollars then? I'm sorry.
Like water, roads, healthcare, education. These aren't social welfare, but you still consume them.
I don't think people coming here and consuming our water
and those all require
using our infrastructure, going to our schools, I don't see that as a net negative if they're contributing to society in the form of working jobs, paying taxes, buying homes, renting, going to the store, going to restaurants in the United States, because they're also contributing in that way. Wouldn't you agree?
No. If you actually want to fix this problem, then you have to start charging fees for these people.
What fees would we charge to these people?
So as soon as you come to America, day one, you're paying a highway fee, you're paying a water fee, you're paying a whole bunch of fees.
Oh, so would you agree also that people in rural America who are a net negative, or who are an actual economic burden to the rest of society, would you say that these people should also have to pay those fees because we subsidize them as well?
If you want to have no food, sure.
Have no food. Do you think 70 million how many of the 70 million rural Americans are farmers?
Majority of farms are family farms.
That is not an answer to my question. Of the 70 million rural Americans, how many of those do you think are farmers?
No idea.
You have no clue. Then why would you do the stupid like talking point of, well, then you really want to tax the farmers? The majority of rural people aren't farmers.
How can you tax someone that doesn't have like a job? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
How can I tax somebody who doesn't have a job? Or how could... Well, no, let's make them pay fees. Because we have to subsidize them.
Right.
Do you know what I mean by we have to subsidize them? In what ways? I mean by that?
Working at 7-Eleven for minimum wage. And
I'm talking about like the infrastructure that exists and that is maintained for like people that are spread out to cover like large areas when they are economically less productive than like cities where people congregate at and where infrastructure is way less expensive to maintain for the amount of people that
Well,
are
I have an
economically
idea.
driving those areas.
yeah, Rando,
Maybe don't build
can I ask
expensive
you a
infrastructure
hypothetical,
in
Rando?
places that don't need it. Okay.
Wait, your answer was that was a non-responsive answer. Are you talking about for people in rural America, just don't build infrastructure there?
I don't build expensive infrastructure is what I said.
Oh, even if you build it at the cheapest like possible grade, it's still economically like more of a burden. Like those 70 million rural Americans are still more of an economic burden than like any there's
Yeah.
there's more rural people than there are immigrants.
So California California has an economy that is about the size of Germany's. It's a really big economy. It's very well off, and they have more illegal immigrants than most other states do. They have progress in national.
You're roboting still
minimum
really
wage is
hard.
at $16 an hour. They're doing better than most places. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Jesus.
You sound like a yeah.
Okay.
No, back to my point. If you want to fine, or I guess make them pay fees for existing like these immigrants because they're taking up resources more so. Even though I'm sure you would acknowledge. I don't know if you need me to pull up the data for you. If you need me to, sure, I'll start linking in the side chat just how much of an economic burden rural Americans are on the rest of society, even though they don't make up even near like half of the total U.S. population. Do you think that they should? Do you think that what makes them a burden is the cost of infrastructure and tax dollars, the cost of their social welfare programs, not welfare, but social goods that they are able to receive, the cost for providing health care out there, usually in the form of subsidizing nurses and doctors like education to get them to just go work out there in rural areas, because who the fuck wants to work in rural fucking Iowa making like 25% less than, or 25 to 30% less than you'd make if you were working in a city in a more densely populated area? Okay, do you want me to keep listing reasons for how they're more like an economic burden on the rest of society?
Right. So these are all issues, and I can tell you the solution.
Do you think we should make? Do you think that we should make? Do you think No, they're 100% related. They are your qualm with immigrants is that they are a burden to society because they're using up resources that should be better spent on U.S. American, born here and American citizens. I'm telling you, 70 million Americans are more of an economic burden than any amount of immigrants, like first wave or first generation, that are in the United States on a year-to-year basis. It super connects. So should we make these rural Americans, should we either A, force them to like move, or B, do we just make them pay fees and like maybe even extra taxes to fund their
Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can hear you better now. The subsidies that allow them to be able to exist out in bumfuck Iowa, for example.
I have a different solution.
What would be the solution for the rural Americans?
Give them cheaper options for their infrastructure and their healthcare.
Give them cheap, so we would subsidize them. Because we already do that.
If I want to open up my own doctor's practice in rural America,
we already make things cheaper for them in the form of subsidies. I already explained that to you.
If I want to open my own practice in West Virginia, I have to follow all of the same regulations that apply to LA.
No, you don't. No, practice in your own state. It's by a state-by-state basis. Man.
It's a state-by-state basis, and also the
I know,
state.
I'm studying to be a psychologist.
Well, also the state of Nebraska, for example, they have programs to subsidize people's education via paying it for them if they practice in a rural hospital in Nebraska. The state of Nebraska offers that. That is subsidizing it, making it cheaper for them.
Subsidies? No, subsidies and having a cheaper option are not the same thing.
No. Subsidizing your ability to become a doctor or a nurse in a state is 100% making it a cheaper option for somebody.
No, you're not making it cheaper.
How
it's
you're saying that it's the same
do you
price
make
when
things
the state is paying for your tuition, your education? How does that not make becoming a doctor cheaper for you?
Let's just hear Rando's point of view. How do you make things cheaper without subsidies?
You lower the quality of it, obviously. I mean, like, what else can you do?
Hold on. How do you lower the quality and still have it be legitimate? Like, how do you make it cheaper? Like, what do you mean by that?
Maybe you don't use like the most up-to-date technology. Maybe you don't have more staff than you need. I mean, there's a lot of like, this is just like how to run a business. You're asking.
The free market free market does that really well already. Stuff is usually already run as like almost as
why
if
do we have subsidies?
we have subsidies to get them to be there, to like stay and work in rural areas where it is you make less doing it.
They wouldn't be able to keep up with cost of living in that area, which is determined by the free market, by the way, without the subsidies.
If you had no
No, it's not even about keeping up. It's not even with the keeping up with the cost of living. It's more just making the same amount. They'd be making less in their given field by being in that geographical location.
If you were a doctor in West Virginia with 0 subsidies, you would still be the richest person in whatever town you lived in.
Yes.
Oh.
Because.
Okay.
Are you saying that the government should mandate that you can't charge a certain amount as a doctor?
Oh, you're saying that we should like? Oh, wait. So
like
then, what's
set
the
hard price limitations on people? Like, I'm confused.
wait?
What are you saying?
Even if they're the richest person there, what is that an argument against? They could make more money elsewhere.
Yeah, it's called cost of living.
No, but they can make more money elsewhere. So why would they choose to work somewhere where they can?
Do you know what real wages are?
I'm well aware of what real wages are. It's the actual how much you're. Sorry, continue.
Right. Yeah, so your real wages depend on the location. If you make $1 million in LA, cost of living is $900,000. You're not actually making $1 million.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say okay, and what's the point you're making? Still.
Yeah. So why would bring that to Tennessee? It's an incentive to go live in high cost of living places like that.
No, you don't even have to. You don't even have to live in a high cost of living place. You could go to a town of like 50,000 people that has like a way less, like a slightly higher cost of living than bumfuck village of like 200 people. You would agree then there would be a pretty significant discrepancy there. I mean, you're using pretty extreme examples to more, right? You're still bringing and they're making a shit ton more. I mean, you're using a pretty extreme example to compare bumfuck Tennessee to California insofar as real wages.
Yeah, the real wages
kind of bad
stay
faith.
relatively the same no matter where you are.
No, well, okay. What do then? Okay, sure. Let's say that's the case. Is there better schooling opportunities in those rural? Is the schooling opportunities the same for the people in rural bumfuck Idaho as that they are in a big city? Education.
Yo, I'm
like. What about?
I'm getting to work here.
Yeah.
Can I just drop one argument real quick before I go in, just so I can ask Randy something? If it's Llama, you wouldn't mind carrying it on from here. So California has a population of like a lot of people. They have a lot of people in there in their population. A lot of them are illegal immigrants. They have more illegal immigrants than any other part of the country. They import more students on student visas, and they contribute to the California economy exclusively. With that said, and with illegal immigrants and subsidies and everything that they're doing there, they should be in the pits. But why is their economy about as big as Germany's, a small country, and they're subsidizing all the red states? Like, if they're able to import more illegal immigrants than all these places that don't have them, why is it that they have a higher economy and higher intake, and they're the world producer of soybeans, dairy products, wheat, flour, all these different things?
California is the most financialized state in America, probably.
Yes. How did they get there?
Yeah.
By a lot of people. I mean, I haven't studied California in a while. What's the name of that city?
No, It's quite simple, man. They just let people work. They don't have restrictive laws on working, and they support their people. They support illegal
Hold
immigration,
on.
They have the
and they
best.
support
They have like
everything
some
else.
of the best social
They
welfare
have
programs
programs to
there.
match best
Wait,
social
you're
welfare
saying
programs. They have
California is a place that just lets people work? That is like the biggest lie I've ever heard.
Wait, you're saying California isn't a place that just lets people work?
Yeah,
Is
they don't let
restrictive.
people
It is
work.
restrictive
they have
labor.
they have systems to naturalize on the state level illegal immigrants that come through. They do. So if you want to go ahead and answer that, I mean, Llama, I'd love if you texted me what the answer was after this. I got to head in right now. I'm like 5 minutes late, but it was great talking to you guys.
Yeah, good talking to you too, man. Talk to you later.
Peace out.
Wait, you don't think you think California has restrictive like laws on labor? People being able to work?
Trump. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
That's non-responsive.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay, could you show that somewhere?
Yeah, high corporate tax.
What does high corporate tax have anything to do with restriction in labor?
Uh-oh.
Well, if you make less money, you can hire less people.
Wait, do you think that the amount of money, do you think that wages, like what company pays its people, do you think that what does that impact a company? Where does that impact a company?
If you pay higher wages, you make less profit.
Yeah, so it's less profit. So they're not making less money. The revenue stays the same, or not the. Yeah, the revenue stays the same. Yeah. So what is? So yeah, their profits get cut into. I don't know what the.
Oh, man. Boo-hoo, these corporations can't make billions of dollars. Like,
Oh man, they were able to make maybe a little bit less money. Okay, then why would they stay there if it's
yeah.
not economically? If you're saying it wouldn't be economically.
Walmart made 58 billion instead of 60 billion. Oh, my liberal tears.
And they're choosing to stay there too. It's crazy.
No, the companies are not choosing to stay in California.
Oh, really?
Of course they are.
Yeah.
So Silicon Valley doesn't exist.
There. Like
Silicon Valley doesn't exist anymore.
It doesn't exist like it did in the 80s and 90s now.
It doesn't exist like it did in the 80s
So
and 90s. Then how come it's still like the fourth, like on its own, it has the fourth highest GDP of every country in the entire world?
Why is it the richest state in the country?
Explain
Why is it the richest state in America?
Can you square that for us, Rando?
Yeah, I mean, it just has the remnants of its past.
No, it's growing though. Their economy is growing. Their GDP is growing. So explain how that. There's no remnants.
Yeah, like
we would expect to see that dwindling, right?
When Apple does like a huge stock buyback, do you consider that growing?
Watch that pivot foot.
Yeah, that's an interesting pivot. We asked you a very, very simple answer. How come California's economy is growing if you're saying that, well, no, they're not growing. It's just the remnants of the 80s and 90s that's allowing them to stay where they're at. It's not staying where it's at. It's growing, and it has been.
I'm talking about the biggest companies there, like Apple, Meta.
Brother, the 80s was 40 years ago. There would be no remnants today.
What do you mean?
The 80s was 40 years ago.
Like Atlantic City in Maryland was prosperous like almost 100 years ago, and it's still around today. Like Detroit. I mean, like the remnants stay around a long time.
Yeah, bro. California's rich because
no. Pause. Detroit is still like economically like productive.
Yeah, it's nothing like what it was.
It's more economically productive since they've outsourced their manufacturing.
How does that make sense? Can you explain?
Because the people there aren't working on the first stage, like assembling like lines of like their factories. They're doing more like economically productive jobs, like healthcare service-based jobs, tech work. I mean, are you confused on what it means to move from a base level manufacturing economy?
Should I send a picture of Detroit in the side chat?
You think that sending me images of rundown neighborhoods is gonna change my mind on like the economic productivity of Detroit?
Well, can you show us downtown Detroit instead of these like isolated streets?
Well,
can you show us the downtown area?
Productivity. Do you know like what do you think is accounted for in economic productivity?
The amount that gets spent, the amount that gets made, the amount Like, what else would you think would be economic productivity?
Right. So if I buy out a company and take out a loan in its name for like $1 billion, well, I just contributed $1 billion to the economy by giving it to myself and then having 10,000 employees go out of work. Like, yeah, whoop-de-doo, I made economic productivity.
No, do you think then
I
that
think
they
you
just...
don't.
Sorry, continue.
I think you just don't like liberal cities, bro. It's okay. I get it.
No,
like,
it's just
No,
you
no.
guys don't understand what economic
Yeah.
productivity is.
I don't understand what
That's okay, bro.
economic productivity is.
Correct.
What is that?
Yeah, it's okay. I think Republicans are mad that their states can't fund America.
True.
So they have to hate on like places like New York City and like
But
LA.
I think we need to hate on
like Atlanta,
but we need to hate on rural America, not
like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma City.
True.
And fucking
Okay,
Macon, Georgia.
Let's talk about rural America. Who are the people that heavily subsidize rural America?
Blue states.
The city people. The city
It
people.
was Democrats who set up these stupid policies. So why would you be mad at Republicans?
I'm not mad at Republicans. Wait, what do you mean?
We're not mad at Republicans. We're just saying that Republicans don't have any money when it comes to. Yeah, we're just making inferences.
Yeah, I'm just making a point. I'm just making a point to say I don't think Democrats should fund the red states. I think blue states should stop doing that.
Red states.
Let me just say this. Can I make
the red states bankrupt again, bro?
What you just said there. I don't know if you're saying that to be facetious, but red states definitely do have things that we as a nation definitely 100% need, and like we are United States.
Yeah, they have everything besides money.
Everything besides
money.
being economically productive. That's true.
Yeah, they have like cornfields and shit. But they don't have any.
Hold on, excuse me. The second biggest Toyota factory and the biggest Amazon facility in the world is in Kentucky. All right. Now Kentucky does have a blue governor. But it's a red state.
Where at in Kentucky? I'm just curious. Where at in Kentucky?
Where in Kentucky do we have?
Is it in rural Kentucky?
That have TMMK? Yes, TMMK was actually started out in the country. It was.
No, we're not asking.
Georgetown, Kentucky.
Oh, and then what happened? What happened to that area? I'm just curious. What happened to it?
Did it go to the big liberal city with all the economic opportunity?
Wait, no. Hey, stop. I want him to respond. What happened to that area?
In regards to what?
Like, so what's the name of this factory? What is it called?
Toyota Motor Manufacturing of Kentucky in Georgetown, Kentucky.
Georgetown, Kentucky. Okay, just fuck me. Toyota factory.
I used to live in Kentucky. Kentucky's a shithole.
No, it's
Kentucky's
not.
an absolute garbage can.
No, it depends on where you live in Kentucky.
Shithole,
sure. No, it's not.
Everybody's fucking their cousins. Nobody has money. It's just all poor white people.
Chill. Stop. Hey,
if you're just gonna be insulting, I'm not gonna have a conversation.
Stop. Jesus Christ. Stop for a second. The Toyota. I don't care about what. I don't care about the personal insults.
TMMK, and you'll.
Oh yeah,
TMMK.
Okay, Toyota Motor Manufacturing Kentucky is Toyota's largest vehicle manufacturing plant in the world, capable of producing 550,000 vehicles.
Biggest.
And more than 600,000, probably. I don't know what it is. They have 9,300 employees.
I'm taking a tour. I'm taking a tour there, man. It's massive. It's a fucking massive factory. It's huge.
That's crazy.
It's a city.
Georgetown, Kentucky.
Yeah, and Toyota.
Okay.
So I can tell you what happened. I can tell you one of the effects of it. I can tell you one of the effects.
Wait. Oh my God, it's so loud. Can we like one at a time? Okay.
So
go.
Well, I could tell you one of the effects. Because of TMMK, we had many sub-suppliers happen because of it, such as Green Tokai, where I worked out in a very rural area. One of the only actual good jobs in the area, unfortunately. However, it still did that. You have several other sub-suppliers, such as Mobia. Mobia is every single person in this room has at least one part in their vehicle made by Mobia, because they make stuff for everybody. It helped Mobia more. It helped Mobia expand more into the United States. Mobia became, because of Toyota's help in Georgetown, Kentucky, Mobia became the biggest employer in northern Kentucky for a while.
Wait, okay, pause. Okay, no. I want to respond to you. Kentucky makes up 1% of the national GDP. Kentucky makes up 1% of the national GDP. still,
Mhm.
even though they have like the largest
Great.
manufacturing
Well,
plant for
okay.
Toyota in the
I think that's.
in the
I think
world.
1%. Well, if I'm being honest with you, 1% still higher than I thought because, like, dude, I don't think you understand all these banks. All these banks in Illinois. Hold on. All these banks in Illinois and New York and California. I don't think you understand how much goddamn money these people hold.
Yeah,
Like, just one of these banks.
Llama,
Just one of these. Just
Llama,
one of these
I
banks
sent
sitting
you a
on money.
photo.
Hold on. Just one of these banks sitting on money probably makes makes up more than 1% of our GDP. Just one of these banks.
This guy's a genius. He understands financial services.
Llama, I sent you a photo. So for every
I don't
dollar that
understand. I don't
Kentucky
understand
pays
why
in federal
everybody.
taxes, it receives $2.41 in federal money.
Yikes.
So Kentucky
Mm-hmm.
is receiving 240%. I sent it to you, Llama,
Yeah, it's
in your
true.
DMs.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
it. Yep.
Kentucky is a leech to the country, bro. Like most of these red states are.
Yeah, that was
They're leeching off the federal
that was the
government.
whole point that I was making, and then I was like, oh wait, maybe I was completely incorrect. You're bringing up like it's a really big
No, bro. There's only like a handful of states in America. There's only a handful of states in America, California being one of them, that can survive on their own without the federal government.
Dude, what do you mean survive on their own? Like,
survive as in they get government subsidized money to help their economies continue to function because they're economically
tied up in financial services.
No, we're not talking about the GDP. We're talking about federal dollars sent their way to help them continue to exist.
Okay, so because the government mismanages its money, that means
there's nothing to do with the government mismanaging its money. That has to do with the states needing the government's money, the federal government's money, in order to continue to function.
So why wouldn't you give these states the amount of money they put into the system?
Because they wouldn't be able to exist.
Because all of these states wouldn't exist.
The people there would literally like fucking die. Like they wouldn't have the infrastructure they needed to get like ambulances out to where they live. They wouldn't like trucks wouldn't go there, drop off shit there because there wouldn't be businesses that were like ordering in the fucking food. Like no one would exist there.
You, man. If I'm being honest, so like you guys
okay,
are like,
bro,
you guys are like like blowing smoke up everybody's ass about And I
show me where I'm.
Hold on.
Instead of pontificating,
hold on.
how about you show me where I'm wrong?
So I sent you something else.
Can I get to my point?
No, you're not making a point. You're pontificating. Show me where I'm wrong with what I just said.
Dude, you guys are insufferable.
Respond to what I just said. That's what I thought. Don't want to actually respond to the facts. Just want to pontificate and cry.
I got a revelation.
I looked it up. 37 out of 50 states in America are welfare states, meaning they need more money than they produce.
I got
only 13 states.
So
only 13
if
states
people lived in places that wouldn't exist without government money, then they just wouldn't live there. If you took away the government money,
it's true.
That's actually like a revelation.
Yep. They eventually wouldn't be able to continue to exist. They wouldn't be able to continue existing there. That is true.
Yeah, it's just
the revelation.
They would slowly and eventually die off. They would slowly and eventually die off or move. Yep.
No, they wouldn't die off. They would
people would.
Else.
Yeah, people would move. Yeah.
They would die. They would die, bro. And also, the point we were making, the reason we got into this rabbit hole was that we were telling the other guy that he just hates liberal cities. That's why he talks shit about California. When people like get better job opportunities, they're not better job opportunities to the country. They're to the liberal major cities in America. When someone's like, "Hey, I'm making," can you name me a job that people are making more in the country than people make in the city?
Yeah, like in the 70s and 60s.
We're not talking about the 70s. We're talking about right now, dude. Like today. Why are you talking about the 70s?
Oh my god, you guys are actually insufferable.
I'm waiting.
So like a petroleum engineer, do you think they work in the city?
Yeah.
Petroleum engineers. Let's see where the majority of petroleum engineers work. I'll look that up.
You don't know where the
in the city, bro.
Nope, you're the one who brought it up. I would assume that you'd be able to tell me.
Yeah, they work in Texas.
He just made it up, bro. Nobody lives in the country, bro. Nobody lives in the country, and if you live in the country, they commute to the city to make money.
Have you ever seen?
That's why people live in New Jersey, drive to New York City.
Have you ever seen an oil company in a city before?
Wait, do you know that like?
No, yes, I have. Yes, I have. I have actually.
And also, Texas is known for having lots of like like lots of
I've seen
like
oil refineries in
no,
cities like Akron.
no, Texas is known for having like a shit ton of urbanized areas due to like their economic productivity that they got going on there, and also like 40, I think it's like what 40% of their population votes blue, but somehow it's crazily, like, I mean, it's crazily overly represented by Republicans, but that's maybe another issue, another
all of the
topic.
resources are imported into the city. Cities don't create the resources themselves.
It's like so many Republicans represented because of gerrymandering, man. That's why.
Well, I know that, but I guess, what do you mean the resources are imported in? Like, do you mean like without like forests we wouldn't have like wood? Like, I don't.
You're talking about food and shit.
Like, I don't disagree with you.
Centers of trade. Cities are centers of
Yeah, I
trade.
think you're talking about food and shit, bro. Yeah, the main
people, they bring what they have to trade to the city.
The country, but people live.
No, people don't bring their tech
The
jobs.
cities have
No,
the country.
there aren't computers just out in the forest where people are doing all their IT work and then they're print it off and bring it into the city. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know how many minerals go into a
Yeah, the only thing that comes from the countryside, bro, is like oil and food.
We're not gonna
like hospitals are in the city,
and lumber
universities are in the city.
and lumber. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that.
And you know, and God's beauty, and you know, stuff like parks. You know, parks. Everybody loves parks.
Parks aren't economically productive. We're not talking about like parks.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I like them. I like them.
You can like parks all you want. I like parks too. I don't know what that has anything to do with what we're talking about.
You know, one of FDR's.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I don't know why y'all are like so fucking like you're like the most confrontational people that I agree with. Like, why are you confrontational about me agreeing with you?
I'm not.
Parks aren't economically productive.
No, you definitely are.
No, we told you that Kentucky was a shithole, and then we provided evidence. You live in a welfare state. Most of us in America do. 75% of the country is a welfare state.
I tried to explain something to you, and like you wouldn't shut the fuck up, man.
Okay, explain something to us.
You live in a shithole, bro.
So like, I totally understand that, dude. Look, when you guys say that blue states such as California, New York, pay more taxes than say Kentucky, I totally understand that. Fine, of course that's true. But
federally, yeah.
Like, but what you have to understand is even though they do that. Like, you're acting like everybody in fucking Kentucky just running around with fucking gold-plated diapers. People still fucking suffer all the time in Kentucky. And look, like what you're saying, like, oh, you're trying to say, like, you're trying to be shitty and say, oh, well, Kentucky's a shithole. Kentucky's a shithole. Hold on, I'm almost done.
I want to respond to you. You made a good point.
10 seconds. I'm almost done.
You're
almost done. 5 seconds. Just let me say this. Dylan, you said, yeah, Kentucky's a shithole. Sure. Maybe like 60% of Kentucky is a shithole. Not 60%, but like the eastern side of Kentucky is, because it's been like destroyed by like, you know, coal mining doesn't matter anymore, yada, yada, yada. But it wasn't always like that for Kentucky. It's just that Kentucky
economically it's a shithole, bro. We don't live in the 70s, bro.
California didn't become the powerhouse that it is until like much recently compared to when Kentucky was a powerhouse. Kentucky was a powerhouse back in, say, the early 1900s.
Okay.
Right?
Wait.
Are we
able to respond? Are you done with your
I'm done.
Thing? Okay. I didn't say that the people of Kentucky are like running around in gold-plated diapers. We're just saying that they're like economic drags on society, like the United States as a whole. Like, we pay more to them in federal taxes than they give to the United States in federal taxes.
Yeah, but like,
we're paying for them.
That's the only point I'm making.
Also gotta look at it in another perspective. Okay, so if you look at the welfare state, which I think we need more welfare. I think everybody deserves Medicare for all.
Okay.
Et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But if you look at it, who do you think has?
But it would be the blue states that would be paying for it.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as you could say. Depends on what you want to look at. California, for example, has more Republican voters, more people that voted for Trump, obviously, than Kentucky, just due to population.
That's correct.
Like our population in Kentucky is smaller than Los Angeles County. Okay.
Crazy to think about.
So,
But you take in more
so
federal
but
tax
hold on,
dollars.
hold on,
than the
hold on,
state.
So
hold
why
on. I'm
does
not done.
everybody want
I'm
to
not
live in
done.
Los
Hold on,
Angeles
I'm not
or
done.
Kentucky?
If you look at welfare recipients in LA County versus Kentucky, who do you think has more welfare recipients? You get what I'm saying?
No. Wait. Pause. Can I let him? Can I respond to this? There might be individually more people who take welfare from the federal, like welfare dollars in the state of California, but guess what? California is able to pay all of that money back to the federal government plus, and then there's like even more that they're paying in, whereas Kentucky, they only take from the federal government. They do not pay it back year in and year out. So I don't give a shit about the amount of people. At least they're able to pay back the taxes that I pay in, like, I live in Nebraska. Like, the taxes that I pay in California isn't taking those. They're actually contributing those, whereas people from
Why do you live in
Kentucky,
Nebraska and you're just shitting on these countries or these states so bad, dude?
I
Why are
live
you
in
like
I
doing
live
that?
in
Because
Omaha.
they're shitholes.
I moved out of my small town in Nebraska into a city, which is Omaha, Nebraska, because it's there's more opportunity, better jobs. There's actually like activities to do here. There's more restaurants. It's like it's not. I don't have just a Casey's and a Dollar General, and like if I'm lucky, a Subway an hour away from me.
Dude, you're speaking to the choir. I understand that.
One second. So like, it doesn't matter. Like, so Kentucky. I don't think the person's calling Kentucky like the people a shithole. Maybe the state a shithole. I live in the state of Arkansas. I love the state of Arkansas, but I do understand. You said that Kentucky was a shithole.
Yeah, that to some degree, the shithole comment's a little bit of a rage bait. It's just being a little hyperbolic, but like generally nobody wants to live in like some podunk population of like 200 like village where like there's nothing to do there, and there's like one general store that like one family has owned for the last
People
like
are
80 years.
Oh sure,
It's like it's like shitty. There's
Eastern
nothing.
Kentucky, sure.
There's like nothing. There's just nothing to do. I mean, if you've lived in a small town, you'll know. You'll hear all the time people saying,
Sure,
"I wish there was more for kids to. I wish there was more things for kids to do here."
Does this like does the area I look like does this area right here? Does this look like a small town to you? That I'm at right here.
I don't know what you're pointing to. I don't even know what that is behind you.
Well, you're living in a liberal city. You live in a liberal city.
I guarantee you that.
Yeah, that's a liberal city. That's not a
blue.
That's...
Well, okay, actually, like this picture was taken from Kentucky, but that's Cincinnati. But
where's that at? Where's that at? Where's that in Kentucky?
This is in Newport, Kentucky.
How
many I took this picture, but this right here is Cincinnati. That's Cincinnati right there.
What are the big cities in
Kentucky?
I'm just curious. What are the big cities in Kentucky?
So I live in the sixth biggest city.
Lexington, Louisville, which are blue cities.
I live in the sixth biggest city, Florence. It's I think a population is 70,000. There's Lexington, Louisville, Frankfort, Bowling Green, Owensboro, and then us.
It's Louisville, Lexington, Bowling Green, Owensboro, Covington, Georgetown. Okay, I'm willing to bet.
Covington.
Covington has 40,000 people. It's ranked 5 as of 2025. As of 2025, it has.
Bro. Florence has 60,000. That don't make sense.
This is your state census. I'm looking at like Kentucky, like the Kentucky census thing. Like, I don't know why you're getting defensive. I'm literally.
Well, that's part of it being a shithole.
It doesn't matter. The point that I'm gonna make here is that I guarantee you Louisville. I guarantee you just Louisville. You know I'm willing to bet that like Louisville, okay, I don't give a shit about your podunk accent. Louisville, I guarantee you that city alone, there is like an. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that Louisville, that has 617,000 people. It looks like that city alone has more of a population than all of the next 14 cities combined, from what I can guesstimate. Maybe a little bit. I'm willing to bet that Louisville is more economically productive than all of those cities combined, without even looking at the numbers. I bet that they, like all
those. We were saying, all the places people have money are left leaning, bro.
And then I'm willing to bet though that Louisville votes pretty strong blue if I had to guess. Am I incorrect in my summarization there, Papa John?
No. Lexington probably.
I'm not
is
talking
the most
about
profitable.
Lexington. I'm talking about Louisville.
I'm saying that Lexington probably makes more money than Louisville does.
Well, then let's look at their state tax revenue.
So hold on. So Lexington is where Taco Bell, KFC, Pizza Hut.
I don't care about what
Long
you're
John
saying.
Silver's
I'm just gonna look at the numbers. I'm gonna see which state provides more in revenue.
And they got
to the
UK.
State.
And they got UK, dude. And UK is a goddamn like UK basketball is a goddamn dynasty. They always win March Madness, dog. Like every single goddamn time they win.
I appreciate your pontificating, but Louisville State tax revenue.
And also, what does Lexington have? They have the goddamn Kentucky Derby. Go yourself if Louisville has more.
Can I make an actual point?
I just want to look at.
federal taxes.
I'm still just gonna look to see, who's more of a benefit to the state. I don't care about.
Oh, use ChatGPT. ChatGPT lies to you, dude. You look up actual stuff.
I'm at the Kentucky Department of Revenue.
I
don't know. The Kentucky Department of Revenue is a pretty. Do you think that's a pretty good source?
ChatGPT.
No, they're lying too, bro. They're lying too.
Wait, do you not think that
they're lying too, bro? If they.
Wait, who's yapping right now? I think the Kentucky Department of Revenue is probably a good source on which city
okay, well, go ahead, go to it.
the most. I'm gonna.
Be, dude.
You keep yapping, but you keep. Then why would you? You're so confident. It's just. It's so gross how confident people are when they have no fucking idea. It's just disgusting.
Louisville actually does have the. I think Louisville has actually the second biggest UPS hub in the world.
Oh my god,
as far as I know,
we're making non-points here.
Yeah, but then the whole point that we're making, the whole point I was making by even bringing up individual cities is that the state of Kentucky gives less tax money to the federal government than it takes in.
Here, Llama, you want to know who the real welfare queens are? It's the banks in California and New York.
Why is that?
That's true.
Are you talking about because of the
bailout?
Because the bailouts they got in post housing crash?
I mean, no, it's not even that. It's not even that, dude. The banks get goddamn everything.
I think there's only 3 banks that are protected.
Llama, think about this. So a financial company in Wall Street, they go to these rural towns, buy up businesses, purposely fail them, and then you're mad at these rural towns.
Purposely fail them? That sounds like that to me sounds like that is a wild claim. Can you substantiate that?
This is a wild pivot, bro.
That's a wild claim. Can you substantiate that, Rondo? Can you substantiate it? Link it in the side chat.
They're coping.
Hey, Rondo. Rondo,
why do you think that fucking banks tell you not to go get Bitcoin?
Papa,
but yet the banks own the majority.
Okay, paused. Rondo made a claim. Rando made a claim. I want to respond to what Rando just said. Rando, you just said that there's people from big cities that buy up businesses and properties to fail them in rural areas. I need you to link that in the side chat. I'd be curious to read about that.
Yeah, it's called private equity.
No, I need you to link it in the side chat where this is happening on scale, or where this has happened on scale. That fucked rural America.
Yeah, where corporations are spending billions of dollars to lose billions of dollars on purpose.
I would love to see where this happens.
Doesn't make sense.
That's not how it works.
No.
No.
That's what you said. You said that.
No. You made a very specific claim. I want you to substantiate it. And if you don't substantiate it, right? You know what, Rando? As soon as you link it in the side chat, you can be unmuted. I'd rather talk to Papa John. Also, fun fact.
Rando, I just want to respond to what Rando said. Rando, really, like what Rando's saying is actually I have read something about that. But what really fucked over rural communities is they're not by any fucking interstates. So if you're not by an interstate, if you're not by a major, body
you're right.
dock or body of water.
You're right. They're not by an interstate where they can easily get to a big city to go work there. I agree with you.
Right. Well, I mean, look at say where my mother lives. Right. She lives out in. It's an okay town, like the Clooney's, for example, like George Clooney and his father, all them. They live there. They're cool people. Yada yada yada. Like a lot of the Kentucky Democrats, go there and have weird meetings in this restaurant. Anyways, that's beside the point. Back in the 1800s, 1900s, this place was fucking banging because it's right on the Ohio River where all the fucking ferry boats.
Hey, you know what? I agree. Yes, you're harkening. But you're harkening back to a time when we were a base level manufacturing economy. We are no longer a base level manufacturing economy.
Right.
We moved past that.
What I'm trying to explain is why all these people are in that area.
We know why those people are in those areas.
They're from that area.
No, but you know what?
I mean,
that sucks.
Maybe they don't
move. I don't know what
Hold
to tell
on.
you.
See, that's hold on. That's easier said than done
Move,
for a lot of people. Because
move,
that's what
or
I do.
wait, no,
Bro,
pause. I got a response.
when I was younger, I would say the
Either
exact same thing to people. I would say the exact
Papa
same
John,
thing to people.
Papa
but
John, either move
it's not.
or vote for people who care about building infrastructure and building better housing, like better that we're willing to enact policies that actually help the areas you live in. But guess what? They don't vote for people that want to do that. They want to vote for people who cut taxes. Like that's what they want to do.
The rub is though.
Yeah, you're voting for a guy who wants to take less money out of your community or take more money out of your community.
You can't vote for anybody that's going to do what it
How
takes
can you
to
not
have
vote for
our
anyone?
infrastructure
That's not true.
compete with, say, China.
No, that's
for
not true.
example.
That's not true. Blue
That's
states have been
100%
voting
true.
for people who have been in their interest more so than not over like the last 20, 30 years, which is
100%.
why
That's 100% true.
Which is why those cities and states do well. Like I don't know what to say.
No. But no, because well,
Yeah, bro, it's
I
a code. It's a
can
code.
tell you because even though they will vote for people that will do stuff like that, like Biden, for example, Biden had like a lot of good, like he had two of the best infrastructure bills I've ever seen. I think one was called Build Back Better, and the other one was the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act was fucking great, dude.
Awesome.
It was going to be great. Like it was great for Ohio. It was great for Ohio. It was great for Kentucky. It was great for Texas.
Yep.
It was great for all these red states.
That is correct. And you know what's crazy? All those states though on mass electorally shit on Biden. Isn't that crazy? So people don't care about what's in their people don't care about what's in their best interest. People don't care about what's in their best interest. They just don't.
It was in their best interest to vote against.
They just care. They just care about who appeals to their emotions the best because they're like snowflakes.
I don't think. Yeah, but like, dude, I don't think that was good enough. Like that was a good step. But we need we need to have we're the goddamn country that made a railroad that went from sea to shining sea. Why the fuck can't we have something like that again? Why can't we have a fucking high-speed rail that goes from sea to shining sea? Why not? Why can't we do shit like that?
Right now.
That's actually based.
Exactly
Wait, you've
why.
said slurs in my VC before. I'm like 95% sure. High value man. I'm sorry. I got a room mod come in here and tell me I need to be better about muting people.
Hold on. I have a note on this guy. F word that cucks to Musk, traitor to America. That's what I have on.
Ace,
on him.
You will never talk in my VC ever again. Wait,
go fuck yourself, Benjamin Franklin, dude.
Did Rando finally put a statistic about? Okay. I thought you guys can keep chilling. Is he here? No, he's gone.
All right, look, man. You get to pick. I'm gonna smoke this hash, or I'm gonna smoke these space rocks. Which one am I smoking?
What are the space rocks?
They're the hash.
Space rocks, dude, is like it's like basically 70% THC. It's really strong. I've never had it. I just bought it. Let me see what it is.
Oh, you've never had it? Do the space rocks then.
Hell yeah, dude. My brother told me to fuck me up when I do them. So where'd my fucking bomb go?
You putting them in a bowl, or you like having them?
Wait, your argument, Rando, is that private equity companies rather invest in areas where they can make money, which is why rural areas suffer, and that they're the reason why rural America is dying, or it has been dying? It just sounds to me like they're like, that's not the claim that you made. The claim that you made was that they're intentionally disrupting rural areas by failing businesses, buying up businesses and failing them there. No, their investment strategies, like PE investment in healthcare, increased 20-fold from 2000 to 2018. Overall, private equity firms are more likely to target hospitals located in metropolitan areas with populations of at least 1 million people compared to rural areas.
Bro, my brother told me if I smoke this little tiny bit, it's gonna fuck me up. So let's go, and let's see what happens.
Good luck.
Going balls deep, fellas and lady.
You'll be fine. Do you usually smoke concentrates? Oh, fuck.
Wait, I agree with this, that capital and staff shortages have forced many rural hospitals to close. I think most hospitals to close, which is why they have to subsidize doctors and nurses like education to get them to work in rural areas to make
Dude,
it worthwhile.
hey, Llama, dude. Llama, check this out. So like the area that my brother and my mother lives in, like I said, is like a more rural area. They have a hospital. It's called Metaview, but like the nickname of it is Murderview.
Jeez.
You know, so,
Hell yeah.
so dude, half the time if anybody wants to get anything done, like any extra shit, they got to go like an hour this way or an hour that way. So basically, you either got to go to Lexington from there, or you got to go to like where I live from there.
Jeez, not blunt.
So where I'm at, a lot of our stuff out here is pretty rural. Like our largest city, maybe 200,000 people.
Where at? What's
but
state?
like out here, it's like I'm in California. It's small town, bunch of farmland. Small town, bunch of farmland.
Yikes.
The center of each town is like no more than 45 minutes away in any direction. So it is, well, in one direction you hit fucking nothing, but then you hit Nevada.
She brings up a good
But-
point, man. A lot of California is like Kentucky. She does bring up a good point.
I don't know what the point.
Yeah, and like out
point
here,
is there.
our worst hospital is notorious for having a billing department that absolutely loves to double bill you. They love to fuck over older people in particular. Like there's a lot of people out here saying like, hey, if you have this issue going on and you need to seek medical attention, you're best off visiting this hospital or this hospital and making the extra drive, or being adamant with whatever transport if you call 911 that you want to be placed at this hospital, because this one rurally that is close to us they take advantage of so many people, and I'm currently fighting a huge bill with them that I got like 3 years ago. It's super fucked up.
Wait.
Yeah, dude, it fucking sucks, man.
If
the
I'm
majority of
gonna
the people that are seeking like legitimate emergency care there are farmers and farm accidents, or just elderly people.
Fair enough. Getting fucked up on a, what is it, what, Thursday? You have an extra long weekend with Labor Day?
No, I gotta work tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, same.
I gotta work tomorrow. Yeah, dude. Believe it or not, I work in a lab.
I work remote. Thank fucking God. Like, I work remote like 95%, probably like 98% of the time.
Dude, I couldn't work remote, dude. I'd just be playing video games and beating off all the time or something.
Well,
so like,
I play the video games, but I just have a lot of meetings, emailing, calling, text.
Dude, I do all that. Dude, I do all that gay shit at work, dude. I gotta go on like on Microsoft Teams all the time.
Oh my God, we use Zoom.
We use Microsoft Teams, and then like I gotta give like PowerPoint presentations.
Yep, same.
And
not really
bunch of other gay
presentations much, more just reports.
And then we have meetings like we have a meeting every goddamn morning.
You work in a lab? What work do you do? What type of work do you do?
Plastics and polymers.
So like research? Do you work out out of a hospital lab, a school lab? Where do you work out of? Or is it
we have a pharmaceutical lab.
Oh.
We have a pharmaceutical, we have a polymer, we have an analytical,
based.
We have a product, we have my lab is called First Lab.
Nice, heck yeah.
We have First Lab, Fast Lab.
By the way, when I make statements that I make about rural America being shit, there is some hyperbolicness that needs to be, if you want me to be 100% honest, yeah, obviously I'm being to some degree hyperbolic. Not the entirety of rural America is shit. I'm not gonna make that point, or the entirety of
dude, I get it.
But you have to be hyperbolic in order to have effective political messaging. You just do.
Right, but also I would it just kind of took me off guard because I definitely would agree with most everything you're saying. I'm a rarity in my area, dude. Most people.
Me too. I grew up in a podunk town of 200 people.
So my granddaddy was a Republican politician in South Carolina.
Oh shit.
He ran for state senate 3 times, never won, But he also wrote a lot of political articles for like the state magazine and the state newspaper. He was on like AM radio a lot. So like I grew up around Republicans, but I'm more like I'm more like I think Bernie Sanders should be president. Like right now, he should be president. Like he got fucked twice.
Nope, don't say
He
he
would
got
have
fucked
won.
in the primaries. He didn't. He did not.
The last primary, he 100% got fucked.
Nope, don't be delusional. He never, in all polling, he was not outperforming Hillary or anyone else. He's never been
No.
popular.
I'm talking about 2020. I'm talking about 2020.
Yeah. Oh, 2020, I don't know what the
2020, dude. 2020, he 100% got fucked.
Oh, because just Biden,
because
Biden didn't. There wasn't a formal primary. We can say he got fucked, but like, who knows? I don't think he would have beat Trump. Wait, 2020. That's when like Biden got the nominee.
Bro, I could hold on. I could go step by step with you.
No. I've heard the conspiracy on it, but like, I've looked at all
it's not a conspiracy.
But no,
it's not a conspiracy. I can tell you
exactly
what happened.
But I've looked at all the polling on even like the constituency, like the polling of not super delegates or delegates, like just the average Democrat was not a fan of Bernie across the board.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Just let me give you like a quick rundown. So after Bernie Sanders won Nevada, right? And Biden was doing shit. Like, dude, there was a rumor going around that Biden was just going to drop out because he was doing so shit. Like, he was doing worse than Kamala Harris, okay? That's how bad he was doing. Once Bernie Sanders won Nevada, it really freaked out the Democrats because Nevada was a big win for Bernie Sanders and Super Tuesday was coming up. So what the Democratic Party did is they went to Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, all the rest of them. They said, all right, all of you are going to drop out. We're not going to fund you anymore. What? Well, this is what's going to happen. One of you are going to be vice president. Another one's going to be secretary, yada, yada, yada. And you're all going to get behind Biden since basically all of you have Biden's policies, but you're just like younger, you're a woman or you're gay or whatever, right? So you're going to get around the guy that was Obama's vice president, right? So like most people know about him. They know that he was Obama's vice president. And Obama still polls very well. So they're like, okay, sure. So they all got around him. And then they went to Super Tuesday and they go down south. They go to South Carolina, all these other places. And I know this quite a bit because I'm from South Carolina. My grandfather was, even though he was a Republican, he was a South Carolinian politician. And so what they did was they went down there, started saying bullshit like, oh, Bernie Sanders is racist this, Bernie Sanders is racist that. Meanwhile, there's pictures of fucking Bernie Sanders marching in the goddamn civil rights march.
Wait, so
right next to fucking...
Wait, pause real quick. So a quick summarization is that he had a lot of early momentum when he won the Nevada, which people didn't expect.
I'm saying that they fixed it. They fixed it.
Well, but there was no actual vote tampering. They just used like institutional like.
They fixed it being an institution, and like it's clear
okay.
Then they fixed it. Man.
They might have done that, but people still voted for Biden over him, right? It wasn't like actual like. They didn't use actual.
Well, it's like hold on, dude. It's like.
That's just they were just like, being. That's just politics. That's just politics, man.
But that's stupid to say because that's.
And then
like
guess what?
Between...
Then he crushed Trump. Then he crushed Trump.
Oh, dude, hold on. But that's like voting between getting punched in the eye and getting cut in the belly. You know? Well, I guess I'll get punched in the eye. I don't want to have stitches.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? So
punched in the eye or punched in the belly. What do you mean?
Or no, punched in the eye or cut in the belly.
But what is that in reference to?
I'm saying that I would rather vote for Biden, which is like getting punched in the eye.
Wait, are you doing the voting for the lesser of two evils thing when it comes to Trump and Biden?
100%.
No, that's not
because
voting. No. That's not voting between the lesser.
Obviously,
you know the expression voting for the lesser of two evils. You do realize how.
And Biden's not evil.
Wait, no. Wait, pause.
I'm saying that he's just not a good candidate.
He was a great candidate.
He wasn't.
I'm gonna respond to you.
No, he wasn't. Hold on.
Wait, no, pause. Can I respond?
No, because let me respond to you.
You haven't let me respond to anything.
Even before he was president. All right. Okay, go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Let me just make a comment about the lesser of two evils. My grandma, real sweet woman, never done anything like hasn't like gotten so much as a parking ticket, I think, her entire life, right? Voting between her and Trump would be technically voting between the lesser of two evils. That's a stupid statement. It's meaningless. I hate that statement. Now, if you want to substantiate it like
Okay.
you said you were going to,
So I am going
explain
to. So I know, like I said, and I know this sounds weird, even though Kentucky's kind of like on the low when it comes to Democrats. They're actually going up there because of Bashir. Bashir's like he's been pretty big nationally until Newsom came around, right? But like I said, dude, like a lot of very powerful Democrats actually congregate in Kentucky and talk. Cool. And what I heard from people that I knew from the KDP, Kentucky Democratic Party, is that they're voting for Biden, and they're all the delegates are going to go for Biden. On the assumption.
Wait, I already know your point. I already know. Oh, sorry.
That on the assumption that Kamala Harris will be president when Biden steps down second term, and they were guaranteed this would happen. My friend was so confident about this, and he was so confident about Biden having a second term that he bet me $100 that that's what was going to happen. When it actually happened earlier than they expected, he still gave me the $100. So no matter what, this is what pisses me off.
Wait,
that's what I'm saying. It's like
no. Wait. Can I respond? Holy shit! You said so much shit. Let me respond. Holy fuck. How does that make Biden evil? Trump tried to lead an insurrection against the United States, against the United States. He disrupted the peaceful transfer of power by riling up a fucking crowd and sending them to the Capitol. In what way is Biden evil in comparison to that?
I'm not saying he's evil. I'm saying no. You put words into my own mouth. Saying that comparison. What I told you was
you brought up how it's voting for the lesser of two evils. When in what way is Biden been evil?
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. You put those words in my mouth.
It's effectively it's effectively the same statement.
No, it's not, because hold on, listen to me. When you get punched in the eye, what happens when you get punched in the eye when you get a black eye? Does it just stay black forever? Does it just stay black forever?
In what way is Biden being president a punch in the eye?
Hold on. Does it get better? Does it get better over time? Like, is everything going to be fine? Right?
Wait.
Are you going to be fine if I punch you in the eye? I'm asking you a question as a human being.
I understand what a black eye is and what it does.
Okay?
Yes, you'd be fine.
Now,
but respond to what I'm saying. In what way is Biden a black eye?
Now, hold on, because hold on.
Jesus,
now, if I take a knife, and I stab you in the stomach, do you think you're going to be okay if I stab you in the stomach?
Nope, you won't be okay.
You won't be okay.
In what way is Biden? In what way is Biden going to be a black eye, or ever was a black eye?
Because what I just told you. Because I was told, and dude, when she dropped out, or like when he dropped out and let Kamala Harris, the only thing that surprised me is that it happened earlier. Like, that's no shit. That's the only thing that surprised me. Other than that, I was like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Like, it didn't surprise me, and like that's what pisses me off. Like, that's what I was trying to tell you. You were not voting for him. You were voting for her in the future. That's what you were voting for. That's all I was trying to say.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? I am so sorry. I just got handed something from my fiance. Can you repeat why he's the black eye real fast? I don't understand how Biden was the black eye. Like, what? Because
like I said, like I was trying to explain before, was you weren't actually voting for Biden. You were voting for all Biden was going to do, right? All Biden was going to do was reverse all the retarded shit that Trump did before. And that's literally what he did, like, his first year and a half, was try and reverse all the retarded shit that asshole did.
True, and then he did a lot of good stuff, and then he did a lot of good stuff
and then, you know, also he had to deal with COVID, so that made it harder for him to do anything. So basically all he dealt with his 4 years was COVID and unfucking shit up.
And building back up the economy.
So he did some good stuff. So he got tired of it. He did
some good stuff,
and,
though.
And also he was old.
He did some good stuff foreign policy-wise, too, though, right? He did a lot of good stuff.
Dude, okay, sure. But, like, what my point was is you were not voting for him. You were voting for her in the future. And I knew that.
Okay.
So, like, what I was trying to say is, hold on. What I was trying to say is when when he dropped out midway through the race and she stepped up, like, I wasn't surprised that it happened.
Okay.
I was just surprised that it happened as early as it did. I thought they would wait until after he won. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay. So
that's what makes it a black eye. That's what makes it a black eye.
But why is it a black? That still doesn't describe why it's a black eye. I still have no clue how it's a black eye.
Because you're not actually voting for him. You're voting for, like, the runner.
Was he not the president of the United States?
Mm-hmm.
So then how did you not vote for him?
I don't know, man. Look. If I can't explain myself anymore to you. So like, if you don't like my explanation, then
Your ex.
we're at
We're at
the
an
end.
impasse.
We're at the end, dude. We're at an impasse. Like I can't explain it any clearer, man.
Voting for him isn't a black eye, even if it means that potentially Kamala Harris will be the next president.
Also, I'm fucked up. You ain't, and I'm still winning in my head.
You haven't won anything, but that's okay. Nice Spider-Man sticker. Or poster, or I don't know what
Bro,
it
that
is.
looks exactly like a Spider-Man that I drew. I swear to God, it does.
The painting, my brother painted that on the wall.
Except, hold on, his leg muscle is fucked up though. Like his what do you call that? In the middle, you don't have that muscle right there like that. It kind of looks like a dick coming out from this angle, dog. I mean, it's still a good painting. That's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad.
It's a little. Yeah, it's fine, dude. I love Spider-Man, dog. I got a whole shitload of fucking Spider-Man comics. I got like Amazing Spider-Man #1 all the way to what they're on right now.
Yeah, pretty good.
You guys are analyzing Spider Dick right now.
I've been exploding Spider Dick, yeah. What did you say?
This is really. Are you guys really analyzing Spider Dick?
Well, we could, yeah.
No, I just I do art shit, dude. So that's why I said that. That's what I went to school for, was art and design, believe it or not, even though I sound like a fucking asshole. I'll be back.
See you, nerd.
I mean, I'm gonna still. I'll be back.
I was just muting.
He won't.
Oh yeah, he's.
All right, time to move on with my life today.